Race 1, there'll be win, place, and exacta wagering, daily double on 1 and 2. In race 1, number 5, Romeo at Heart, change the driver to Luke Hanners. Luke Hanners will drive number 5, Romeo at Heart. Number 7, Truly Flying, change the driver to Greg Bateson. Greg Bateson will drive number 7, Truly Flying. Turn to race 2. Race 2, number 1, Go Whiz the Boys. We have an owner change to Chris Beaver, Don Robinson, Mark Schwartz, and VIP Internet Stable LLC. Number 3, Madam L, change the driver to Harrison Levan. Harrison Levan will drive number 3, Madam L. There will be win, place, and exacta wagering on race 2. Turn to race 3. Race 3, there will be win, place, exacta, and trifecta wagering. Race 3, number 1, Intoxicating Candy, change the driver to Curtis Harper. Curtis Harper will drive number 1, Intoxicating Candy. Number 4, West Malibu, change the driver to Greg Bateson. Greg Bateson will drive number 4, West Malibu. Turn to race 4. Race 4, there'll be win, place, and exacta wagering. Turn to race 5. Race 5, there'll be win, place, and exacta wagering. Race 5, number 5, Vapor at the Sea, change the driver to Jeff Nysonger. Jeff Nysonger will drive number 5, Vapor at the Sea. Turn to race 6. Race 6, there'll be win, place, and exacta wagering. Turn to race 7. Race 7, there'll be win, place, exacta, and trifecta wagering. Race 7, number 1, She's a Legend, change the driver to Doug Rideout. Doug Rideout will drive number 1, She's a Legend. Number 2, Robin Hill High, change the driver to Greg Bateson. Greg Bateson will drive number 2, Robin Hill High. Turn to race 8. Race 8, there'll be win, place, and exacta wagering. Turn to race 9. Race 9, there'll be win, place, and exacta wagering. And in race 9, number 2, BR Mission, change the driver to Mark Hedworth. Mark Hedworth will drive number 2, BR Mission. Turn to race 10. Race 10, there'll be win, place, and exacta wagering. In race 10, number 1, It's Miller Time, make the driver Curtis Harper. Curtis Harper will drive number 1, It's Miller Time. Turn to race 11. Race 11, there'll be win, place, and exacta wagering. Race 11, number 2, Peter's Fun Queen, make the driver Jeff Nysonger. Jeff Nysonger will drive number 2, Peter's Fun Queen. Turn to race 12. Race 12, there'll be win, place, and exacta wagering. Race 12, number 1, Bounding Delight, change the driver to Luke Hanners. Luke Hanners will drive number 1, Bounding Delight. Number 3, Gorgeous Jet, change the driver to Mickey Holiday. Mickey Holiday will drive number 3, Gorgeous Jet. Turn to race 13. Race 13, there'll be win, place, exacta, and trifecta wagering. Race 13, number 6, Outspoken Izzy, change the driver to Greg Bateson. Greg Bateson will drive number 6, Outspoken Izzy. Turn to race 14. Race 14, there'll be win, place, and exacta wagering. Turn to race 15. Race 15, there'll be win, place, and exacta wagering. Race 15, number 5, See I'm Hot, change the driver to Tim Johnson. Tim Johnson will drive number 5, See I'm Hot. Turn to race 16. Race 16, there'll be win, place, and exacta wagering. Race 16, number 2, LT Modana, make the driver Jeff Nysonger. Jeff Nysonger will drive number 2, LT Modana. Number 5, A Lil Intoxicated, change the driver to Greg Bateson. Greg Bateson will drive number 5, A Lil Intoxicated. Turn to race 17. Race 17, there will be win, place, and exacta wagering. Turn to race 18. Race 18, there will be win, place, exacta, and trifecta wagering. Race 18, number 2, there she is again. Change the driver to Doug Rideout. Doug Rideout will drive number 2, there she is again. Turn to race 19. Race 19. Race 19, there'll be win, place, and exacta wagering, and there'll also be a late daily double on races 19 and 20. Late daily double on 19 and 20. In race 19, number 3, Sir Cactus Jacks is racing on Lasix and has been racing on Lasix. Also, the driver on Sir Cactus Jacks will be Jeff Nysonger. Jeff Nysonger will be driving Sir Cactus Jacks. Number 6, Grover Hill is going back on Lasix. Number 6, Grover Hill is going back on Lasix. Turn to race 20. Race 20, there'll be win, place, exacta, and trifecta wagering. In race 20, number 6, Bonita Joe is going off Lasix. Number 6, Bonita Joe is going off Lasix. Those are the only changes and corrections we have at this time.
The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association presents Ohio County Fair Racing. Ohio County Fair Racing is presented by the Ohio State University Veterinary Medical Center, Big D Tack and Vet Supply, Cool Winds Farms, thestable.ca, and Midland Acres. Now let's go trackside for all the action.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome to the Paulding County Fairgrounds in Paulding, Ohio, in Northwest Ohio, as we get set for Day 2 of the Paulding County Fair Harness Races and Day 2 of our Summer of Fun, isn't it, Susan? As we are off to a great start. Hello, everyone. I'm Frank Froslow and Susan Schroeder. Matt Clark has the camera today, and it is just another beautiful day today. You couldn't ask for a better day.
Absolutely. It's a slight breeze today rather than the wind we had yesterday. So I'm thinking that they might go a little faster today.
A little faster. Yeah, they had a big headwind, when they were going up the back stretch, and it might have slowed them down a little bit. But we're a little warmer than we were yesterday.
Yes.
It's a little bit chilly to start the day. But today, 20 races. Yesterday we started with 16. Today we have 20. That's why we're starting an hour early.
Yeah, we've got 126 different horses in today from 46 trainers. But what's kind of interesting is that a third of the horses are from 4 trainers. We got Rosie Weaver's got 14 in, Betty Clegg's got 13, Mike Sweeney's got 9, and Hank Levan got 6. So between those 4, they got a third of the horses in.
And back there, for the ones that have 14 and 13 and 9, it's almost like a factory back there. They have everybody out there working. They're getting the horses in. They're getting them back for warm-ups. They're getting them ready for races. It's really neat to watch.
It is. I noticed that Rosie Weaver even had a generator there to make hot water. So they were going to plug in the water heaters, and they were making hot water to give baths after they're done racing. So quite an operation.
Well, we've got a 2-year-old Colt Pace going for $2,786. And with that, we have 5 divisions today, or 6 divisions today of 2-year-old Colt Pacers. So it's not the big purse that you get to expect sometimes at the fairs, but as we've talked to a lot of these drivers and trainers, this is the chance for these 2-year-olds to kind of start things off.
Yeah, and like you said, there are 6 divisions of 2-year-old Colt Pacers and 4 divisions each of the 2-year-old filly trotters, 3-year-old filly Pacers, and 3-year-old Colt trotters. And then we've got a non-winners of 1,000 and a signature series, so lots of racing today.
Saw a track record yesterday. This track is in fantastic shape. They have been working it since we got here, watering it, grading it, and they're ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we had it just didn't make a new track record by a little bit. It shattered it. The old trotting track record was 2-1, and Tulsa Bell and Luke Hanners smashed that, went in 159 flat.
Took 2 seconds off of that. The horses for their first race are on the track. We're waiting for them to gather up down to our right, and we will have the post parade to start. We will have 7 in this race, scoring 5, 2 trailers. And in the words of Dan Vanier today, somebody's got to start in the 7 hole.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's the luck of the draw.
So as the horses are on the backstretch, they're going to start heading over towards the towards where the barns are and get in line for our post parade today. Bill Peters is our announcer. I want to thank everybody here at the Paulding Fair. Gus Davis, the speed superintendent, taking care of us today. Also on that speed committee, Lori Davis and Bruce Farquhar. Our presiding judge today, Paul Combs. Bill Peters will not only announce, he'll also be our clerk. And Pam Weller will be doing the charting today. And Mike Wepkenberg will be starting today's races.
And Mike's over there in the turn, just sitting and waiting for his chance. At 20 races, a lot of starting to do.
So let's send it up to Bill Peters for the post parade of race 1.
Harness Horsemen's Association. Number 1 is Serious Colt, owned by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio, and Anastasia Miskova of Chicago, Illinois, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver Clifton Bell. Number 2 is Mama Said Zip It, owned by Marge Deshetsky of North Branch, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Down by the Parade, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, Ohio, the driver is Nick Clegg. Number 4 is Hot Shots Ray, owned and trained by Bill Webb of Defiance, the driver Mark Hedworth. Number 5 is Romeo at Heart, owned and trained by Mike Lee of Rudolph, Ohio, the driver Luke Anders. Number 6 is Johnny L, home of Levan Stables Incorporated of Woodstock, Ohio, Dommerfall Racing Enterprises, Sylvania, Ohio, Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank Levan. At number 7 is Truly Flying, owned and trained by Brian Boring of Adrian, Michigan, the driver Greg Bateson. The horses will take one long.
Let's take a look at the rest of this field.
We've got some people on that are making comments saying the sound is perfect, and some are saying no sound. So I think if you have no sound, it may be on your end.
It's on your end.
I checked my phone. I'm hearing it on YouTube and Facebook.
Yep.
Okay.
So if you do not have sound, for one, if you do not have sound, you can't hear us.
Well, that's right. It doesn't make any sense for me to tell them that it's your fault, right? We should do sign language.
There you go. More than a hat rack. Let's take a look at the field for the first today. The number 1 is Serious Colt. Clifton Bell will drive for Chris Beaver. This is a Fear the Dragon out of the Some Beach Somewhere mare Serious Filly. Chris Beaver, along with Anastasia Mishkova of Chicago, own this colt.
The 2 is Mama Said Zip It. Pierce Henry will drive for trainer Mike Sweeney. This is a Racing Hill out of Mama Rock by Rock and Roll Hanover. Marjorie Deshevsky, I probably said that wrong, excuse me, owns this Racing Hill colt. They bought it at the Ohio Selected Sale for $27,000.
I used to hear that a number of times. Mama used to say zip it.
Did you?
The number 3 is Down by the Parade. Nick Clegg drives for Betty Clegg, who owns. This is a gelding by Down by the Seaside out of Gracie's Parade by Royal Majesty, an $8,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale.
Hot Shots Rhea, Mark Hedworth will drive for trainer owner Bill Webb. This is a Cheyenne Ray out of Hot Shot Hullabaloo, who's by Noble Return. This is a homebred. William Webb bred this horse.
The number 5 is Romeo at Heart. Luke Hanners gets the drive for Michael Lee. This gelding is by Rodeo Romeo out of the Art Escape mare Heart's Escape, owned by Michael Lee, a $7,000 purchase at the Blooded Horse Sale.
Johnny L. and Hank Levan will trail. They were from the 6 hole. Hank is the trainer. Levan Stables, Darmafall Racing, and Megan Levan all own this Pet Rock colt. She's out of Pay Attention Jack, who's by Keystone Raider. This horse was purchased at the Buckeye Classic sale for $16,000.
The number 7 is Truly Flying. Greg Bateson will drive for Brian Boring. This is a Yankee Cruiser colt out of the Ponderosa mare Truly Rosa. Brian Boring also owns. And this was a homebred, bred by Brian and Jennifer Vollmer. So that's the look at the first race today. Good crowd on hand. Not as nice as yesterday's. This early post time maybe has some people still wondering if they're starting at 4. Did not get the memo. But good crowd. We got people on both sides of us in the grandstands and people down along the tarmac right in front of us as the horses continue to warm up as they get ready. Several of them are waiting on the back stretch. And Luke Hanners just came by us a second ago with Romeo at Heart. He'll now make his way to the back stretch.
And we've got a number of driver changes. So if you have a program, which you can get at harnessracingohio.com, go to that website, harnessracingohio.com, and you can pick up your program. So we will give you the driver changes as we know them.
Now this is the blanket for this race is going to be courtesy of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. And Bill Peters wants somebody down there. Are you going down?
You're going down.
We could send Matt down.
No, that's not that would mean we'd have to do something here. No.
Starting gate is starting to roll.
From the rail out, Serious Colt, Mama Said Zip It. Down by the parade, Hot Shots Rhea, Romeo at Heart, and in the second tier, Johnny L. and Truly Flyin'. Let's turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of this first race.
Off and pacing the first horse away in the middle of the track is Down by the Parade. Rubbing in there second is Mama Said Zip It. Up on the outside third is Romeo at Heart. At the rail fourth, that's Serious Colt. Moving up fifth is Hot Shots Ray. Racing in there sixth is Johnny L. And the last horse is Truly Flyin'. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Nick Clegg has Down by the Parade on top by 2.5 lengths. Pacing second is Mama Said Zip It, driven by Pierce Henry. In their third is Romeo at Heart, driven by Luke Hanners. Fourth is Serious Colt, driven by Clifton Bell. Racing in their fifth, that's Hot Shots Ray, driven by Mark Hedworth. Sixth, it is Johnny L, driven by Hank Levan. And the last horse, Truly Flyin', driven by Greg Mason.
31 and 2.
First quarter was paced in 31 and 2/5 seconds. As they round that turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's still Down by the Parade showing on top. In their second is Mama Said Zip It. Moving along third, that's Romeo at Heart. Moving on the rail fourth, that's Serious Colt. On the outside fifth now is Johnny L. Sixth on the outside is Truly Flyin', and seventh along the rail, that's Hot Shots Ray. First half paced in 102 and 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Down by the Parade. The closest horse second is Mama Said Zip It. And their third, that's Romeo at Heart. Moving up along the rail fourth, that's Serious Colt. On the outside fifth is Johnny L. Sixth along the rail is Hot Shots Ray, and the last horse on the outside is Truly Flyin'. Past that 3/4 mile mark, Down by the Parade opens up about 5 lengths. Off stride went Mama Said Zip It. Now taking over second, that's Romeo at Heart.
32 flat.
3/4 was in 132 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Down by the Parade still showing on top. And their second is Romeo at Heart, and third is Mama Said Zip It. As they race through the lane, it's gonna be Down by the Parade, and here they all come. Up for place is Romeo at Heart, and the third horse is Mama Said Zip It. 1 mile in 2 minutes and 4/5.
Another fast mile to start out the day. 2 minutes and 4/5 off a half in 102 and 2. So Down by the Parade won by a lot.
So it was all Nick Clegg, though, and
Yeah.
he had some competition. Mama Said Zip It was there until making the break. Pierce Henry in the bike for Mama Said Zip It came back, did finish third, but it was all Down by the Parade picking up the win. The Cleggs had one win yesterday and come up with an early one today.
Big last quarter.
Yes.
Looked good doing it. Looked really good doing
Yeah,
it.
28 and 4. Not too bad.
I think we're going to see some speed today. I think the track is going to be a little bit even faster than it was yesterday. That's the first of 13 horses that Cleggs are racing today, so that's a big day. I don't care. Sometimes when you just have 2 horses, it's really hard. But to race,
I can't imagine.
No.
I really can't.
Nope, race that many. As we said, Rosie's Weaver's over here. She's got her trailers kind of parked in a, I don't know what you would call it, in a little compound she's got back there with the horses all tied on the inside. And it works out really well. And the Cleggs do the same thing, tie the horses to the trailer. So it's just it's a lot of work, but everybody brings quite a bit of help, and they get through it pretty well. So Down by the Parade, there was a $8,000 purchase at the Ohio Selected sale. So for a Down by the Seaside, that is on the rather inexpensive side. So we're going to have the blanket presentation.
All the winners go. Coming in from Northfield, Ohio, comes number 3, Down by the Parade. Owned and trained by Betty Clegg and driven back to this afternoon by Nick Clegg. Now the blanket for this race is courtesy of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. And Frank Frost is in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Let's have a big hand here for Nick and Betty Clegg and Down by the Parade and to the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, the donors of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 1 from the top. Number 1, Serious Colt was 5th. Number 2, Mama Said Zip It was 3rd. Number 3, Down by the Parade was the winner. Number 4, Hot Shots Ray was 4th. Number 5, Romeo at Heart was 2nd. Number 6, Johnny L was 7th. And number 7, Truly Flyin' was 6th. Time of the first quarter was 31 2/5. The half was in 102 2/5. The 3 quarters in 132 with a mile in 2 minutes and 4/5.
Joined now by Betty Clegg down in the winner's circle. Betty, you had one win yesterday. Great way to start off the day today.
Yes, it is.
Now you have 13 in today. It's like a factory back there, isn't it?
It's a little interesting. Thank God for horsemen that help you out with all the little things. So yesterday I had one guy that just was a lifesaver that was parked right next to us and had one horse in and did nothing but help us. So it was great.
Yesterday you get the win, but you also got a big win from Duncan yesterday at Yonkers.
Yes, that's my guy. I was so disappointed in myself because I missed his race because we had the babies at the fair. I've never missed a race of his, and that's the first time I ever have.
Well, now let's talk about this. You raced for $2,800 here, I think the purse was. In a couple of days, you're racing for $500,000 with Janelle Granny, aren't you?
Yes, but I mean, it's it is what it is. I mean, he got into the final, and that's fantastic. And however it plays out, it plays out.
Well, good luck the rest of today.
Thank you.
Back up to you, Susan.
There was Betty Clegg down in the winner's circle, and she's probably thinking, Frank, I got to get it back to the barn area. Got a lot of horses to race today. So congratulations to the Cleggs, and as she said, Duncan winning last night. So we're going to take a short break, and then we will be back with race number 2, which is a 2-year-old filly trot.
The Paulding County Fair has based itself around the agricultural community since its beginning in 1860. Known then as a true farmers' fair, the 2-day event exhibited the best crop and animals in the area. Men displayed their leather and woodworking, while women showed their skills for sewing and baking. Excitement persisted well into the second day when the trotting matches took place. The fair saw tremendous growth over the next decade. The Paulding County Agricultural Society was formed and purchased the permanent location of the fairgrounds. A grandstand and racetrack were quickly built, and within no time, the track recorded its fastest mile at 2 minutes and 29 seconds. Today, the same racetrack has a trotting record of 2 minutes and 1 second, set by De Niro in 2007 and Sweet Adeline in 2016. Fast horses weren't always contained to the oval track. In the early 20th century, the most popular event was easily the Gents Road Race. Contrary to the name, by 1913, ladies had their own heat too. Horses were hitched to 4-wheel carts, and whichever animal won 2 of 3 heats was declared the winner. Prizes were $75 for men, $50 for women, and $100 for a half-mile dash. Ponies, quarter horses, and thoroughbreds have all made their own debut on this racetrack, but it's the standardbred that had prevailed. Every year, the Paulding County Fair marks the beginning of a new and exciting fair season for the entire state of Ohio.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fairs. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 21 fairs in 19 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins. Welcome back to the Paulding County Fair in Paulding, Ohio, as we get set for race number 2. It was funny, as I was coming back across the track, Betty turned to me and she said, "These are getting easier."
Our interviews?
I said, that's the whole idea of this thing, make it easier for you. And,
Yeah.
you know, the first time, I'll never forget, we did Freshman Focus with Nick and Betty last year, and she just kind of sat there. Nick did all the talking. Now, she's coming out, and she's able to, talk about her horses. And, they had a big day yesterday. And, pointed out that race for $3,000 here at the fair, and then you're racing for, $500,000 come Saturday night. So
Yeah, but for the Clegg, it's a race.
it's a day. It's a new day.
They love to race horses, and that's just what they do.
They do.
A ton of horses. We have a nice. The singer is back again today. Matt Richardson, I think his name is Richards.
Yep.
He is back here again today and entertaining the crowd. So if you're anywhere close, you should come over to the fairgrounds, and also because you can pick up your passport.
And I've got a young gentleman here who's waiting to get his passport for the day, and we're going to give him his, and he can do this, and I'm going to go tell him all about it.
These passports are just a great idea. We've given out a lot of them already. We had somebody waiting here very early to pick up theirs because they couldn't get up here yesterday. So you come up, you get your passport. We put a sticker on it for the day. We put a sticker on it for every day that you come up here, up to the broadcast area, and got your passports right there showing it to you.
Maybe. I'm on the wrong screen. I was putting in driver changes. 1 second here. There we go.
And we'll have prizes, big, great prizes. We're not going to tell you what yet. It's going to be a surprise for a while. Yeah, we don't want to spill the beans yet, but it's not going to be beans. Not going. But a lot of fun to do that. People that have been here already have said, "Oh, this is really fun."
Yeah, and it was kind of nice back there when we got here today. That young gentleman who just came up, he was like, "Can I get a passport?" I said, "We don't have him with us. Come on over." And so they came over and made sure he got his passport and his sticker, and he's all ready to go.
Yeah, and he looks like he's maybe about 6 years old.
If even that.
He's kind of excited about it.
I think he is.
So if you're anywhere close to Paulding today, come on over, get your passport, listen to Matt, watch some great racing.
Listen to Matt Clark. He doesn't say anything. We got to get him to talk some more.
Matt
Jay Wolf is watching. There's a lot of pressure today.
See that? How was Bolt this morning? I posted the picture of you and Bolt.
I like Bolt a lot. I'm still not sure how he feels about me.
Put it this way. You walked right up to him and pet him. I walked around the corner, and he was barking like crazy at me.
When he wants to play ball, if we're both going at it at the same time, I'm going to let him win that every time.
Yes.
Still a little leery. He's a large German Shepherd.
Yes,
now.
he is. Don't forget, we're going to have the Frank's Fair food report a little later today. Maybe after the 10th race today. How's that sound?
That sounds
I think I'll
good.
write that down. So we've got that waiting for the horses to come out. But today it's ribbon fries from Jack and Doe's. So if you go check out the our Facebook page, you can see a picture of what the ribbon fries looked like.
You're going to make everybody really salivating at home that can't get to this fair food.
Or they're going to be going, I think I'm going to stay home and eat healthy.
Yeah, but does spinach and kale look as good as the ribbon fries? No.
We've got a surprise for everyone at home in this upcoming race. One of the most unique-looking horses I think that I've ever seen. And I'm not going to try and describe it. I think we'll just let the camera do the talking.
One of those let the camera do the talking, and one of those that, talking to Rosie Weaver, it's one of Rosie's. It was featured on Freshman Focus. But, she's kind of wondering how other horses, the other drivers out there are going to react to seeing this horse.
Yeah,
They're getting ready for the post position.
So keep your eyes out for the 4 horse.
Yep, let's send it up to Bill Peters.
Drawing for a purse of $3,685 and a blanket courtesy of Dooley Funeral Home. Number 1 is Go Whiz the Boys, owned by Chris Beaver, Don Robinson, Mark Schwartz, and VIP Internet Stable LLC, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver Clifton Bell. Number 2 is Petra, owned by Johnny Stand of South Bloomfield, Ohio, and Nysonger Stable LLC of Lebanon, Ohio, trained and run by Jeff Nysonger. Number 3 is Madam L, Alma Levan Stables Incorporated, Megan Levan, Harrison Levan, and Rosemary Levan of Woodstock and Lewistown, trained by Hank Levan, the driver Harrison Levan. Number 4 is Fancy's Lightning, owned, trained, and driven by Rosie Weaver of Beach City. Number 5 is Tom's Cincy Queen, owned by Rick Astle of Oakwood, trained by Chad Williams and the driver Pierce Henry. Number 6 is Country Behave, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver Nick Clegg. And number 7 is Rookie Sensation, owned by Bruce Walls of Greenville and Gina Buhlman of Westerville, trained by Bruce Walls, the driver Ronnie Gillespie. The horses will take 1 score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry and don't be shut out. There.
So from the rail out, we have Go Whiz the Boys. Clifton Bell is up for trainer Chris Beaver. Owner change from what you see in your program is owned by Beaver, Robinson, Schwartz, and VIP Internet. This is a What the Hill filly out of an Explosive Matter mare. They paid $30,000 for this filly at the Ohio Selected Sale.
The number 2 is Petra, a $15,000 purchase at the Blooded Horse Sale for Johnny Stanton, Nysonger Stables. Jeff Nysonger trains and will drive today.
Madam L and Harrison Levan. So that is a driver change. Harrison Levan will drive the 3 Madam L. Hank is the trainer. Levan Stables, M. Levan, L. Levan, and R. Levan. So as we say, owned by LOL, lots of Levans. This is a Marseille filly out of Leaping Lady, who is by Donato Hanover. It was a $15,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic Sale.
You saw her in the post parade. Number 4, Fancy's Lightning. Rosie Weaver drives, trains, and owns this filly and away we go out of the Sierra Cosmos mare, Fancy Sierra Star.
Rosie had told us that the breeder of this horse, Bill Troyer, had been trying for a long time to get a paint standardbred on the track, and Rosie got it done for him. Pierce Henry will drive the 5-horse Tom's Cincy Queen. Chad Williamson is the trainer. Claude Estel is the owner. This is a Long Tom filly out of Queen City Star, who is by DeJarmbro. This is a $5,000 purchase at the Standardbred Horse Sale at Harrisburg.
The number 6 is Country Behave. The Clegg barn will try to make it 2 in a row to start the day. Nick Clegg drives, Betty Clegg owns and trains this enterprise out of the Muscle Hill mare, Please Behave. A purchase of $13,000 at the Ohio Select Sale.
And Ronnie Gillespie will drive Rookie Sensation for trainer Bruce Walls. Bruce also owns this horse along with Gina Bowman. This is a full count filly out of Student Example, who is by Amigo Hall. This horse won at the Salina Matinee in 2:11 and 2.
So there is your field. 7 to go to gate in the first of 4 divisions for 2-year-old filly trot. Total purse of $14,740. Each division will go for $3,685. Had a chance to talk to Jeff Nysonger, who is driving number 2. He said he did well yesterday at the qualifiers, but did not do so well here at Paulding on day 1. His horse was involved in that little kind of skirmish in the first race, which nothing happened. A couple of horses got kind of close to each other. And he was also involved in the no contest race, and then had one that was pulled up. And so at that point, Jeff has some great sayings. This one I can't say on the air, but when he said it, I just looked at him and started laughing. So it was kind of funny.
So from the rail out in this 2-year-old filly trot, Go Whiz the Boys, Petra, Madam L, Fancy's Lightning, Tom's Cincy Queen, and from the second tier, Country Behave and Rookie Sensation. Let's turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of the second race.
Off and trotting the first horse away is Petra. Rubbing in there second is Country Behave. Up on the outside third, that is Fancy's Lightning. Racing in there fourth, that's Rookie Sensation. Trotting fifth is Tom Sensi Queen. Sixth, it is Madam L, and the last horse is Go Wiz the Boys. As they head down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, now Rosie Weaver moves Fancy's Lightning up on the outside to gain command. Dropping back second along the rail, it's Petra, driven by Jeff Nysonger. In their third, that's Country Behave, driven by Nick Clegg. Fourth, it is Rookie Sensation, driven by Ronnie Gillespie. Right there fifth, that's Tom Sensi Queen, driven by Pierce Henry.
32 and 3.
First quarter trotted in 32 and 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, it is still with the lead Fancy's Lightning, but ranging up on the outside second is Country Behave. Coming down to the half-mile mark, Country Behave sticks her nose out in front. And along the rail second is Petra. Moving up third now on the outside. Past the half is Rookie Sensation. At the rail fourth, that is Fancy's Lightning. And right there, close fifth, here's Tom Sensi Queen. Farther back sixth comes Madam L. And Go Wiz the Boys. The first half was trotted in 105 flat. The front five are pretty well bunched, and trotting fastest of all from far back comes Tom Sensi Queen. Going toward that three-quarter mile mark, that's Country Behave with the lead. On the outside second now is Tom Sensi Queen. At the rail third is Petra. Between horses fourth is Rookie Sensation, and right there fifth is Fancy's Lightning.
37 and 2.
3/4 and 137 and 2/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Country Behave with the lead. Tom Sensi Queen second on the outside, and along the rail third, that's Petra. Moving along fourth is Rookie Sensation, and fifth is Fancy's Lightning. As they race toward home, that is still Country Behave with the lead, followed by Petra. It's going to be Country Behave, and here they all come. Petra up for place. Looked like maybe Rookie Sensation might have got up for third.
2:08 flat.
A mile and 2:08.
So the Clegg Barn makes it 2 straight as the final 2 horses come by. A winner with Country Behave. Nick Clegg in the bike again. Betty Clegg, the trainer. So the Clegg's now 2 for 2 on the day. And like they say, you can't win all the 13 that you've got in unless you win the first 2, right?
Absolutely.
Time 32 and 3, 105, 137 and 2, 208 for the final time. And as the race started out, it was Fancy Lightning with the lead. Then you had Petra up there, and Fancy Lightning sitting to the outside. That first 3/8 may have taken a lot out of Rosie's horse. Jeff was not about to let her come in, so she kind of backed it up and tried to find a spot. And at that point, Nick Clegg came flying by and then just took control of the race.
But I think Rosie's going to be happy with her filly's performance.
First time out, finished 4th. It's funny talking to Rosie beforehand. She didn't seem real happy about yesterday, the way everything went, but then she goes, got 9 out of 10 checks. You know, you really can't be too disappointed with that.
Yeah.
So here comes Nick Clegg back.
Betty says to the
circle.
photographer, anytime you see me, automatically get me a picture. So.
Trained by Betty Clegg and driven to victory by Nick Clegg. And his tire prints are still there from the first race. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Dooley Funeral Home. Let's have a big hand here for the Cleggs and Country Behave and the Dooley Funeral Home, the donors of the blanket.
Photographer Jake Freppel going to be very happy if the Cleggs keep on winning.
Yes.
I'm not sure Betty Clegg's got enough room in the truck for all the blankets she may be accumulating already this weekend.
They do get a lot all summer long, don't they?
And we'll wait to get the final rundown from Bill Peters.
Two from the top. Number 1, Go Wiz the Boys was 6th. Number 2, Petra was 2nd. Number 3, Madam L was 7th. Number 4, Fancy's Lightning was 4th. Number 5, Tom Cincy Queen was 5th. Number 6, Country Behave was the winner. Number 7, Rookie Sensation was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 32 3/5. The half was in 105. The 3/4 in 137 2/5 with a mile in 2:08. From the top it should read 6, 2, 7, 4, 5, 1, 3 on the bottom. The mile in 2:08.
Okay, so there's your results for race number 2. Race number 3 coming up is a 3-year-old filly pace, the first of 4 divisions of this race. And we're going to be right back after these messages.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Welcome back to the Paulding County Fairgrounds. 2 races in the books. This is day 4 of the Paulding County Fair. It'll run through next Saturday, so if you're in the area, stop on out. Today is Senior Citizens Day, so they had a big lunch for the seniors earlier today, and Senior Center Entertainment was the Mr. Puppet Show, in case you're wondering about that. So, in fact, there'll be another Mr. Puppet Show starting at 6 o'clock this evening, so you'll be able to, if we're around, if you want to leave for a few more races, you can go watch the Mr. Puppet Show. But, tomorrow the feature entertainment will be the Waston Neon Band. On Thursday in the grandstand, the Coy Drag Racing will take place. On Friday, it'll be the NTPA Tractor Pull, and on Saturday, they wrap it all up with the rodeo in the grandstand, fireworks after the rodeo. They had the Demolition Derby to kick off night 1 here at the fair. This is the first of our 66 fairs that we will be at. We'll be back at it again this weekend when we head down to Circleville, Ohio. We've got 2 days of racing at the Pickaway County Fair. Saturday and Sunday, Father's Day special. Both days, first race post time is 1 p.m. So we'll have all of the action for you. If you're in the area, definitely stop on down, pick up your Ohio Fair Racing passport from us. We'll have those up in our broadcast location.
This is a long fair. I mean, Saturday through Saturday, so there's a lot of days and free admission. The whole
one of the few
time.
free fairs in the state of Ohio.
They even have free rides. So if you come here, you can have free rides. So this is it's a nice fair. A lot of stuff. You know, sometimes we don't get to see much of the fair.
Right.
And we thought this was really tiny, but it's not as tiny when you start walking.
When you start walking all the way to back where the cattle barns and everything are, it's a good walk. You kind of walk through a food midway to get back there. You know, they've got a number of different food vendors. It kind of reminds me a little of Ashtabula and Jefferson in Jefferson, Ohio, the way they have all the food vendors in one area just lined straight up. You walk down and you kind of get overload trying to figure out what you're going to have and enjoy. So.
The third race coming up, as we said, is the 3-year-old Philly Pacers, the first of 4 divisions. Track record for 3-year-old Philly Pacers is 158-3. So the fastest they went yesterday was 159.
So a chance for it to be a record to go here, and we'll have a nice field of 6. A couple of them are making their first starts of the year. One did not race as a 2-year-old and is off to a good start. Sadie's Dream has hit the board in 3 of 4 starts right now, as the horses are getting ready to post parade.
Looks like some of them must be some babies. They're post parading behind the drag because they don't want to go by that drag.
Well, you know what's funny is today, when I was walking over to the grandstand, we were on the backside and walking back over and was taking a few pictures down along the fence. And today it just seemed that the horses that were out warming up were very skittish of the tractor today. Unlike yesterday, it just seemed that, they were, just wanting to avoid them. One of them just kind of stopped, just waited until the tractor went by and then, picked up warming up again. But it was just kind of really interesting to see how they were, just a little more skittish today.
Notice a lot of them are looking at the winner's circle too, sort of stopping and diving over to the right, trying to get away from that winner's circle.
Well, they also want to try to figure out how to get into the winner's circle. So they're saying, okay, do I got to go up there after I win? Do I have to go up, or how do I get into the winner's circle to get that picture taken? So just a beautiful day. You couldn't ask for a better day. The American flag right in the winner's circle, just hanging there. Yesterday it was stretched out.
Yeah.
The wind coming from our left to the right, from the top of the stretch to the finish line, and aided the horses a little bit coming down the stretch, but going up the back stretch, they were into a big headwind. So far, it's Nick Clegg with 3 wins, and Mark St. Louis had 2 yesterday. Greg Bateson had 2 yesterday, and on the training side right now, Betty Clegg has taken over that lead with 3, and Greg Bateson has a couple of wins, picked up those yesterday.
We got quite a few horses warming up. They don't restrict the warming up time here at Paulding. They just let people warm up anytime that they want to, and it's probably, I think it's Harper.
Just as long as we get done by about 10 to 9.
Yeah.
There are no lights here on the track at Paulding. That's why we moved the start time up to 3 o'clock today, because of the extra 4 races than we had yesterday. 16 races yesterday, 20 races today. I think we were both surprised that there were so many races. We knew there were going to be a lot, but did not think we were going to have that many.
There always is a lot here at Paulding. Everybody wants to come and get started. As we mentioned, the track is fast. They're taking really good care of it. They've been watering and dragging it between every race, so that takes a little extra time too. Got a nice barn here. We talked about it yesterday. It's a tie stall barn, and what's kind of neat about it is that they can take the dividers and put them back flat so they can store a lot of stuff in them during the winter time.
So let's send it up to Bill Peters for the post parade.
King of Wyndham and Marion Beachy of Sugar Creek, trained by Mike Sweeney. The driver is Curtis Harper. Number 2 is Sadie's Dream, all by Jeff Batt and Bill Webb of Defiance, trained by Bill Webb, the driver Mark Hedworth. Number 3 is Good Miss Cadillac, all by Hagerman Racing of Kidron, Ohio, Charles Reeve of Broadview Heights, Ohio, and Martin D. Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver is Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is West Malibu, all by Doug Hartong Jr. of Adrian, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring, the driver is Greg Bateson. Number 5 is Aero Jess, all by the Crazy Parrot Farm, LLC of Frisco, Texas, trained by Ken Holliday, the driver is Mickey Holliday. And number 6 is Go Go Lila Jane, all by Ted Boschma of South Lyon, Michigan, trained by Ken Hess, the driver David Lake. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry and don't.
So there you go. There is the field for today. For the third race, the 3-year-old filly Pace, going for a purse of $3,560. The number 1 is Intoxicating Candy. Curtis Harper gets the drive for Mike Sweeney. This is a Do Me That Again filly out of the Art Major mare Candy Floss, owned by Mike Sweeney, Ronald King, and Marion Beachy. Has made 4 starts this year. In its last race, finished second at Scioto Downs, pacing in 156-1. Lifetime, though, still looking for that first victory in 10 starts.
Sadie's Dream and Mark Hedworth have the 2 spot. Bill Webb is the trainer. Jeffrey Batt and William Webb are the owners. This is a Racing Hill filly, excuse me, out of Cashmere Dreams, who's by Real Desires. Filly did not start as a 2-year-old, but really has come around well. Just 4 starts this year, but 2 wins. 1 at Scioto and a non-winners of 1 in 54-1. Came right back in the non-winners of 2 and 1 in 55-4.
The number 3 is Good Miss Cadillac. Mark St. Louis Jr. will drive for Herman Hagerman. Hagerman Racing, Charles Reeve, and Martin Yoder own this Racing Hill out of the mare Stuck Like Glue. 7 starts this year, has hit the board once with a 3rd place finish. That came at Northfield Park. Last year had a really nice year. 12 starts, 9 times hit the board with a pair of wins. Was a $25,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
Of a driver change on the 4-horse. Greg Bateson will drive West Malibu. Greg Bateson to drive West Malibu. Trainer is Brian Boring. The owner is Douglas Harting. This is a, excuse me, down by the seaside out of May West Hanover, who's by Western Hanover. This was a $45,000 yearling purchase at the Ohio Selected sale. Has not had any starts this year, but just did qualify up at Northfield, pacing her mile in 2 minutes flat.
The number 5 is Aero Jess. Mickey Holliday will drive for Ken Holliday. This is a well-said filly out of Elegant Mystic. Crazy Parrot Farm of Frisco, Texas owns, making its first start of the year. Last year, 11 starts, 2 wins, earnings of over $13,000. The last time the horse was scheduled to race was Coshocton back in October of last year, but was scratched lame. So back after a long layoff is Aero Jess.
And Go-Go Lila Jane and David Lake will score from the 2nd tier. Kent Hess is the trainer. Ted Boshima owns this Rockin' Amadeus. 2 starts back at Northfield. She paced in 159 flat.
So from the rail out, it's Intoxicating Candy, Sadie's Dream, Good Miss Cadillac, West Malibu, Aero Jess, and in the 2nd tier, Go-Go Lila Jane. And let's send it up to Bill Peters.
Here they come.
2, 5.
They're off and pacing. The first horse away is Sadie's Dream. Up on the outside second is Good Miss Cadillac. At the rail third, that's Intoxicating Candy. Moving up on the outside fourth is Go-Go Lila Jane. Racing in their 5th is West Malibu. And the last horse is Aero Jess. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Mark Hedworth has Sadie's Dream on top by a length and a half. Pacing in their 2nd is Good Miss Cadillac, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. 3rd is Intoxicating Candy, driven by Curtis Harper. Pacing in their 4th, that is down the backside, that is Go-Go Lila Jane, driven by David Lake. Moving up on the outside 5th now is Aero Jess, driven by Mickey Holliday, and the last horse is West Malibu, driven by Greg Bateson. 30 and 4. First quarter was paced in 30 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That is Sadie's Dream with the lead. Up on the outside second, now comes Aero Jess. Down along the rail third is Good Miss Cadillac. At the rail fourth is Intoxicating Candy. Fifth, it is Go Go Lila Jane. And trailing is West Malibu. First half paced in 102. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Sadie's Dream. The closest horse second is Good Miss Cadillac. Third along the rail now is Intoxicating Candy. Aero Jess is fourth on the outside. Fifth along the rail is Go Go Lila Jane and West Malibu Trails. The pace picks up a wee bit going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Sadie's Dream with the lead, but a little closer second now is Good Miss Cadillac. Third is Intoxicating Candy. Slipping through at the rail fourth is Go Go Lila Jane.
32 and 2.
3/4 in 132 and 2/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Sadie's Dream with the lead. Go Go Lila Jane is now racing second. Dropping back third is Good Miss Cadillac. Less than an eighth of a mile to go. That's Sadie's Dream and Go Go Lila Jane. Sadie's Dream with the rail. Go Go Lila Jane closing fast on the outside. Sadie's Dream and Go Go Lila Jane. It's Sadie's Dream. Go Go Lila Jane up for place. Up for third is Good Miss Cadillac.
202 flat.
A mile in 2:02.
Okay, so a mile in 2:02. I didn't catch the half, but they went to the 3/4 in 32 and 2, so came home in 29 and a bit. Sadie's Dream, as we talked about earlier, she had just come off of 2 wins at, well, she had a win at Miami Valley earlier in the last part of April, and then one at Northfield in 55 and 4, and now so her third win in a row out of just 5 starts this year.
Made it look easy.
Mm-hmm.
Glad to see Mark Hedworth back out here. He used to be one of the top guys on this circuit for a long time. He last couple years he's driven a little bit at Oak Harbor, but he doesn't drive a lot of fairs anymore.
Looked like he just enjoyed himself sitting there.
I would have showed up for this one.
Hey, here we go. Made it look easy. Sadie's Dream, the Racing Hill filly, will make her way back to the winner's circle.
I don't know if anybody has noticed, but the OFRC circuit that we're on has new saddle pads this year. All new saddle pads. So
they look spiffy.
They do. They look really nice. They, we are going with the what people tend to call the raceway colors, where everybody that's got the rail uses red and blue and so forth. So let's go down to the winner's circle.
Comes number 2, Sadie's Dream, all by Jeff Badd and Bill Webb, trained by Bill Webb and driven to victory this afternoon by Mark Hedworth. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Straley Realty and Auctioneers. So we're good. A big hand here for Mark Hedworth, Jeff Flippo, Jeff Batt, and Sadie's Dream, and the Straley Realty and Auctioneers, the donors of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 3 from the top. Number 1, Intoxicating Candy was 5th. Number 2, Sadie's Dream was a winner. Number 3, Good Miss Cadillac was 3rd. Number 4, West Malibu was 4th. Number 5, Aero Jess was 6th. And number 6, Go Go Lila Jane was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 30 and 4/5. The half was in 102. The 3/4 in 132 and 2/5, with a mile in 2:02. From the top it should read 5:13.462, a mile in 2:02.
So last half in a minute, last quarter in 29 and 3, a very nice finish for Sadie's Dream. As we said, she just came off of 54 and a 55 mile, so
and
this
really
2-2 wasn't
just her
a big
5th
deal.
start of her career, 3 wins. Did not race as a 2-year-old, one of those that, for whatever reason, decided they were going to, let her mature a little more, and obviously looks like a great decision.
It's like a good one, yes. So next race coming up, the first of 4 divisions of the 3-year-old colt trotters. We just have 5 in it, no changes that we know about. So we're going to head to a short commercial break, and then we will be right back.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, Long Tom, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Welcome back to the Paulding County Fair. Frank Fraz, Susan Schroeder, Matt Clark bringing you all the action of 20 races today. Glad to have you along. Glad to welcome some of our regulars. Dave Myrick back with us from Florida, who left us yesterday halfway through the card. Now, he did have a good reason. His son Charlie was racing 4 up at Northfield and came away with a win and a second. So, good decision to watch the son's horses race there. Want to welcome Joanne Bowman, who is watching us today. She is the wife of our last year Immortal Hall of Fame honoree, Earl Bowman. So, Joanne, glad to have you along watching the races today. So make sure if you're watching us on Facebook and YouTube, you check in. Let us know where you're watching from. We always like to pass that along because it's a it's one of those things. We've got people from all over the world that are watching, and as Susan and I are walking down, we've got people stopping us, wanting pictures with us, with signs that people have made. Scott, you got your picture coming your way.
That was fun.
So it's just it's a fun thing to do, and believe me, we really enjoy bringing you these races so you can watch it. So we are up to race 4. This is the 3-year-old colt trot. The first of 4 divisions will go for $3,350.
And Cindy asked if Ronnie Gillespie was driving today, and yes, he is. He had one in the 2nd, got one in the 9th, 10th, and 11th was programmed to drive. So get a chance to see Ronnie 3 more times today.
And our fans are worried about you, asking if you're a little horse today.
Horse, yeah. Yeah. It's like you said, we walk around here and it's so much fun for people to come up to us and tell us some of their stories, what they remember from what happened when they were a kid or when they were younger. It's just got a couple of stories to share later on in the program about when some people stopped us.
And if you are here today, stop by our broadcast location, pick up your passport, and that way you can, every time you're out and see us at a fair, check in, and we'll give you a sticker to put to your passport.
And towards the end of August, some of you are going to look at your passport and go, holy man, I went to a lot of fairs, right?
Now we got Ray Bukowski's asking if we know when By the Missile will race next. I do not know that for sure when he will be back in action.
Well, I got Rusty in trouble.
Uh-oh.
I put the mayor of Salina, Doug Ballinger, and Rusty Voorhees on camera a little while ago, and he said he told his wife he was working.
Oops.
Busted.
Well, wait a minute. Shouldn't she be busted for watching the races? Unless somebody called her and said, hey, what's Rusty doing there? Oh. See, make sure you got your story straight with everybody because you never know when you're going to end up on camera. So Susan will get some passports here for you. Hold on just a second. There you go. So Susan's going to hand out a couple of our passports, and It's a nice little booklet that you can pick up here, and then when you're at the fair and we are broadcasting, stop up at our location, and usually it's best to wait till the race is over, then that way you can then jump in and we can get you your passport. But no, we love to have everybody coming up to us. But yeah, like Matt said, we've got the Salina contingent is here. We saw Doug Ballinger earlier. Doug doing well. He's in mid-season form after working the matinees, getting ready to go with the first race card. He won't start until July, though. We've only got this week coming up. We are at, I think he's at Circleville.
I think he is.
Yeah, yep. I think he is doing Circleville. So we'll see Doug this weekend at Circleville. And then the following week, we are at Ottawa. And Bill Peters will do the Ottawa fair that day. We have 5 will go behind the gate for this, the 3-year-old colt trot. We should have kept track of how many we've given away. But you know how many you printed, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we can count them when we get back to the office tomorrow, just to have an idea how many people have stopped by to pick them up.
This was for the people that came to get their passport. They own a horse that's racing in the 16th race. Horse's name is A Little Intoxicated. And she said what she wants the announcer to say is, Brian Boring training, a little intoxicated.
I don't know about a little. I mean, a lot.
Brian Boring did say he got dumped off a jog cart a few days ago, so maybe. It wasn't that horse, though. It was West Malibu, I think, that already raced. So
maybe helping out a little bit.
Yeah, that's the names are so much fun sometimes when you look at them and you're trying to figure out why did they name that, but they've got reasons.
Well, it's like we were talking about the Harmons yesterday, smoking funny things and Puff Daddy.
Yeah.
I didn't see if they had any in today. That we'll have to catch up with them and find out the history of those names. We are not only on. If you're watching us on YouTube today, thank you. We're also over on Facebook, and if you're watching us on Facebook, thank you. Let's head it up to Bill Peters for the post parade.
Trained and driven by Rosie Weaver of Beach City. Number 2 is Banker's Slim Chance, owned by Catherine Smith of Glen Allen, Virginia, trained by Pat Karcher. The driver is Pierce Henry. Number 3 is I'm Crazy, owned by Martin D. Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is Tom Creek, owned by Julie Rideout of Winchester, Indiana, Alan White of Fountain City, Indiana, and Dave Gamble of Bradford, Ohio, trained and driven by Doug Rideout. At number 5 is Hilltabber, owned by Jay and Louise Weller of Republic, Ohio, trained and driven by Jay Weller. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win.
So there is the post parade. So now let's tell you a little bit more about these horses. The number 1 is Race Day. Rosie Weaver drives, trains, and owns this creatine gelding out of the credit winner mare I Love You Like a Love Song. 1 start this year, finished 4th. Lifetime, a win in 11 starts, has earned almost $11,000, was a $13,000 purchase as a yearling.
Interesting statistic on that horse where it says she did have a win, but he had a win, but no standard record time. Means he must have won in 2:20 or above.
Or the timer broke.
Could be. Banker's Slim Chance and Pierce Henry will leave from the 2-hole. Pat Karcher is the trainer, and Catherine Ann Smith from Virginia owns this Break the Bank colt. It's out of a mare called Sass and Pout, who's by Tom Ridge. First lifetime start. Did not race as a 2-year-old, and first start now.
The number 3 is I'm Crazy. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives for Herman Hagerman. This is a credit fashion gelding out of the crazed mare Crazy Smart. Martin Yoder owns and bred I'm Crazy, who did make 1 start this year. That came at Northfield back on May 11th, finished in 7th. Last year, 9 starts, hit the board 4 times, but still looking for that first win.
Tom Creek and Doug Rideout from the 4-hole. Doug is also the trainer of this horse. And Julie Rideout, Alan White, and David Gamble are the owners. This is a long Tom out of Pretty Sydney Ridge, who's by Tom Ridge. This horse has had 9 starts this year. Trotted some big miles back at Hoosier Park earlier in May. 56-3 and 56-3 was at Miami Valley, and 57-2 at Hoosier Park.
The number 5 is Hill Tabber. Jay Weller drives and trains. He also owns this horse with Louise Weller, a 3-year-old gelding by What the Hill out of Cantabie. 1 start this year, finished in 8th after making a couple of breaks last year. Started only 1 time. That came at Dover, so very a 3-year-old with very little experience as they get ready down along the back stretch. The 5 horses in the field starting to get ready. Mike Wepkenberg with the starting gate slowly rolling from the rail out. We've got Race Day, Baker's Slim Chance, I'm Crazy, Tom Creek, and Hill Tabber. Let's send it up to Bill Peters.
There they come. They're off and trotting. The first horse away at the rail is Race Day. Dropping in there second is Banker's Slim Chance. Yes, I'm Crazy now, dropping in there second. Moving along third is Tom Creek. Moving up fourth is Hill Tabber. And the last horse is Banker's Slim Chance. As in around the turn now to head down the backside, racing over that quarter-mile mark. That is Rosie Weaver with Race Day showing on top. Racing in there second, that's I'm Crazy, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. Third is Tom Creek, driven by Doug Rideout. Fourth is Hill Tabber, driven by Jay Weller. And the last horse is Banker's Slim Chance, driven by Pierce Henry. First quarter trotted in 32 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that is still Race Day by a length and a half. Still in there second, that's I'm Crazy. Tom Creek, third and ready to move. Fourth is Hill Tabber, and the last horse is Banker's Slim Chance. Horses are in straight alignment as they race down toward the half. That's Rosie Weaver and Race Day bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that's Mark St. Louis Jr. with I'm Crazy. And now Doug Rideout moves Tom Creek up on the outside third. 5 and 2. First half trotted in 105 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Race Day. On the outside second is Tom Creek. Along the rail third is I'm Crazy. Hill Tabber trots in there fourth, followed by Banker's Slim Chance fifth. The pace picks up going down the backside toward the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Race Day with the lead. Tom Creek on the outside second. I Am Crazy third at the rail. Hill Tabber is fourth, and trailing is Banker's Slim Chance. 3 quarters in 137 as they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Race Day at the rail. Tom Creek on the outside there, only heads apart. At the rail third, that's I'm Crazy. Hill Tabber fourth, followed by Banker's Slim Chance. As they race toward home, that's Race Day at the rail and Tom Creek on the outside. Race Day and Tom Creek. Race Day at the rail, Tom Creek on the outside. Race Day and Tom Creek. It's going to be Race Day, and here the outcome. Tom Creek up for place, Hill Tabber for third.
206 and 4.
A mile in 206 4/5.
So Rosie Weaver goes gate to wire with Race Day coming off the rail. Got to the lead and able to maintain the lead all the way around. Second to Tom Creek with Doug Rideout. Third, Hill Tabber, making just third career start. Comes home third. I Am Crazy was fourth. And Banker's Slim Chance, a first career starter, finishing in fifth.
You had mentioned that they didn't seem like they were going down very fast, down the half in 5 and 2, but mile in 6 and 4 off of 37 3/4, so last quarter in 29 and 4. They scooted home when they needed to.
Rosie kind of gave it a little gas around the final turn and was able to open up a little on Tom Creek with Doug Rideout, and then able to get home for the win.
So we're joined in the broadcast booth by Steve Bateson. You've got one in the 20th, so you've got some time.
A little bit of time, yes. A little bit of time. But I consider it my time because it only takes me an hour to get to Paulding from my house, and I can't get to any track in the state in less than 2 hours. And all those tracks, you got to be there 4 hours in advance. So I'm probably 4 hours in advance here.
Anyway.
4 hours in advance of being here, 4 hours in advance. Let's go back up to the winner's circle.
From Beach City, Ohio comes number 1, Race Day, owned, trained, and driven electric by Rosie Weaver. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Milan Center Feed and Grain.
3 in this draft.
Yep.
Mutuals 145 official.
That's what I hear there for Rosie Weaver and Race Day and the Milan Center Feed and Grain, the donors of the blanket.
You know, Matt, we're going to have to talk to Rosie about those hats. Those are pretty nice looking hats parts of her crew are wearing. So we got to maybe get a hold of one of those somehow.
They have all the attire. Here's a rundown here.
Was 5th. Number 3, I'm Crazy was 4th. Number 4, Tom Creek was 2nd. Number 5, Hill Tabber was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 32 2/5. The half was in 105 2/5. The 3 quarters in 137 with a mile in 206 4/5. From the top it should read 154 2 3 on the bottom, a mile in 206 4/5. New lifetime mark on race day.
You know, that group of 3-year-olds, there was only one horse in there that had a win, and it stayed that way. And it's a little unusual. You would see 5 horses that are 3-year-olds that none of them had a win except for Race Day, the one horse, and it repeated again today. I don't know where that win came from, but it wasn't fast enough to be a recordable time. I don't know if you guys mentioned that in the broadcast, but you see that once in a while, especially early in the year if you have bad track conditions or such of that. And apparently that happened with Race Day. But
we certainly have great track conditions here.
Yeah, today. You know, I don't know how many times we've done broadcasts from Paulding. This is probably maybe the 4th, maybe.
So this was the first one we did when COVID hit, and we were allowed to come here, and we did the first fair from here.
So that had been 2020.
2020, so yeah, so this will be the 4th year we've been here.
Yeah, I would say this has probably been the best 2 days of racing we've had in a long time. Usually Paulding, there's always a chance of rain, and even when there isn't a chance of rain, there's a chance of rain. So, yeah, it's a good way to start off the fair season. I mean, 36 races in 2 days, wow.
Makes for long days for, you know, especially the horsemen and yourself. I mean, you're in the 20th, so. And you were in late yesterday too.
I was in the 15th, not the 16th, but the 15th. Yeah, you know, you kind of expect that when you're racing in the Signature Series. You know, ideally they want to get the stake events raced as they should, and the fairs that do have a few overnights tend to push them towards the back half of the card. In the event that they have rain, those are easy to cancel. So you kind of expect that. You know, for me, it isn't about the purse. It's, you know, keeping a horse tight when you can race them somewhat close to home. And I've got 2 at home this year that I'm training myself, and I'll probably stop in at a few fairs, especially when they're in Northwest Ohio.
Well, we're going to take a break. We'll come back, talk some more to Steve, and take a look ahead to our 5th, the 2-year-old Colt Pace, the second of 6 divisions here at Paulding right after this.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio wishes everyone success with their yearlings and racehorses. Our stallion roster includes the trotter Play Tricks on Me, a fast son of Trixton. Cool Winds also stands proven sire Mr. Apples in the great state of Ohio. Randy and Kim Haynes also stand the only full brother to Some Beach Somewhere, Bring on the Beach, sire of Heart of Chewbacca.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Welcome back to the Paulding County Fairgrounds. Susan Schroeder, Frank Froz, Matt Clark, joined by Steve Bateson, the past president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Susan handing out our passports and giving stickers to some fans who have made their way up to the broadcast location. Steve, you said you're training 2 this year?
I am. Past president, I guess I've got more time, but just how it worked out. I mean, I do have a track at my house and a relatively nice barn, so I'm making full use of it. The horse I raced yesterday, I raced in the fairs last year as a 3-year-old, and then I've got a 5-year-old that actually began his career and was born just up the road at Bill Webb's. His name is Surfing the Canyon. And I was very competitive as a 2- and 3-year-old for Bill Webb, and my partner and I and Jason Brewer brought the horse early in his 4-year-old year. So I've got him at here in tonight, the 20th race, and should have a competitive shot.
Your son was here with you yesterday. You got help today?
Yes, my youngest son, Levi, is my head groom, second trainer. He actually trains this horse. He trained it the other day. On Sunday. Was it Sunday? Saturday or Sunday, I forget the day now, and did very nicely. He's pretty handy with a horse, actually. Very quiet and does a nice job.
And how old is he?
Levi is 15 now.
Is this something Levi's looking into?
He might be. His mother is not. His mother very much does not want him in the horse business, but as I've said, it's a fun hobby. It's an enjoyable hobby. It's a very difficult way to make a living.
Now, your older son, Case, is he still driving?
Yes. As I said, it's a very difficult way to make a living. He is out in the meadows near Pittsburgh. He works for Ashley Brown and does drive occasionally, and has one horse that he trains himself. But that's what he always loved. That's what he wanted to do. He's still doing it.
But still on Dad's payroll, partly, probably.
A little bit. You know, he's got his own truck. He's paid for his own truck. He pays for his own rent. He's still on my health insurance, but everything else he pretty well pays for. So.
Well, good.
Yeah.
Good, because you never know when they're going to finally get off that payroll.
Right. Yeah. You never know. I mean, the main thing is my wife and I, we do have a basement, but he's no vacancy. There's no vacancy for him.
Oh, so any plans for a third?
A third horse?
For a third horse, yep.
Probably not. I mean, there's just not enough hours in the day. Now, in the summertime with Levi at home, you know, we can jog early or we can jog after dinner. We got plenty of daylight. But once school starts, it's very difficult. Actually, my wife will help a little bit, but you know, horses take a lot of time to do it right, and I don't, you know, I want to short the horse and do what needs to be done, but I have nobody to answer to. These horses are owned by me, so, you know, I don't have anybody calling me and saying, you know, why is my horse not racing this week? Well, I was too busy. That's why it's not racing. So I don't have any partners anymore, unfortunately, with at least the ones that I'm training. But it's good. I mean, I've always enjoyed sitting behind a horse, and you know, I may even come back and drive 1 or 2 times this year if the mood strikes me right.
Oh, let's get the mood striking you just for the heck of it. So getting ready for this, the fifth of the day. This is a 2-year-old colt pace. I believe they're all out on the track waiting for the post parade to start. Any interest in training 2-year-olds now, or just?
I had a 2-year-old this year that didn't make it, Mr. Apples, that I had somebody break, and we're going to do the post parade here. We can talk about that.
Kauser Excavating LLC. Number 1 is Andre L. Alma Levan Stables, Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, Jay Steckley of Urban, Ohio, and Jay Wildermuth of Lewistown, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 2 is Salisbury Road Apple, owned by Joseph Yoder of Millersburg, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 3 is Spartan Hill, owned by Jerry Migel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is Pure Dragon, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, Ohio, the driver is Nick Clegg. Number 5 is Vapor at the Sea, owned by Hagerman Racing of Kidron, Ohio, and Roger Howard of Edgerton, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Jeff Nysonger. And number 6 is JB Magic, owned by Bob Geist of Salina, trained by Ty Bates, the driver Luke Hanners. Horses will take one long.
So we did have one driver change. Drew Neal's driving the 2, and Jeff Nysonger driving the 5. I saw Drew Neal go by, but I wasn't sure which horse he was driving. So Drew Neal in the bike for Rosie Weaver.
We have 2 Fear the Dragons in this race. Both came from Emerald Highlands Farm, which is a little bit interesting. They got 2 of those, and one of them is owned by a past OHHA director, Bob Geist, the 6-horse. Ty Bates trains that gray Fear the Dragon.
Bob was a longtime superintendent of speed at Salina.
Yes.
Also, so.
Yes.
Longtime guy in the horse business.
Yeah, we got a good contingent from Salina here today, so they just they made the drive to enjoy the racing today.
Yeah. That we were talking that typically horses that I had trained were generally all young horses, and I have a homebred mare that I was hoping to race a 2-year-old out of, and it was in Salina. So a friend of mine, Perry Walker, broke the horse. I simply didn't have enough time, and he was training it down, and we just determined that the knees weren't developed enough to go on with him, and we were far enough behind that there's no point in pushing something that's not ready yet. So that was a mare that had won a sire stake for me, probably one of the bigger thrills I ever had in harness racing, winning with a 99-1 shot, and her name was Frisky Megan. So at Miami Valley, but so maybe next year, his name's Frisky Apples, so maybe next year he'll get a chance.
Well, we saw that in the 3rd today with Sadie's Dream, did not race as a 2-year-old, comes back as a 3-year-old, 5 starts, 3 wins. So sometimes they just need that extra time to mature, grow into their body, and like you said, you don't want to push them.
Right. I mean, you'll see some of these 2-year-olds that look like 4-year-olds, and occasionally you'll see some of these 2-year-olds that look like they're yearlings. It's just all how they develop, and no rhyme or reason to it. But in his particular case, physically he was there, but his joints just was still growing, and after doing X-rays, it just didn't make sense to go on with him. And you'll see. Early on, some of these fairs, unfortunately, some of these 2-year-olds will stop. They'll have some ouches, and the trainer will decide, this just doesn't make sense. Nice horse, let's quit with it while we still have a nice horse.
That's what we said yesterday. Today we got 6 divisions. In a couple weeks, a couple fairs down the road, it's maybe down to 5 because some are going to turn them out. They're not ready to go for whatever reason. So we're getting set to go from the rail out. It's Andre L., Salisbury Road Apple, Spartan Hill, Pure Dragon, Vapor at the Sea, and JB Magic here for the 2nd division of 2-year-old colt pacers, going for a purse of $2,686. Let's send it upstairs to Bill Peters for the call of the 5th.
At this point is Pure Dragon. As they straighten out down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Mark St. Louis Jr. has Spartan Hill on top by 2.5 lengths. Pacing second is Andre L., driven by Hank Levan. In their third, that's JB Magic, driven by Luke Hanners. Fourth is Salisbury Road Apple, driven by Drew Neal. Fifth, it is Vapor at the Sea, driven by Jeff Nicehonger. And the last horse, Pure Dragon, driven by Nick Clegg.
31 flat.
First quarter was paced in 31 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's still Spartan Hill by about 2 lengths. Andre L. racing in their second, followed by JB Magic third. Salisbury Road Apple paces fourth. Fifth along the rail, that is Vapor at the Sea, moving up on the outside six. Now fifth and coming after the leaders is Pure Dragon. First half paced in 1:02 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Spartan Hill. The closest horse second is Andre L. Racing in their third, that is JB Magic. Fourth now is Pure Dragon. Pure Dragon now goes off stride. Now taking over fourth, that's Vapor at the Sea. Moving up fifth is Salisbury Road Apple. Going past that 3/4 mile mark, that's Spartan Hill with a lead. Up on the outside second now comes JB Magic.
31 and 1.
3/4 in 1:31 and 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, that is still Spartan Hill with the lead. Swimming through at the rail second, Andre L. On the outside third is JB Magic. As they race for home, that's Spartan Hill and Andre L. Spartan Hill and Andre L. It's going to be Spartan Hill, and here they all come. Andre L. holding on for place. Up for show is JB Magic. 1 mile in 2 minutes and 1/5.
Well, they sure scooted home.
Yeah, big mile. That horse looked like it was a 4-year-old pacing veteran. Spartan Hill, first start of the year, and just went out there and broke sticks. Won it handy. Steve Novak, I believe, won a race yesterday with Dancing in Style, I think, a 3-year-old pacing colt, I think.
Yep.
So he's having a good Paulding meet here, but this horse is... it's got bigger and better things on its mind than racing at the fair, I have a feeling. Very impressive. That is close to a track record for 2-year-olds, isn't it?
It's 2-year co-pace, no, 58 and 3.
58 and 3.
Yeah. Yeah, but like you said, Spartan Hill looked certainly looked like he was worth his $10,000 purchase price.
Back half in 58 and 1. Yeah, that's impressive. Nice effort for Andre L. Got away second and maintained that the entire mile. Nick Clegg made a little bit of a move on the backside and made a break with Pure Dragon. But off of that half, Spartan Hill was just in hand on the back half. So Mark St. Louis is having a good Paulding meet as well.
Mm-hmm. Should be coming back to the winner's circle.
Interesting, this breeder was Dirk Simpson from PA. Pretty good trainer out in Pennsylvania and has an Ohio bred. I'm just kind of curious how it ended up in a sale. Jerry Migel bought it.
Dirk Simpson was from Illinois Illinois for a long time. I think he's probably been out east here, I don't know, maybe 10, 12 years by now, but he was a mainstay at Springfield, Illinois.
Okay.
Comes number 3, Spartan Hill, all by Jerry Migel, trained by Steve Novak, and driven up this afternoon by Mark St. Louis Jr. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Ben Kauser Excavating. I want to wish a happy anniversary to the trainer of this horse, Steve Novak, and his wife, Nicole. Happy anniversary, Steve and Nicole. Let's have a big hand here for Mark St. Louis Jr., Stacy Curry, Braden Novak, and Spartan Hill. And Ben Kauser Excavating, the donors of the blanket.
Go ahead.
Bill always has tidbits. Anniversary today for Steve Novak and his wife.
Bill can retain more in his head than 10 people put together, at least.
Yeah.
It is amazing that he can keep all those statistics. just is. We're going to get the rundown from him in just a minute, and then we'll talk to Steve a little bit about the state of racing in Ohio.
Road Apple was 6th. Number 3, Spartan Hill was the winner. Number 4, Pure Dragon was 4th. Number 5, Vapor at the Sea was 5th. Number 6, JB Magic was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 31 seconds. The half was in 1:02. The 3/4 in 1:31 and 1/5. With a mile in 2 minutes and 1/5. From the top it should read 2:61.453. A mile in 2 minutes and 1/5.
So as a member of the OHHA board, former president, you have to be happy about the state of racing in Ohio.
Yeah, I think, all the hard work that a lot of the breeders did to beef up their herd, you might say, the broodmare stock, and then the overall interest in our program in Ohio has led to a lot of foals racing. And we're seeing that even in the overnights, how many races have Ohio-bred horses in them. And a lot of our preferred conditions, especially for the younger horses, are preferred Ohio-sired or Ohio-sired and owned. And they'll fill up a card with a lot of Ohio-breds. And again, it's a tribute to the breeders having a quality product that sustains itself beyond just the 2- and 3-year-old year. And I think you'll see, throughout the year, we're going to have a lot of splits, probably more than what some people will like. We did add a fair with Bell Fountain, but I think throughout the year you're not going to see, until we get maybe late in the year, very many one-division fair races. I just think the money's good. And guys are going to try to recoup their money wherever that horse is best classified. In some cases, it's at the county fairs.
You mentioned, just owners from all over. As I went to the car to get a piece of equipment, I was stopped by a gentleman who's got one in the 16th, and he was telling me, his partners are all watching today. He's from Michigan. He's got another partner from Michigan. He's got one from Prince Edward Island. And he's got one from Florida. And if you take a look at where these owners are coming from, in the program, we've got them from all over the country. We had one from Washington yesterday, or viewer from Washington yesterday. We had an owner from Texas. We got one from Virginia today. So everybody around the United States is seeing the product that is coming out here in Ohio.
And that's one of the things that, fortunately, one of the few things, fortunately, that COVID brought us. And that was figuring out a way to continue to allow our owners to watch their horses race, and we came up with the fair broadcast concept, and we've built upon it year after year. And I think for owners it's a real blessing, because I will tell you, a lot of guys years ago had no interest in a trainer going to a fair unless it was a last resort. They didn't, either didn't want to drive there, or there was no way to really watch it. And now the purses are decent, and an owner can watch these fair races from home or go back and rewatch them. We still have a lot of owners want to see it live, but a lot of them will go back and rewatch the broadcast. And if you look at some of those views, a lot of those views will happen long after it was live. And I can tell you, it's some of the people that were racing today, they want to rewatch it, or an owner that maybe is working right now, he gets home tonight, he can watch it.
Yep, send it, and then send it on to friends to watch so they can all watch it. So,
right.
Yep.
And we heard that this morning. Somebody said, well, I was watching the replays last night.
Yep.
So
good opportunity.
And hopefully people that watch these reach out to those sponsors and communicate how much they enjoy that, because we do utilize sponsors to help offset some of the cost to this. I mean, this isn't entirely members paying for this broadcast. We have some very valuable sponsors. We're trying to get their breedings or their products pushed out there, and hopefully people go out and buy their services or buy their products.
So race, what do you need, Matt? Oh, no driver changes for the 6th. Nope, no changes for the 6, so we're good.
None that we know of.
Yeah, none that we know of. So, but we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll tell you about the 6th, the second of 4 divisions for the 2-year-old filly trot when we return to Paulding County.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661. Welcome back to the Paulding County Fairgrounds, where they've had a blanket rope mishap again. They had it yesterday. They had a rope strung over where the blankets were, and that has snapped again. That's 2 nights in a row that has happened, so they've had to come up with a new idea. Now they've got them hanging right behind the fence of the winner's circle.
You talk about a great blanket guy. It's Terry Adams. He just puts those on the horses, and he seems to know when the horse is coming back to the winner's circle if it should throw the blanket or not.
Right.
Excuse me. Because then he'll see them and they're a little bit spooky, so he'll just have them hold the blanket in front of them instead of putting it on. So
and in most cases, especially 2-year-olds, it's probably well advised. Now,
Yeah.
Terry is a longtime past horseman and kind of knows the lay of the land. But, some fairs that insist on throwing it on the horse sometimes is very problematic, not only for the picture, but everybody involved. So
Yes.
I do think displaying it in front of the horse is the safest, quickest way to go about it.
We are getting set. Horses are coming out onto the track for the 6th race today. We have 20 on the card. We had 16 yesterday, 20 today. Steve gets the highest average race start, 15 and a half after the 15th yesterday, and the 20th today, make that 17 and a half. So, makes for a long day. But we will be in Circleville this Friday and Saturday, and then I believe it's a week from today, we are at. We head up to Ottawa, the Putnam County Fair, so we'll have 2 days of racing from Ottawa. We'll go at 5 o'clock on Tuesday and then 5 o'clock on Wednesday.
Looks like Luke Hanners is on the 1 in this race.
So Luke did drive a horse that Ryan Stahl was named on back in the 1st. Yep, there goes Luke. And then now it looks like Rory Moore is driving the 2. Rosie Weaver, I saw, was on the 3. Hank Levan is on the 6th. Unless he decided to put Harrison up, but I think it is Hank. And Nick Clegg driving the number 5 Dublin's Alexis.
Got to catch up on my paperwork. I always fall behind.
I'm not sure what happened to Bill for the post parade, but
maybe he's going to send him around again. Somebody was.
He probably really likes this song. And he wanted the song to finish.
So now let's go to Bill Peters for the post parade.
and a blanket courtesy of Paulding County Agricultural Society. Number 1 is Sienna Sunrise, owned by Mike Lee of Rudolph, James Bellasack of Strongsville, Ohio, Bob Carson of Strongsville, Ohio, and Dr. Jill Dell of Delta. Trained by Duke Sugg, we have a change in drivers here to Luke Hanners. Luke Hanners driving number 1, Sienna Sunrise. Number 2 is Strike a Pose, owned by Rory Moore and Susan Sandstrom of Grafton, Ohio. Trained and driven by Rory Moore. Number 3 is Eckert Hill Addy, owned by Heartland Acres of Wahonding, Ohio. Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and Cabby D LLC of Hudson, Ohio. Trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. Number 4 is Real Sugar, owned by Noah Wingard of Wilshire, Ohio, trained by Justin White, the driver of Tyler St. Louis. Number 5 is Dublin's Alexis, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, Ohio, the driver of Nick Clegg. Number 6 is Annie L., owned by Levan Stables Incorporated, Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, Heidi Ratliff of Marion, Ohio, and Chris Page of Delaware, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank Levan. And number 7 is Dietz Lighting, owned by Venier Racing of Pemberville, Ohio, John and Leanne Saunders of Castle Rock, Colorado, and Schuberg Racing of Panama City, Florida, trained and driven by Dan Venier. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in.
There's one of those ownership groups in the Dan Venier horse, Colorado, Florida, and Ohio. So hopefully they're watching.
Well, the Colorado connection is the connection that owns Rose Run Zane.
Yep.
And what a horse he is.
Having a pretty good year this year.
I'd say. I think we're going to see a lot out of that horse.
I interviewed Dan yesterday for our Ohio Harness update, and when I was doing some research for it, Dan's best year as a trainer was last year when he earned $182,000. This year he's already at $179,000. So he's going to go over that as long as Rose Run Zane stays healthy. But yeah, it's just a really, really nice horse, Rose Run Zane.
Dan's never had a huge stable. He's a master of a lot of different things that he's been involved in. I won't go into all that, but he's had some really good horses over the years, and he's kind of a native of Michigan, lived in Michigan a number of years, and I can't say enough about how skilled Dan is. He doesn't live too terribly far from me, lives relatively close to John Koneski, but a very accomplished driver and trainer, and he doesn't have to have a trotter, doesn't have to have a pacer. He can either one, and he's had some nice brood mares as well. So it's great to see him and his wife Cheryl having the success that they're having.
Yeah, we're going to have a nice story about one of their horses, the one that raced yesterday. Was born to a mare who broke a leg, and you talked about Dan being, master of things. Well, he built a sling for this horse to stand in while it recovered, and it was just a great story. And then to see the horse finally get to the track, the baby get to the track, was really nice. So we're going to have a story on that in the next magazine.
Oh, good.
He told us something interesting about the Colorado owners too. Is that this is the son, second generation in, and the dad passed away, and he thought that then the son would get out of it, and the son went, "Oh no," he says, "I want bigger. I want more horses." So,
well, I think he has more horses currently than he's had in quite some time, and I think it's putting a little load on Cheryl, because I don't think they really have a lot of extra help. I think it's just them. So
yeah, they had a little grandson over there helping.
Today he was standing there holding the lead chain. So we get set to go. Susan?
That's this 2-year-old filly trout race number 6 from the rail out. Sienna Sunrise, Strike a Pose, Eckart Hill Addy, Real Sugar, Dublin's Alexis, and from the second tier, Annie L. and Dietz Lightning. Let's turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of the 6th race.
And trotting the first horse away is Sienna Sunrise. Dropping in there second, that's Strike a Pose. Strike a Pose now goes off stride. Moving up on the outside now to take second, it is Eckert Hill Addy. Down at the rail third, that's Annie L. Moving up fourth now is Dietz Lighting. Fifth along the rail, that's Real Sugar. And the last horse off stride now is Dublin's Alexis. Going toward that quarter-mile mark. Luke Hanners has Sienna Sunrise on top by 2 lengths. Racing in there second is Annie L, driven by Hank Levan. Third, moving along at the rail, is Eckerd Hill Eddie, driven by Rosie Weaver. Fourth is Dietz Lighting, driven by Dan Vinier. Racing in there fifth, that's Real Sugar. Moving up sixth, now is Dublin's Alexis, and the last horse, Strike a Pose.
33 and 6, or 33 and 4.
First quarter, trotted in 33 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That is Sienna Sunrise bringing the horses down to the half. Moving up along the rail second, that's Annie L. On the outside third, now second comes Eckerd Hill Eddie. Fourth and on the move is Dietz Lighting. Right there fifth, that's Real Sugar. Farther back sixth comes Dublin's Alexis, and the last horse, Strike a Pose.
105 and 4.
First half was trotted in 105 and 4/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside and race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Sienna Sunrise. The closest horse second on the outside is Eckerd Hill Eddie. Third along the rail, that's Annie L. Right there fourth, Dietz Lighting. Off stride momentarily with Real Sugar. Past the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Sienna Sunrise with a lead, beginning a little bit on the outside is Eckerd Hill Eddie.
137 and 2.
3/4 and 137 and 2/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Sienna Sunrise with the lead. On the outside second, Eckerd Hill Eddie. Locked in along the rail third, that's Annie L. Fourth is Dietz Lighting as they race toward home. That's Sienna Sunrise and Annie L now gets out. Sienna Sunrise and Annie L. It's going to be Sienna Sunrise, and here they'll come. Annie L up for place. Up for third is Eckerd Hill Eddie. 1 mile and 2:06 and 1/5.
Nice effort.
Didn't get that final time. Did you get it, Susan?
I did not.
What do we have here?
Oh, this is our ice cream. This is the best part about the day.
Oh,
Wow.
Thank you, Susan. I'll grab you.
You guys need water? Need some water?
Thank you.
Homemade ice cream.
Yes.
Yeah. This is like the best place.
This is great. We get ice cream broadcast here.
Yeah.
You know.
So I know a little insight on this horse that won. I actually thought it was trained by Michael Lee. Michael Lee owns a part of this horse, but this nice chestnut here. This horse had kind of some type of odd abnormality with its teeth, and had to have a minor surgery to help. I don't know if it had multiple teeth in the same spot, but they were really high on this. It trains at Duke Suggs Farm or Ivan Suggs Farm. Nice chestnut filly that Michael Lee has, and you'll see Tyler Burris Lee come in the winner's circle with Michael Lee, and she does a lot of work, extra work on these horses to keep them sharp and looking good. And their son Colton's with them coming across the track.
Colton came up to pick up his passport earlier today.
So they have to be tickled. First start, first win.
Now, like they say, though, you can't win them all unless you win the first, right?
That's right.
I believe it's that.
Where only the winners go comes number 1, Sienna Sunrise, owned by Michael Lee, James Bellasack, Rob Carson, and Dr. Jill Dennell. Trained by trained by Duke Sugg, and driven to victory this afternoon by Luke Hanners. Of the Paulding County Agricultural Society.
You chose 163 official.
All right, that's clear. 163, thank you.
Luke gets his second win of the meet. Had one yesterday. The track record with Tulsa Bell.
Burris family, Dr. Jill Dennell, Luke Hanners, and Sienna Sunrise. And to the Paulding County Agricultural Society, the donors of the blanket.
Dr. Jill Dental is a relatively new vet in Northwest Ohio. I think her clinic's up around Wauseon Delta area is where she's from. Very accomplished vet that a lot of people are getting acclimated to.
You have to give a lot of credit to the trainer of a chestnut filly trotter.
Yeah.
Is that superstition
that
coming
is
up?
superstition, yeah, on my part, absolutely.
Winner. Number 2, Strike a Pose was 6th. Number 3, Eckerd Hill Eddie was 3rd. Number 4, Real Sugar was 7th. Number 5, Dublin's Alexis was 5th. Number 6, NEL was 2nd. Number 7, Dietz Lighting was 4th. Time of the first quarter was 33 4/5. The half was in 105 4/5. The 3 quarters in 137 2/5. With a mile in 206 1/5. From the top it should read 163.752. 4 on the bottom. The mile in 206 1/5.
One last thing, County Fair, I mean, it's important at all races, but post position at a county fair is very important. And some horses aren't able to capitalize on a good post. And this was an example of a horse that was good on the gate. She stepped right off the gate, went to the front, controlled the fractions, and really took advantage of that nice post position.
When we talked earlier, last night after your race, you had 7 hole yet last night. Today, though, you're coming out of the 2-hole, and you said it's going to be a totally different experience.
I hope so. I hope so. I mean, we were parked every step out of the 7-hole, and that horse is not the easiest to drive. He needs to really be on the gate to kind of relax. And coming out of the second tier, he couldn't really leave. He had a horse in front of him and ended up parked. But I think this horse today will be able to leave, and I don't think he'll be parked. So, but you got to pick your spots at a county fair, and being parked out more than 2 turns, it's kind of a kiss of death unless you got a super horse. And so you'll see that throughout the day. Very, very few horses are able to go that extra distance for more than about a turn.
Next up, we got the 3-year-old filly Pace, the 2nd division of 4. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll tell you about the 7 in this field.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 65 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the County Fair, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for over $20 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Welcome back to the Paulding County Fairgrounds in Paulding, Ohio, located in the northwest corner of the Buckeye State. This is the first of 66 fairs that will have harness racing in Ohio. Starts today, ends in October at the Fairfield County Fair in Lancaster. 129 race cards that you'll be able to watch live here on the OHHA YouTube channel and on our Facebook page. Glad to have everybody along. Please check in from where you're watching. We check the comments, see who's out there and where they're watching from.
Rusty Voorhees says he's watching from the comfortable Paulding grandstand.
We're about 6 rows behind us.
Wishing I had ice cream like we do.
Oh. Yeah, Rusty has one in training that's not going to race this year, so he's going to be doing some watching this year.
That's tough when you have one horse and put all your hopes on it. I've been there. But I better go back and check on my son and check on my horse, and probably have time to come back and say hello again. But I've enjoyed it as always. You guys do an excellent job, and I appreciate all you do.
Thank you, and anytime, join us up here. The insight you offer is valuable because, it's funny, Susan and I, being in the business, this is a lifer for you. So these people and you know a lot of these stories, and the one thing we found is our viewers like the stories. They like to find out about the things that are going on in this industry, and just having those stories makes for a much better program. And we appreciate you coming by anytime, Steve. It's always good. I don't know about the visor, but we'll have to work on that. It's a Baltimore Orioles.
I wear that proudly. I've been an Oriole fan since first grade. So we went through some really tough years recently, but they got a nice team.
They're stacked right now. They got a lot of really, really good young players. In fact, Jackson Holiday, he's back in the minors.
Yes.
He came up for the brief cup of coffee and gave him a taste and said, okay, let's send you back down there. But,
Yeah, they certainly do. If you like baseball, they're a fun team to watch with the young talent that they have. And, baseball has tried to help its game a little bit. Actually, harness racing could learn something from it. And, they've sped up the game and tried to eliminate all these delays. And I think it's helped the fan appeal a little bit.
When the purists, when they first heard it, were really kind of down on it, but I think they've come around on it. A couple of the changes I don't agree with,
but the extra innings.
It's speeding it up a little bit, and that's been the big thing, is that the fans can enjoy it more.
Sure. I mean, you can tune in and not maybe be there for 3.5 hours, and some would say that about our sport, and I think it's a little bit different dynamics for us to speed it up too much. But again, we certainly could improve upon the downtime and having some topics to keep people's interest, and I think that's part of the things that you guys do with the OHHA and talking about a multitude of subjects.
And on the on-track experience, having like a singer today to entertain the fans between races is nice, because you need the time between the races. The horses have to warm up for later in the race in the program, but as you get to that end of the program when the horses are done warming up, they can go a little bit quicker.
Absolutely.
So, well, good luck today. Maybe we'll be talking to you in the winner's circle.
Hope so.
Ohio Harness Horsemen Association past president Steve Bateson coming up, and now we'll head back to the barn area to check on. I'm not sure which ones he's checking on first, his horse or his son.
His son, yeah. Well, his son's supposed to be watching the horse.
So
see how that goes.
So as we get set for the 7th, their horses are starting to come out on the track. This will be a 3-year-old filly pace with 7. I think we've got 5 are out on the track right now.
Two driver changes that we know about. The one will be driven by Doug Rideout. She's a legend, Doug Rideout. And Robin Hill High, the 2-horse, will be driven by Greg Bateson.
The only problem with this is, your ice cream's starting to melt, Susan.
I know, I see that.
Get to that, but good crowd here today. A lot of people down below, standing along the fence, watching and enjoying the racing.
Up high, owned by Christine Kostasich of Morton, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring, the driver Greg Bateson. Number 3 is Seaside Hottie, owned by the Miller Racing Stable Incorporated of Greenville, Ohio, and Lynn Miller of Delphus, Ohio, trained by Ryan Miller, the driver is Drew Neal. Number 4 is Holden Mama L, owned by Levan Stables Incorporated of Woodstock, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 5 is Kathy's Jet, owned by Jerry Meigel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 6 is Our Miss Ray, owned by Bill Webb of Defiance, Ohio, trained by Bill Webb, the driver Mark Hedworth. Number 7 is I Am a Flirt, owned by Watson Harness Racing of Tiffin, Ohio, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Bruce Henry. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's win, place, exacta, and trifecta wagering here in race 7. Again, trifecta wagering here in race 7. I was wondering
let's take a look at the field a little more in depth. The number 1 is She's a Legend. Cam McGowan was down to drive, but it'll be Doug Rideout driving for Kent Wilcox. This is a bit of a legend and filly out of the gun that won the West mare Katie's Sure Shot, owned by Tammy Wilcox. 9 starts this year. Does have a third place finish in one of those 9 starts. That came 2 races ago at Eldorado Scioto Downs. Did not race as a 2-year-old. Did see action in the Buckeye Stallion Series back in May.
Robin Hill High and Greg Bateson from the 2-hole. Brian Boring is the trainer. Christine Keshik from Morton, Michigan owns this Nob Hill High filly out of Mommy Robin Q, who's by Western Ideal. 11 starts as a 2-year-old. No starts this year, but did qualify about a week or a couple weeks ago. Qualified at Northfield Park. Paced her mile in 2-3 flat.
The number 3 is Seaside Hottie. Drew Neal drives for Ryan Miller. This Down by the Seaside is out of the Rock and Roll Heaven mare Hot Lemonade, owned by Miller Racing Stables, and Lynn Miller. Has hit the board in 4 of 8 this year with a win and 3 second-place finishes. Earnings of $17,000 this year. Kind of identical to last year almost. Last year, 8 starts, a win in 2 seconds. This year, 8 starts, a win and 3 seconds for Seaside Hottie, who was a $60,000 purchase.
Holden Mama L and Hank Levan from the 4-hole. Hank is the trainer. Levan Stables owners of this Pet Rock filly. Out of Shakin' What Mama Gave You by Art Official. 24 starts as a 2-year-old. 1 win, that was at Marysville in 2-3. 7 starts this year, 1 win in 56 at Scioto Downs, and that was her last start.
The number 5 is Kathy's Jet. Mark St. Louis Jr. will drive for Steve Novak. They're going to look for their 3rd win as a combination. Those 2 came yesterday. This is a 3-year-old filly by Dancing Yankee out of Jet's Dream, owned and bred by Jerry Migel. And 7 starts on the year, a win and a second, has a mark of 2 minutes and 3/5 at Northfield.
Our Miss Ray and Mark Hedworth from the 2nd tier. Bill Webb's the trainer and the owner. This is Cheyenne Ray out of Little Miss Artist, an artistic fellow. No starts last year, 1 qualifier this year at Hoosier Park.
The number 7 is I'm a Flirt. Pierce Henry drives for Mike Sweeney. It's an I Am Gorgeous out of the Western Hanover mare Campus Flirt, owned by Watson Harness Racing of Tiffin, Ohio. Did not race as a 2-year-old. Has a couple of starts this year. It's from the rail out. It's She's a Legend, Robin Hill High, Seaside Hottie, Hold'em Mama, Kathy's Jet, Our Miss Ray, and I'm a Flirt. Let's send it up to Bill Peters for a call of the 7th.
There they come. Off and pacing the first horse away in the middle of the track is Seaside Hottie. Up on the outside second is Holden Mama L. At the rail third is She's a Legend. At the rail fourth, that is Robin Hill High. Moving in there fifth is I'm a Flirt. Sixth is Kathy's Jet, and the last horse is Our Miss Ray. Straightening out down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Drew Neal has Seaside Hottie on top by a length and a half. Pacing second is Holden Mama L, driven by Hank Levan. Third is She's a Legend, driven by Doug Rideout. Fourth is Robin Hill High, driven by Greg Bateson. Fifth is I'm a Flirt, driven by Pierce Henry. Sixth is Our Miss Ray, driven by Mark Hedworth. And the last horse is Kathy's Jet, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr.
29-1.
First quarter paced in 29 1/5 seconds as they race down toward the half-mile mark. That's Drew Neal and Seaside Hottie bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that's Hank Levan with Golden Mama L. She's a Legend is in there third. Robin Hill High fourth. I'm a Flirt is fifth. Sixth is Our Miss Ray, and farther back seventh is Kathy's Jet.
59-2.
First half paced in 59 2/5 seconds as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Seaside Hottie. The closest horse second is Holden Mama L. She's a Legend right there, close third, followed by Robin Hill High fourth, and right there fifth is I'm a Flirt. Going to the 3/4 mile mark, Doug Right Out is out and on the move with She's a Legend. Sail with the lead is Seaside Hottie. At the rail second, Holden Mama L with She's a Legend on the outside third. 3/4 in 1:30 and 1/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for Peter. Drew Neal's getting real busy now with Seaside Hottie along the rail with the lead, but on the outside pouring on the pressure now is She's a Legend. Holden Mama L is now locked in with no place to go as they race toward home. That's Seaside Hottie at the rail. She's a Legend on the outside. Seaside Hottie and She's a Legend. Seaside Hottie and She's a Legend. Photo for win. Photo for win there between Seaside Hottie and She's a Legend, with Holden Mama L up for third.
2:01 and 1.
A mile in 2:01 and 1/5.
2:01 and 1/5 for your winner. What do you think?
I am not even going to attempt to call that one.
Matt?
That could be a dead heat.
I don't know. I think Drew held on with it. Doug made it real tight.
I think the inside horse, Drew Neal, had it, but, you know, as Susan said, it was really
We're not,
close.
dead on the wire here either.
I am.
If we were, the back of your head would be in the photo right now that they're going to look at.
Well, they're a little higher than, no, it's kind of coming. And it's coming down this way almost. It's so, I'd have to say, I think it might be Doug Right Out getting it from the outside.
If my grandson was here, he would say outside advantage. Outside advantage.
Well, we'll see what it is. Are you going to go down and represent the OHHA this time? Why not?
Because I'm comfortable right here.
It's not like we have recliners or anything. No, a recliner wouldn't be too bad. That's what we need is, if we had a big truck that we could take to this, we could do a best seat in the stands with two recliners, and we could have a third one for a fan to sit with us.
That would be fun. That would be fun. Seaside Hottie.
So Drew Neal picks up the win with Seaside Hottie for trainer Ryan Miller's second win in 9 starts.
Drew Neal and Ryan Miller picked up a win yesterday, too, so this is their second.
I wonder if we can get a copy of that photo. I'd like to see that.
Yes.
That had to be tight.
That would be a good idea. I am going to ask.
Okay, you're going to run up and ask?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. I'll wait here for the rundown.
She's a Legend. Race great. Can't take anything away from either of those.
No, I mean, Doug made his move going to that final turn, and, you know, as Steve had talked about, if you're parked out here, you know, on the fair circuit, it makes it tough. You know, you get to the racetracks, you at least have a passing lane to fire down if you're sitting on the inside, so you really have to go to the outside. There's Ryan Miller working his way over to the winner's circle.
Back into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Greenville and Delphus comes number 3, Seaside Hottie. Owned by Miller Racing Stable Incorporated and Lynn Miller. Trained by Ryan Miller. Driven to victory this afternoon by Drew Neal. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association.
So they will hold the blanket in front of our winner, Seaside Hottie. Has now picked up a check in 7 of 8.
Drew Neal and Seaside Hottie and the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, the donors of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 7 from the top. Number 1, She's a Legend, was second. Number 2, Robin Hill High was 4th. Number 3, Seaside Hottie was the winner. Number 4, Holden Mama L was 3rd. Number 5, Kathy's Jet was 6th. Number 6, Our Miss Ray was 7th. Number 7, I'm a Flirt was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 29 and 1/5. The half was in 59 and 2/5. The 3/4 in 1:30 and 1/5. With a mile in 2:01 and 1/5. From the top it should read, 2, 4, 1, 3, 6, 7, 5 on the bottom. The mile in 2:01 and 1/5.
We're going to get to show you that. Oh, here it is right here. So we're going to.
Oh, it was close. Let's go.
might have to
see
put
if Matt
something-
can turn it around here.
You need something behind it, Matt? Or
Let's see here.
You need me to stand, or are you
Nope,
good?
I think we're good. Yeah, that's tight.
that
That's a
is
nose.
tight.
Always nice when you can get these things.
Yeah. Our photo finish guy, Jim Ashman,
Yep.
always cooperates.
So we'll take that back up to Jim here in a minute. Very, very close. I mean, Doug, right out of the picture, you can see looking over right at Drew, like, hey, do I got it or do you have it as they're hitting the wire together? So the winner again, Seaside Hottie for Drew Neal. Second was She's a Legend with Doug Rideout. And third, Holden Mama L, Hank Levan. So we are now through 7 races as we get set for the 8th. This will be a 3-year-old colt trot going for $3,450. This time just 6 behind the gate. And we'll tell you all about those 6 when we return to the Paulding County Fair right after this.
The Paulding County Fair has based itself around the agricultural community since its beginning in 1860. Known then as a true farmers' fair, the 2-day event exhibited the best crop and animals in the area. Men displayed their leather and woodworking, while women showed their skills for sewing and baking. Excitement persisted well into the second day when the trotting matches took place. The fair saw tremendous growth over the next decade. The Paulding County Agricultural Society was formed and purchased the permanent location of the fairgrounds. A grandstand and racetrack were quickly built, and within no time, the track recorded its fastest mile at 2 minutes and 29 seconds. Today, the same racetrack has a trotting record of 2 minutes and 1 second, set by De Niro in 2007 and Sweet Adeline in 2016. Fast horses weren't always contained to the oval track. In the early 20th century, the most popular event was easily the Gents Road Race. Contrary to the name, by 1913, ladies had their own heat too. Horses were hitched to 4-wheel carts, and whichever animal won 2 of 3 heats was declared the winner. Prizes were $75 for men, $50 for women, and $100 for a half-mile dash. Ponies, quarter horses, and thoroughbreds have all made their own debut on this racetrack, but it's the standardbred that had prevailed. Every year, the Paulding County Fair marks the beginning of a new and exciting fair season for the entire state of Ohio.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fairs. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 21 fairs in 19 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Okay, we are back. Welcome back to Paulding and Paulding Fair in Paulding County. Coming up on the 8th of 20 today. So we get the 3-year-old colt trot.
We're not even halfway.
No, we're not.
Wow.
Well, we've only been at it 2 hours.
Yeah, I know.
So it's,
I think it was a long drive yesterday, long drive today. I mean, it doesn't stop for the OHHA. Tomorrow we have a big day as well. We've got Explorer Ag. We've talked about that. 29 young adults, high school kids coming to Winter Circle Training Center south of Scioto Downs, where they're going to be teamed with trainers paired up so they can get some hands-on experience. Then they will head to Midland Acres, where they're going to have the experience of touring a breeding farm, and then from there it's back to El Dorado, Scioto Downs to watch the races.
And not only watch the races, but ride in the starting car, We'll get to go in paddock tours, so we can go back and see the horses getting ready for the races. We'll go take them up to see where the announcer works, where the judges, the photo finish. We'll get to do all that stuff, and plus, they get to eat tacos.
There you go, and pizza.
Pizza at noon and tacos in the evening.
Yeah, and it's one of the things too that's nice about the experience is they get to see a number of different opportunities for jobs in the industry. Right. You know, when you talk to some people, you know, they know a few of these things, but there's a lot of different things that you can do. You know, whether it's being a farrier, a caretaker, you know, veterinarian, you can become, you know, if you're on the management side, race secretary, a race director, photo finish, an announcer. There's so many different things that you can do in this industry.
Yeah, and I think this is so nice, the way that we're splitting it up, is that they get to see the horse side. I mean, how the horses are trained, and then they're going to get to see the breeding side, like you said, and then the night. But all the other things we're going to get to show them. It's really a neat day. We've been doing this now, I think, for 4 years. It's in cooperation with the Farm Bureau, and it's just a great program.
And then Thursday, we have our live draw on our Facebook page for the charity night at El Dorado Scioto Downs, which will be on Friday night. We did our charity night up in Cleveland at MGM Northfield Park last Saturday on Battle of Lake Erie night. $30,000 were awarded to 9 charities by Dawn's Early Light. By the Dawn's Early Light was the charity that took home first prize when Clearly Dreamy came home a winner, took home a $10,000 donation from the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, and we'll be doing that at Scioto Downs on Friday. Then Saturday and Sunday we have racing in Circleville, 2 days of racing at the Circleville in Pickaway County, and that will be 1 o'clock post times both days. Monday, nothing going on, literally nothing going on. And then on Tuesday and Wednesday, it's to the Putnam County Fair in Ottawa, Ohio, where we will have 2 days of racing beginning at 5 o'clock.
And we're having qualifiers from Delaware.
And qualifiers from Delaware on Tuesday as well. I've lost the day.
How's that going to work?
You've lost a day.
Well, we also have qualifiers when at Delaware?
25th?
Yes.
The week after?
25th.
Which that is the same day as...
Yeah,
see,
I've
lost a week.
Yeah, you lost a week.
Okay.
Delaware qualifiers on the 18th. And then the 25th and 26th is Ottawa. And the 25th are also Delaware qualifiers. But let's join the post parade.
Russell, Britain, Michigan, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 3 is Longing for Cash, owned by E.G. Trot LLC and the Broken Brokers Ltd. of Findlay, trained by Ed Greeno Jr., the driver Cody Greeno. Number 4 is C.S. Door Prize, owned by Gerald Hawks of Jeddo, Michigan, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. Number 5 is I Go, owned by Heartland Acres of Wahonding, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Joseph Yoder. And number 6 is CS Full Speed, owned by Jay and Louise Weller of Republic, Ohio, trained and driven by Jay Weller. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Neutral windows.
I lost a day this past weekend.
You had me in an absolute panic, Frank.
I lost a day. My daughter coaches a softball team. She had a game on Friday, and then they played 2 on Saturday and 1 Sunday morning. And, you know, I got back from the golf tournament, the Memorial Tournament, and my wife told me, my daughter Elizabeth's team lost today and they're out. I said, lost? They had 2 games today. She goes, that was yesterday. They were in the bracket play today, so they got beat. I was like, oh. Well, I just lost a whole week. I thought it was Circleville, and then we go Tuesday to Ottawa, but it's 2 weeks from today that we have the Ottawa Fair.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Matt.
Okay, all right. I just,
Poor Matt, the look on his face was like, wait a minute, what's going on here?
I just go day by day anymore. I get way ahead of where I'm at in my calendar.
You know, Frank, At the OHHA office, we have schedules for the fair races.
I have
should
one.
Get you one of
I
those,
have a bunch of them. In fact, if anybody would like a fair racing schedule, just call or call the office. We'll mail one out to you, or you can send an email to publications@ohha.com, and we will get you one of our fair schedule cards. So that's the other thing, we get to have fun doing this. We get a little punchy drunk after a while, but it's good. Who do we got racing in this race?
Okay, this is a 3-year-old colt trial. The second of 4 divisions. So Luke's Rainbow, Brett Boyd to drive for Tony Langan. That Tony trains and owns this Lucky Chucky colt out of Rose Run Joni, horse by Corleone. This horse has had 6 starts last year and 2 wins. The fastest of those in Fowlerville, Michigan in 2.9 and 3.
The number 2 is Wilder. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives for Ann Russell, who also owns this Uncle Peter out of the Victory Sam mare TK's Karma. 3 starts this year, has not hit the board. Lifetime 16 starts, a win, 2 seconds, and 3/3 was a $7,500 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. This horse, though, has been having a little problem with breaks of late, and a break last race at Scioto Downs, raced in the Buckeye Stallion Series the race before that, and before that also had a breakdown at Miami Valley, so hopefully trying to get back on track here at Paulding.
Longing for Cash and Cody Greeno from the 3-hole. Ed Greeno Jr. trains. A.G. Trott, the Broken Brokers, the owners of this Long Tom. 2 starts this year, 18 starts last year.
The number 4 is CS Door Prize. Rosie Weaver drive trains. The owner is Gerald Hawks. 2 starts this year, still looking to hit the board.
Joe Yoder drives I Go, I Go. Rosie Weaver trains. Heartland owner owns. No, this first start this year, but had 9 starts, 2 wins last year.
And Jay Weller drives CS Full Speed. He also trains and owns along with Louise Weller. 10 starts in the career, has yet to hit the board, so hoping today is the day for CS Full Speed, who's going to have to go full speed. And with that, let's send it up to Bill Peters for the call of the 8th.
Here they come. Here, off and trotting the first horse away is Wilder. Up on the outside second is CS Door Prize. In their third is Luke's Rainbow. Moving up fourth, that is Longing for Cash. In their fifth is CS Full Speed. And the last horse is I Go, I Go. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, Mark St. Louis Jr. has Wilder on top by 2 lengths. In their second, that's CS Door Prize, driven by Rosie Weaver. Moving along third is Luke's Rainbow, driven by Brett Boyd. Fourth, it is Longing for Cash, driven by Cody Greeno. On the outside, fifth, down the backside is CS Full Speed, driven by Jay Weller. And the last horse is I Go, driven by Joseph Yoder. First quarter trial in 31 3/5 seconds. As they race down toward the half-mile mark, that's Mark St. Louis Jr. and Wilder bringing the horses down to the half. In their second, that is Rosie Weaver with CS Door Prize. Third is Luke's Rainbow. Racing fourth is Longing for Cash. CS Full Speed is fifth. And the last horse, I Go. First half trialed in 102 4/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Wilder. The closest horse second is CS Door Prize. Racing third is Luke's Rainbow. Moving up a little closer fourth now, that's Longing for Cash. Fifth and on the move is CS Full Speed. Off stride now goes Wilder. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. Now CS Door Prize is taking over, but in flying up now second has come CS Full Speed. 3 quarters and 138 4/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. It's the 2 CS horses here. CS Door Prize and CS Full Speed. Racing third, Luke's Rainbow. Longing for Cash is fourth as they race for home. That's CS Door Prize at the rail and CS Full Speed on the outside. Now CS Full Speed takes over. It's going to be CS Full Speed, and here they all come. CS Door Prize up for place. Looked like Luke's Rainbow held on for third. 1 mile and 2:04 1/5.
So CS Full Speed and Jay Weller finally gets that win in start number 11. First time the horse has hit the board. And what a way to hit the board. Get that victory there. Jay Weller drives, trains, and owns along with Luis Weller. Second was CS Door Prize. Finishing third was the number 1 Luke's Rainbow. Time of the race, 2:04.1.
As Bill was saying, there was the 2 CS horses, and they were both bred by Marvin Dietweiler, so he must put that CS prefix on their horses. I don't think I heard the 3/4 right, because I don't think I heard the 3/4 in 38.
That would have been a 30-second or 36-second third quarter. So
yeah,
that,
and that would have been a really wicked last quarter.
Exactly.
So we'll get that.
So we'll wait to get
the
right one there. So.
$80 winner at the county fair. That'll make somebody happy.
There you go.
Gosh.
Is that what it will? Yeah. Yeah, 40-1 it went off at.
Looked really good. Making that move down the backstretch, I mean, hit another gear. Something clicked here with that horse.
Absolutely.
Finally gets the win. And making the way back to the winner's circle is CS Full Speed with Jay Weller, a $7,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
Back into the winner's circle. One of the winners go coming in from Republic, Ohio comes number 6, CS Full Speed, owned by Jay and Louise Weller, and trained and given a victory by Jay Weller. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Paulding County Agricultural Society.
Copy that. We're official. 641. Thank you.
Louise Weller, Bob Enders, and CS Full Speed. And to the Paulding County Agricultural Society, the donors of the blanket.
Put it up top down.
The way CS Full Speed was standing in that winner's circle, it looked like he's been there before. Like, okay, I'm going to stand here, take my picture, and we'll be all set.
Well, race 8 from the top. Number 1, Luke's Rainbow was 3rd. Number 2, Wilder was 6th. Number 3, Longing for Cash was 4th. Number 4, CS Door Prize was 2nd. Number 5, I Go was 5th. Number 6, CS Full Speed was the winner. Time of the first quarter was 31 3/5. The half was in 102 4/5. The 3/4 in 133 4/5. With a mile in 204 1/5. From the top it should read 364 251. A mile in 204 1/5. First lifetime win for CS Full Speed.
There we go, that 3/4 time, 133 4. Susan was off by 5 seconds. But the winner, CS Full Speed, picks up the first career win. And we will take a break, and when we return, we will have race number 9, and that will be Moonlight, or race number 9. It'll be non-winners of 1,000 lifetime pace. Also eligible maidens going for a purse of $600 when we return.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, Long Tom, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 65 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fair, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for over $20 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Welcome back to Paulding. 9th race coming up. As you said, the non-winners of $1,000 lifetime, also eligible maidens. This is sponsored by Joe and Fran Darmafall and includes a $100 to the winning driver. The Darmafalls are always really, they sponsor the Ladies Driving Series, sometimes the Signature Series, and now there's non-winners of 1,000 pace by giving the extra $100 to the winning driver. I think they look, this has got a $600 purse, so $100 to the driver is a big chunk. Really a nice gesture by the Darmafalls. We had Louise Weller, after the winner's circle, called me down and said that the designer specs, that horse that they had that was such a good mare, won 14 in a row, they have finally gotten her in foal. They've been working at that for a couple of years and finally got in foal. So she said it's baby's due on Valentine's Day.
Oh, so that'd be nice.
Yeah.
Designer Specs had that unbelievable year.
Yeah.
What was it, 15 in a row, I think it was?
I think she said 14 in a row. Yep.
Let's take a look here and see what we can find just to make sure. See Designer Specs as a 2-year-old, won 14 out of 14.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Lifetime earnings of $230,000, raced 82 times, 32 wins, 11 seconds, and 13 thirds. So that's 43, 56 out of 82.
Wow.
Hitting the board for the trotter.
Yeah, she was amazing filly. So one thing I've noticed about Jay Weller is that he's got a lot of patience with horses. Just like we look at this last horse, CS Full Speed. Had 8 starts last year, 2 starts this year, never hit the board. Had trotted up at Northfield in 2-1 and 4, 2-1 and 2. So he knew he had something, but he's just a patient man and just kind of waits. But then finally broke a maiden today in 2-4 and 1.
So we are ready for the 9th race. It's a non-winners of $1,000 in its lifetime. Also eligible are maidens. So the number 1 is Moonlight Mooney. Skip them all drives. He also trains. Ronald Davis owns this 3-year-old filly by Tell It Like It Is out of the 4 Stars Shark mare Moonlit Shark, making its first start of the year. Last year, raced 7 times, earned $4,239, but gets in under the also eligible because it has not won a race.
BR Mission, we got a driver change to Mark Hedworth. Bruce Farquhar is the trainer. Bruce and Randy Farquhar from right here from Paulding are the owners. This is a well said out of If I Didn't Dream, by If I Can Dream. This is a 4-year-old, has had 24 lifetime starts, 10 starts last year, 3 starts this year. But as you said, just like the other horse, is in this race because it is a maiden, has never won a race.
The number 3 is Night Divides the Day. Ronnie Gillespie will drive for trainer Mike Albright. This is a 2-year-old filly by Captain Midnight out of the Sun Beach Somewhere mare Keystone Diamond. Albright also is the owner of this horse, making its first career start today. Was a $4,000 purchase at the Hoosier sale.
The other 2-year-old in the race is Sunset Acres and Some. Sunset Acres and Some. Handsome. Sunset Acres Handsome. That's a tough one. David Lake will drive for Kent Hess. Ted Boshama is the owner. This is a Stonebridge Tonic colt out of Cheyenne, Maryland, out of Better's Delight. First start, lifetime start.
And the number 5 is Hazel Sparks. Curtis Harper will drive for Deborah Alexander. This is a 5-year-old mare by School Kids out of the Charlie Barley mare Sign of a Queen, owned by B&J Alexander Enterprise of Marengo, Ohio. Making its 40th lifetime start, still looking for that very first win. Has earned over $8,600, and his last 2 times was scratched due to transportation issues, so hopefully today can find that first win after 39 starts. Allergic to the winner's circle.
Allergic.
Like another horse I know.
Yeah. So we got 2 2-year-olds in here, a 3-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 5-year-old. So kind of a mixed bag of horses.
But then we won't have Hazel Sparks because the 5 has been scratched, according to the board out there.
Oh.
That was the one that Bill was asking was on the grounds.
That's
and
right.
Had not heard and has been scratched, according to the board, the tote board out there.
So this will be a small field with only 4 in it.
4 horses, and one of these horses will break its maiden today. 2 of them getting in by virtue of not winning yet. The other 2, though, are making first-time career states. Here comes the post parade. Let's go to Bill Peters.
And Fran Darmafall, and they also give an additional $100 to the winning driver. Number 1 is Moonlight Money, all by Ron Davis of Coopersville, Michigan, trained and driven by Skip DeMall. Number 2 is BR Mission, owned by Bruce and Randy Forker of Paulding, trained by Bruce Forker, the driver Mark Hedworth. Number 3 is Night Divides the Day, owned and trained by Mike Albright of Greenville, Ohio, the driver Ronnie Gillespie. Number 4 is Sunset Acres Handsome, owned by Ted Boschma of South Lyon, Michigan, trained by Kent Haas, the driver David Lake. And number 5, Hazel Sparks, has been drawn. Horses will take one.
The van is driving.
Sorry.
So there you go. So there's your field for the 4. Number 1, Moonlight Money. Number 2, BR Mission. Number 3, Night Divides the Day. And number 4, what was that? Sunset Acres Handsome.
That's what I think.
That's what you came up with?
Yeah. J.D. Varnell just gave us the post position draw for the Pepsi North American Cup.
And where did Janelle Granny end up?
Not 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. He must be. Come on, J.D., type a little faster here. We're wanting to know.
Now I wonder if all of them were drawn equally, or if the 3 winners were drawn for the inside 3 spots, the next 2 for the next 2 spots, or how they did the draw for that race.
Well, Janelle Granny has post 10.
Post 10. So, well, and that may be 3, 3, 3, and the fourth place finisher gets the 10 spot.
Yeah,
that may be how they did it.
Never know what can happen. That's why they race them.
You're exactly right.
That's right.
You know, you can't win them if you're not in them. Well, that would have been nice.
Man, almost shut her down early. We're right on a ledge here where we're set up at, and I almost kicked the camera right off of it. So we're going to have to watch that.
Yeah. I was hoping you had it duct taped down or something.
Nah. Why would you want to have it duct taped?
It is kind of an it's a nice little, like a viewing stand up here. It's
yes.
Pretty. It's big, but there is like nothing in the front. There's a few little chains in the front, but otherwise you just go right over and drop down about 12 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, about that. Whatever it is, let's just say if you fell, it would hurt.
Mm.
You know, it's not going to be
onto the cement.
An easy fall if you go down.
Yeah. So. We still have a real. I think the crowd's gotten a lot bigger than it was at 3:30.
Oh, without a doubt. I think people are showing up, getting off of work at 5 o'clock, coming over for the day.
Yeah.
It's a free fare, so you can just come on in and leave as you want.
When you could just come in here to get some beef brisket or some ribbon fries or slop bucket, You could just come in here, get some supper, and go back home, and it wouldn't cost you a dime to come in.
You're all set?
Jason Thompson asked about a nacho stand, and I saw it, and then I saw some of the nachos go by, and they looked really good.
Well, it may be that Gibson's that.
There was another one farther down.
one
It's
down
like,
too?
yeah, kind of authentic.
Ooh.
All right, so the 9th race, the non-winners of $1,000 lifetime, also eligible maiden is From the Rail Out, Moonlight Money, Be Our Mission, Night Divides the Day, and Sunset Acres Handsome. Let's turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of this 9th race.
Here they come. They are off and pacing the first horse away as Be Our Mission. Dropping in there second, that's Night Divides the Day. Up on the outside third is Sunset Acres Handsome. And the last horse off stride is Moonlight Money. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Mark Hedworth has Be Our Mission on top by a length and a half. On the outside second, that's Sunset Acres Handsome, driven by David Lake. In their third, that's Night Divides the Day, driven by Ronnie Gillespie. And farther back fourth is Moonlight Money, driven by Skip DeMall. Past that quarter-mile mark, that is still Be Our Mission with the lead. Dropping in there second, Night Divides the Day. And right there third, that is Sunset Acres Handsome. First quarter was paced in 30 1/5 seconds. As I race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's Be Our Mission with the lead. Second at the rail is Night Divides the Day. Third is Sunset Acres Handsome. And the last horse, Moonlight Money. No change as they come to the half-mile mark. That's Mark Hedworth and Be Our Mission bringing the horses to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that's Ronnie Gillespie with Night Divides the Day. Third is Sunset Acres Handsome, and closing in fourth now is Moonlight Money. First half paced in 1:02 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Be Our Mission. The closest horse second is Night Divides the Day. Racing in their third, that's Sunset Acres Handsome, and trailing is Moonlight Money. Approaching the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Be Our Mission by a length and a half. Night Divides the Day still second. Third, it is Sunset Acres Handsome, and trailing is Moonlight Money.
34-2.
3/4 in 1:34 2/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Be Our Mission by 2 lengths now over Night Divides the Day. Sunset Acres Handsome trying to hold on for third, followed by Moonlight Money fourth. As they race toward home, here comes Night Divides the Day up on the outside now to pour on the pressure and Be Our Mission. But Be Our Mission answers the call and paces right on. It's going to be Our Mission, and here they all come. Night Divides the Day up for place, up for third is Sunset Acres Handsome.
2:04 flat.
A mile and 2:04.
Well, Be Our Mission will not be able to race in this class anymore.
No, Be Our Mission gets the win. And Mark Hedworth looked like he had another easy time of it out there. Just kind of sat back and enjoyed the trip. With Be Our Mission for trainer Bruce Farquhar. Picks up the win. First win in 25 starts for Be Our Mission.
And Bruce Farquhar is the assistant superintendent of speed here, so nice for a hometown guy to get the win here at his own fair. Looked to me like Night Divides the Day was second, Sunset Acres Handsome third, and Moonlight Money was fourth. Mile in 2:04.
And this young guy has been on a dead sprint to get to the winner's circle. He took off, got across the track, and did not slow down. He, in fact, even beat the golf cart over.
I think he's excited.
And the other young man just got off and, gave him a yeah. So Be Our Mission, the gelding by Wells Said out of the If I Can Dream mare, If I Didn't Dream.
Paulding County, Paulding, Ohio, comes number 2, Be Our Mission. All by Bruce and Randy Forker, trained by Bruce Forker, and driven to lecture this afternoon by Mark Hedworth. Our blanket for this race is courtesy of Joe and Fran Darmafall, and Mark Hedworth will be a recipient of $100 from them for winning this race.
We got to wait for one more guy in the winner's circle.
Trying to get there. A little late getting over there, but here he comes. There he goes. Now he's set. Jake Freppel can take the picture.
Nothing better than winning one at your home fair.
Exactly. Oh, and the blanket even says Paulding Fair winner. That's cool.
For the Forker family, Mark Hedworth, and BR Mission, and to Joe and Fran Darmafall for sponsoring this race. Here are the official placings for race 9 from the top. Number 1, Moonlight Money was 4th. Number 2, BR Mission was the winner. Number 3, Night Divides the Day was 2nd. Number 4, Sunset Acres Handsome was 3rd. And number 5, Hazel Sparks had been drawn. Time of the first quarter was 30 1/5. The half was in 102 2/5. The 3/4 in 134 2/5 with a mile in 204. From the top it should read 4 1 2 3 scratch the mile in 204. First lifetime win for BR Mission.
This is probably my favorite thing about this program is the interaction that we have between people. David Myrick J.D. Varnell popped on and given us some information, and David Myrick says, J.D., how did you winter? You know, you lose touch over the winter when you're a fair person. You know, you race just at the fairs or you just watch at the fairs, and you lose track of somebody over the winter, and then you reconnect with them back here at Paulding. I mean, that's just that kind of sums up, I think, what we do here, what we really enjoy here is getting all these people together. So I hope you did winter well, JD.
And taking a look at the comments from over on Facebook, Ray Bukowski asked, does Roger Houston have a horse racing today? No, he raced yesterday. Roger's horse raced yesterday, racing out of Rosie Weaver's barn. And I believe the horse finished 4th, I think.
I think so, too.
Yep,
I think
4th. Roger posted it last night. I thought he looked really good. He left off the gate well, and maybe still a little greenness going on there, but I mean, you're going to see a lot of that here at the first fair of the year.
It's a 2-year-old, exactly. Yeah. And Thomas said, big card today's races. I hope the crew has gone deep because they are going to be taxed to the max with all the time to fill. So another passport being handed out here, and I'm glad we're easy on your ears, Thomas. It's always fun to do this, and we enjoy doing it. And we are through 9. We're coming up on our 10th, and that will be a 2-year-old Colt Pace. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll tell you about the 6 Colt Pacers to go behind the gate right after this.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out, Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 65 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the County Fair, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for over $20 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Hey, welcome back to Paulding, where we're not quite, but going to be soon, halfway through the card. This is the 10th race coming up, the 3rd of 6 divisions of the 2-year-old Colt Pace. One change that we know about, the one horse, it's Miller time. Curtis Harper is going to be the driver. And that's the only change that we know about now. Matt, you are bound and determined to throw that camera over the edge.
I did it okay for the first 8. I don't know what's going on now.
We just got a message that Rusty Voorhees is buying ice cream for the whole grandstand.
And I don't know if he knows it or not, but I just texted him to check the comments on the live feed to see if he, when he realizes he's going to be buying the ice cream for everybody.
Yes.
If I had his money, I would too.
Hey, don't forget, you know what else is after this race?
What's that?
The FFF.
Oh, my gosh.
So, I mean, it took a while to get to it, but we're here now.
It did take a while, yeah. The Frank. Yep. Is it FFF or
well,
is
see,
it FFFF?
I thought it was the FFFF, the 4Refs, but Scott Carlton, messaged yesterday in the comments that I thought it was just the Frank Fair Food Report. So.
No, I think we have to distinguish between all the other Frank Fair Foods. So it's got to be the Frank Fraz Fair Food Report.
Yeah, there's just so many of those that are out there right now. So. So as we get set for the 10th, these are freshman Colt Pacers that are going to the track for the first time ever, and we'll tell you a little bit about these as we wait for them to get out onto the track. The number one is It's Miller Time, and it's always Miller Time. Curtis Harper will drive for Mike Sweeney, who co-owns with J. Miller, R. Miller, and R. Heath. This is a well set out of the Better's Delight Mare Here and Now. Making its first start, a $17,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
Fond of Dancing has the 2-hole for driver trainer Jeff Neisanger. Kathy Gorby is the owner. This is, as you can tell by the name, a dancing Yankee out of I'm Fond of You by Western Terror. This horse was purchased at the Ohio Selected sale for $17,000.
The number 3, Believe in Tom, and knowing the name, it's a long Tom out of the Believe in Bruiser mare, Believe in Waco, and the team of Mark St. Louis Jr., the driver, Steve Novak, the trainer, and Jerry Meigel, the owner and breeder, work together again to try to pick up another win here at Paulding.
And out of the 4-hole, Bach.
Bach.
Ronnie Gillespie will drive for trainer and owner Jody Flummersfield. Jody owns this horse along with Mike Albright and David Gamble. So Racing Hill out of the mare Paid in Cash, who's by Well Said. And if any of you out there are MASH fans, you will remember that episode.
I think we need to have that cut in the system, and every time this horse races, Bach, we don't even say the name, we just hit the button and have Radar say it for us.
That would be good. That
could be done.
The barn name of this horse is Radar.
That's the number 4. The number 5 is Real Trooper. Pierce Henry drives and trains for owner Jeffrey Batt. This dancing Yankee is out of the mare Cashmere Dreams, and a homebred for Jeffrey Batt.
And the Nick and Betty Clegg team have Center Story coming out of the second tier. This is a Well Said out of Art Center, who's by Art Major. Nick and Betty picked this horse up at the Ohio Selected sale for $12,000. Bred by Winback Farms from Maryland. Winback Farms has been coming into Ohio. I got some nominations from them this year. So even though that they are in Maryland, they dabble in the Ohio program too.
So there is your field of 6 for the 10th race today.
We got to see what's going on with this 3-horse, don't we? I mean, this is like a reverse Doc's Boo Boo, right? Believe in Waco is the pacing filly that has the track record here and bred to a trotting sire.
Oh, gosh.
There you go.
A very good trotting sire. I don't know how that worked out, but I can't imagine they would try breeding Believe in Waco, who's a track record holder here on the pace, to a trotting stallion on purpose. I could be off. I could be wrong.
And that's sometimes, things happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Worked out for Doc's Boo Boo. She's made, $250,000?
Yes. Yep, we'll see what happens here. We get ready for the post parade.
Number 1 is It's Miller Time. Home of Mike Sweeney of Delaware, J.R. Miller of Dublin, Ohio, Rocky Miller of Groveport, R.E. Heath of Columbus, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Curtis Harper. Number 2 is Fond of Dancing. Home by Kathy Gorby of Huntsville, Ohio, trained and driven by Jeff Nysonger. Number 3 is Believe in Tom. Home by Jerry Meigel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is Bach. Home by Jody Flommersfeld of Greenville, Ohio, Mike Albright of Greenville, Ohio, and Dave Gamble of Bradford, Ohio, trained by Jody Flommersfeld, the driver Ronnie Gillespie. Number 5 is Real Trooper. Home by Jeff Batt of Defiance, trained and driven by Pierce Henry. And number 6 is Center Story. Owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver Nick Clegg. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mute your window.
That was a very good catch, Matt, because Nicole Novak just said not on purpose.
See, and again, that's why he needs to be talking more when he catches things like this. I mean, yesterday here, it was like old home week for Matt back, by the barn area. Everybody stopped by to say hi to Matt, it was the long-lost guy who was just found again, so they were all talking to him.
I know quite a few people around the area here. My great-grandpa had a farm right down the road, right down 127.
Oh.
There you go. I think we were on that road at some point coming up here today.
We were on lots of roads. But interesting that the current track record holder, 2-year-old filly pacer, Believe in Waco, is the dam of Believe in Tom.
And it was trained by Steve Novak, too, so the 2-year-old filly pacer. Wouldn't that be something to see?
And happy anniversary to the Novaks, too. We heard that earlier, right?
That's right.
Wouldn't it be something to see 2-year-old Colt Pacer have Believe in Tom and then, Believe in Waco right next to it, so. And Ronnie Gillespie out with Bach. Good to see Ronnie. Not a cloud really in the sky, some wispy, long ones, but nothing big old puffy clouds. No wind to speak of today. I mean, the wind had the temperature down yesterday. Today, very comfortable, very enjoyable as we.
Well, someday we'll have to get the whole story of Believe in Tom from Nicole Novak here, so.
Starting gate starting to roll up the back stretch. The field of 6 making their way up. Nick Clegg looking for his 3rd win of the day. Mark St. Louis would like to break the tie that he has with Nick Clegg for most wins here at the meet. They each right now sitting there with 3. Mark driving Believe in Tom today. So, Susan?
From the rail out, we have It's Miller Time, Fond of Dancing, Believe in Tom, Bach, Real Trooper, and from the second tier, Center Story. So let's pick up the action with Bill Peters for race number 10.
Here they come. Here, off and pacing the first horse away is Fond of Dancing. On the outside second is Believe in Tom. Down at the rail third, that is It's Miller Time. In their 4th is Center Story. Racing 5th is Real Trooper. And the last horse after going off stride is Bach. As they head down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, Jeff Nysonger has Fond of Dancing on top by a length and a half. Right there second is Believe in Tom, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. Racing in their 3rd, it's Miller Time, driven by Curtis Harper. 4th is Center Story, driven by Nick Clegg. Racing 5th, Real Trooper, driven by Pierce Henry. And the last horse is Bach, driven by Ronnie Gillespie. First quarter paced in 31 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that is still Fond of Dancing with the lead. Sitting right there close second is Believin' Tom. Racing up on the outside third now is Center Story. At the rail fourth, it's Miller Time. In their fifth is Real Trooper. And closing in sixth now we bet is Bach. Past the half-mile mark. That's Jeff Nicesonger with Fond of Dancing showing on top by over Believin' Tom. First half paced in 102 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Fond of Dancing. Now pacing up second on the outside is Center Story. At the rail third is Believin' Tom. Moving up on the outside fourth is It's Miller Time. Fifth is Real Trooper. And trailing at this point is Bach. Front five are well bunched as they go to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Fond of Dancing still with the lead. Pouring on the pressure on the outside second is Center Story. And 3 wide now comes It's Miller Time. 3/4 in 132 and 4/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Fond of Dancing with the lead. Center Story on the outside second. Third is Believin' Tom. Fourth on the outside, it's Miller Time. As they race for home, that's Fond of Dancing, Center Story, and it's Miller Time. It's Miller Time on the outside. Tight at the win, tight at the wire between It's Miller Time and Fond of Dancing.
Well, these guys are hooked. Easy, there we go.
It was at 2:03 and 1.
A mile and 2:03 and 1/5.
4 wide across the track at the finish line, and it looked like it's Miller Time with Curtis Harper able to get up for the win. And I couldn't even tell you who finished second, third, or fourth. Hopefully we'll be able to get a picture, look at that picture from Jim here. But
great race.
A lot of cheering going on. The Mike Sweeney trainee.
That, as Matt said, that Believin' Tom, he had no place to go.
Circle him for next week, I think.
Yeah.
He was loaded.
Yeah,
He
you
was
said that.
trying.
You said if he can find some racing room, and and it was almost looked like Mark St. Louis was looking for something on the inside as the horse in front of him, Jeff Nisongers, was drifting a little bit, wondering if he had enough room maybe to get down on the inside.
Yeah,
but he didn't.
Yeah. That was an awesome finish. My gosh.
Mike Sweeney trains, co-owns it. Yep, and it's Miller Time, gets up at the wire. Happy bunch of owners there, Rocky Miller. Very happy to get the win. So it's Miller Time, picks up the win.
All of them right there for all first-time starters. Even Bach made a big
recovery
there.
But, and it was that first turn again that we've seen yesterday and today. Ronnie Gillespie just really didn't have much room to go, and the horse just made the break as they were going around that first turn. But once he got back going, he was okay.
Track into the winner's circle. Where the winners go, coming in from Delaware, Dublin, Groveport, and Columbus, comes number 1. It's Miller Time. All by Mike Sweeney, J.R. Miller, Rocky Miller, and R.E. Heath. Trained by Mike Sweeney, and driven to victory this afternoon by Curtis Harper. The blanket for this race is given in memory of Lonnie Miller. Lonnie was a longtime Fair Board member here in Paulding County, was a member of the Speed Committee for many years, also was on the track committee, and this blanket is given in his memory by his family. Let's have a big hand here for Curtis Harper, and it's Miller Time, and to the family of Lonnie Miller for giving this blanket in Lonnie's memory.
We'll wait to get the rest of that rundown. We can tell you the winner. We can tell you Bach was 6th. Other than that, can't help you with 2 through 5.
Curtis Harper, I'm not familiar with him at all. I don't think I've ever seen him drive anywhere ever before. But, I mean, if he's just a young guy getting started, getting drives for a guy like Mike Sweeney's a good place to be.
Yes.
Number 2, Fond of Dancing, was 3rd. Number 3, Believin' Tom, was 4th. Number 4, Buck, was 6th. Number 5, Real Trooper, was 5th. Number 6, Center Story, was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 31 seconds. The half was in 1:02 and 1/5. The 3 quarters in 1:32 and 4/5, with a mile in 2:03 and 1/5. From the top it should read 1:34.652, a mile in 2:03 and 1/5.
David Myrick says that Curtis Harper is the son of longtime Ohio horseman Bob Harper, he believes. But yeah, we haven't seen him.
No, not at matinees or anywhere.
Yeah. So that was an absolutely great race. We're going to try and get the video or
here comes
picture.
Jim with him. If you can.
Is he?
Yep, he's coming down. We're going to see if we can snag the picture for just a minute. Not a real good picture, but let's see. That's not too bad. We can.
Yeah, have you seen my work?
So this is the photo for place.
This is the photo for place, though. So, yep.
Oh, yeah.
All right, see it?
Yep.
There you go. Modern technology. Print it,
that was
run
tight.
it down, and hand it to us.
Wow.
All right. There you go. That's modern technology at its best. You print it, modern technology at its best. You print it, and we take it and hold up a picture. Hey, that's exactly it. Whatever works. Oh.
So again, it's Miller time prevailing in the 10th in a mile in 2:03 and 1. We're going to move on to the 11th race, which is the third of 4 divisions of the 2-year-old filly trot, and we'll be back right after this.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC oil. It makes a world of difference.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Welcome back to the Paulding County Fair, as we are now officially halfway through our card. And with us being halfway through our card, you know what that means? It's time for the FF
Report.
the Frank Froz Fair Food Report. And today it was, and if you want to see it, you can go to our Facebook page. I took a picture of it, ribbon fries. And now, for those of you that don't know what ribbon fries are, they take a potato. They have the slicer. They put the potato on the end of a DeWalt drill and run the potato through the slicer so the potatoes stay all together. That's where you get the ribbon from.
Oh.
As I said to the gentleman standing next to me at the trailer down there, I said I doubt that DeWalt knew this is what their drill was going to be used for. And the stand was Jack and Doe's. They own a pizza shop in Tiffin, Ohio. And so you get they take the potatoes and then they deep fry them in the deep fryer, and then they come out, and as you can see from the picture, it was just a lot. It's not one potato, it's 2 potatoes that they use, and then they cover it with some sour cream, and then they cover it with some like Velveeta cheese, and then some chives, and then they throw on some bacon bits on there, and it can get a little messy. You know, the woman there did tell me to take some extra napkins with me, so I did. And after eating them. I'm going to give them a 3.5 horseshoes. Would have been nice if the melted cheese was a little hotter. That would have been good. And if they were done just a little bit longer. I like my fries a little crispier. So these weren't done as much as I liked them, but they were pretty good and pretty good bargain, only $9. So that wasn't bad at all for the price. The amount of potatoes and chips that you get. In fact, I didn't even eat all of them, so that tells you how much was there. The fact that I did not eat all of the food in front of me, and that is the story in itself. So the Jack and Doe's ribbon fries here at the Paulding County Fair get a 3.5, and they're at a number of different fairs around the state of Ohio. And in fact, she said the next one they will be at will be Crawford County Fair, and she said they're also at Attica among some other ones. So stop by and see the folks for ribbon fries.
I was going to say, you had me at deep fried and cheese. Didn't have to go any further.
There you go.
So we got a little, Kurt is the younger brother of Bob Harper, and this is his first lifetime win. So
there you go.
Congratulations to Curtis Harper. And the horse that that Matt was wondering about was why he was bred like he was, said it was a mistake by the breeding farm. So
I don't know who they were trying to breed to, but Long Tom's kind of expensive, I think.
Yeah.
Kind of an expensive mistake on their part. But I think the way he looked today in his first lifetime start, it might work out just fine.
So there you go. So 10 are in the books. Coming up next, it is the 11th race, and that'll be a 2-year-old filly trot, 7 to go behind the gate.
One change that we know about, Jeff Neisanger will drive the 2 as the TBA guy didn't show up again.
You know, he never shows up, does he?
No, he does not. So it looks like, are we gathered up back there? It looks like we're going to have the
Looks like we got most of them out, too. So we'll wait for the post-parade, and then we can tell you a little bit more about these horses in depth. Don't forget, we're going to do this again on Saturday and Sunday, 1 o'clock post time, down at Circleville, Pickaway County.
I need a pencil sharpener for 20 races.
Yeah, I think you do,
My pencils are getting pretty dull.
Or you need more pencils.
I brought 3. I lost one already.
Well, see, you need 1 pencil for every 4 races.
Yeah,
so
you're
you
right.
Need 5. That's the pencil ratio, but it's early in the year, so we'll let you get by with it right now. Just not having enough pencils.
Okay, here comes the post parade for race 11.
So let's go up to Bill Peters.
Of the 2-year-old filly trot, going for a purse of $3,685 and a blanket courtesy of Trussler Plumbing, LLC. Number 1 is Wild Child Annie, owned by the Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. Number 2 is Peter's Fun Queen, owned by Ian Mason of Bucyrus, Ohio, Kurt Massey of Sycamore, Ohio, and Tim Meister of Bucyrus, Ohio, trained by Kurt Massey, the driver Jeff Neisanger. Number 3 is Green Hill Spurs, owned, trained, and driven by Mike Spearman of Mount Vernon. Number 4 is Just a Classic, owned by E.G. Trot, LLC, and Doc Adams of Findlay, Ohio, trained and driven by Ed Greeno, Jr. Number 5 is Dublin's Martini, owned by Jerry Miller of Worcester, Ohio, trained and driven by Ronnie Gillespie. Number 6 is Tom Power, owned by Ivan and Duke Sugg and Steve Moss of Deschler, trained by Duke Sugg. We have a change in drivers here to Luke Hanners. Luke Hanners driving number 6, Tom Power. At number 7 is Judy K, owned by Marjorie Deshetsky of North Branch, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver, Pierce Henry. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate.
Scott was wondering, what was the name of the stand you got the ribbon fries again?
Jack and Doe's.
Jack and Doe's. Just to take a little closer look at these horses in this race 11. Wild Child Annie, owned, trained, and driven by Rosie Weaver, also owned by Heartland Acres. This is a long Tom filly out of Teacher Pat, who is by Lucky Chucky. This horse was purchased at the Buckeye Classic sale for $24,000.
The number 2 is Peter's Fun Queen. Jeff Neisanger will drive for Curtis Massey. This is a Uncle Peter filly out of the Victory Sam mare TK's Karma, owned by Ian Mason, Curtis Massey, and Timothy Meister, and was purchased at the Blooded Horse Sale for $7,500.
Mike Spearman owns, trains, and drives the 3-horse Green Hill Spurs. This is by OU Man out of Image of Spurs by Pegasus Spurs.
The number 4 is Just a Classic. Ed Greeno Jr. will drive. He also trains. This is an Enterprise out of the Muscle Hill mare Pego My Heart. E.J. Trott and Thomas Adams own Just a Classic. It was purchased for $11,500.
Dublin's Martini, Ronnie Gillespie will drive and trains this Uncle Peter filly out of Perfect Martini, who is by credit winner. Jerry Miller is the owner, and this horse won at the Greenville Matinee in 2-5 and 2.
In the 6th hole, it'll be Luke Hanners driving Tom Power. Duke Sugg trains this Long Tom out of the Power Play mare Power Wave. Ivan and Duke Sugg own, along with Stephen Moss, and this was a $20,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale.
And another $20,000 yearling is Judy K. Pierce Henry drives for trainer Mike Sweeney and owner Marjorie Deshusky. This is a Marseille out of Love 4 Miles out of by Angus Hall. And as we said, this horse was purchased for $20,000 at the Buckeye Classic sale.
First year crop of Marseille hitting the track. So as we get set for race number 11 from the Paulding County Fair, as we kick off our Ohio Fair Racing coverage. We can get through 16 yesterday and 20 today. You know what? We're good for the year. You think we need a little bit of a spring training, but nope, not here. So they're making their way behind the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate. 7 to go to the gate, 5 scored across the track, 2 trailers as we get set.
From the rail out, Wild Child Annie, Peter's Fun Queen, Green Hill Spurs, Just a Classic, Dublin's Martini, and from the second tier, Tom Power and Judy K. Let's head it up to Bill Peters for race number 11.
Here they come. They're off and trotting. That's Just a Classic going out after their lead along with Dublin's Martini. Dublin's Martini now takes over. Dropping in second is Just a Classic. Moving up third along the rail, that's Wild Child Annie. On the outside fourth, that is Green Hill Spurs. Off stride fifth, that is Tom Power. Moving up sixth along the rail, that is Judy K. And farther back seventh, that is Peter's Fun Queen. Going toward the quarter-mile mark, Ronnie Gillespie has Dublin's Martini on top by 2.5 lengths. In their second is Just a Classic, driven by Ed Greeno Jr. At the rail third, Wild Child Annie, driven by Rosie Weaver. Racing fourth is Green Hill Spurs, driven by Mike Spearman.
32 and 2.
First quarter trotted in 32 and 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's still Dublin's Martini with the lead. In their second, that's Just a Classic. Third is Wild Child Annie. Fourth is Green Hill Spurs. Racing in their fifth, that's Judy K. Sixth along the rail is Tom Power. And farther back seventh is Peter's Fun Queen.
6 and 3.
First half trotted in a leisurely 106 and 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Dublin's Martini. The closest horse second on the outside is Wild Child Annie. Along the rail third, Just a Classic. Moving up on the outside fourth now, that is Judy K. At the rail fifth, that's Green Hill Spurs. On the move on the outside sixth now is Tom Power. Front six are well bunched as they go to the 3/4 mile mark. That is Dublin's Martini with the lead. On the outside second, Wild Child Annie. And along the rail third, Just a Classic. 3/4 is in 139. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Dublin's Martini with the lead. Wild Child in the outside. Locked in with no place to go. On the real third is Just a Classic. As they race toward home, that's still Dublin's Martini with the lead. Closing fast on the outside, there was Judy K. Dublin's Martini and Judy K. That's tight. Not tight for second, but Dublin's Martini was the winner. Tight for second between Just a Classic and Judy K. A mile in 2:09 and 3/5.
Another great finish all the way across the track as they were charging for the line. Ronnie Gillespie, though, able to hang on and pick up the victory with Dublin's Martini. Ronnie also trains this horse for Jerry Miller of Worcester, Ohio.
Like, kind of slow to the half, 6 and 3, 3/4 39, but they did scoot home in 30 and 3, mile in 2:09 and 3.
Not sure about second through sixth, but Peter's Fun Queen finished 7th. So Ronnie Gillespie picks up the win with the Uncle Peter filly out of the Credit Minute winner mare Perfect Martini. Sounds pretty good right about now.
Perfect Martini?
Yep. Well, really, any martini at this point.
Good to see Ronnie back in the winner's circle. Been a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it has. And here comes Ronnie Gillespie. Back with Dublin's Martini.
Now those two kids, little kids, look kind of the same age.
Hold
the
the
track
couple.
into the winner's circle where all the winners go. Coming in from Worcester, Ohio, comes number 5, Dublin's Martini, owned by Jerry Miller and trained to deliver victory by Ronnie Gillespie. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Tressler Plumbing, and Doug Tressler is in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Let's have a big hand here for Ronnie Gillespie and Dublin's Martini and the Tressler Plumbing, the donors of the blanket.
That could be our first twin babies in the winner's circle. They look like twins.
Some of the different things we keep here, the stats.
The stats, yes. Twins, 1.
So Ronnie Gillespie picks up his first win here on the fairs. The official rundown here. Maybe we'll get another chance to see the picture from Jim as he runs down again.
I think that was awfully close for second there.
Yeah, they may be sorting that out. One thing at this fair, Paul Combs is our presiding judge, but I think he has 3 associate judges with him. They came down yesterday to look at some video, and it's nice. The more eyes you have at the fair, the better it is.
You're a baseball fan, right?
Yeah.
What's the one thing you never do when the pitcher is throwing a no-hitter?
Talk about it?
Yeah, you just did. You just broke our no-hitter on the judges coming down. Thanks.
Oh, sorry.
Let's go up for the call.
Number 5, Dublin's Martini was the winner. Number 6, Tom Power was 6th. And number 7, Judy K was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 32 and 2/5. The half was in 106 and 3/5. The 3/4 in 139 with a mile in 209 and 3/5. From the top it should read 475 316. 2 on the bottom. The mile in 209 and 3/5.
So there you have it. Your winner, Dublin's Martini. Second, Judy K, and finishing third, Just a Classic. See if we might be able to get a shot of that picture before it's posted downstairs. as we have coming up our 12th race, the 2-year-old Colt Pace. Course of 2,686. Doug Ballinger with a winner. Oh, is that the only one of the day so far?
Couple of driver changes in this upcoming 12th. Bounding Delight, the horse from the rail, will have Luke Hanners, and Mickey Holiday will be driving the 3, Gorgeous Jet.
So those are our 2. These will be 2-year-old Colt Pacers, and this is the 4th of 6 division. That's a lot of divisions so far. So we'll take a break, and maybe we'll get a chance to see that picture when we do come back right after this.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fairs. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 21 fairs in 19 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Own a little and love it a lot. Thestable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. Thestable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Welcome back to the Paulding County Fairgrounds in Paulding, Ohio, as we get set for our 12th race today. Taking a look at the driver standings today, Nick Clegg and Mark Hedworth each have 2 victories today. Overall, it's Mark St. Louis and Nick Clegg leading the way, each with 3 victories. 16 different drivers have won races in these 2 days. On the training side, 18 different trainers have notched victories. The only trainer to double up today is Betty Clegg, and she has won 2 yesterday. Greg Bateson doubled up, as did Steve Novak, and through 11 races today, Steve Novak and Betty Clegg each with 3 winners, and they are the leaders on the training side. Paulding County Fair will run through June 15th on Saturday. They'll wrap it all up here Saturday with the rodeo in the grandstand, and they'll have some fireworks after that. They've got the tractor pull on Friday night and the koi drag racing going on Thursday evening here at the Paulding County Fair.
You ever seen a rodeo at one of these fairs, Frank?
No, but I almost got caught in the middle of one when we were at Croton. They always have the rodeo after the last day of racing, and as soon as that horse hits the finish line, even before it's to the winner's circle, the rodeo people are out there with their trucks and trying to get everything onto the track, and it makes it tough because we drive onto the track to get our equipment the way it's set up with the grandstand. You can't drive your car back to where the grandstand is. And, you know, they've got all their trucks lined up. It's amazing how quickly they get onto the track. Maybe I'll stick around one of these times to watch it, but,
yeah,
you know.
I'd like to see it. I never have. I've never seen one live.
But they get out there and they get ready to go, putting up the pens for the bulls and for the broncs and everything. So it looks like it'd be a lot of fun. One of these days, I'm going to stick around at one of these fairs and watch the Demolition Derby.
Yeah.
We get there's a couple fairs over in the Southern Valley Colt Circuit where, will race during the early afternoon, and then they'll have the Combine Demolition Derby or the regular Demolition Derby. And while we're finishing up, you start to see the combines and everything make their way into the infield to get ready for their derby.
It is a big draw. I mean,
it's
every
huge.
fair you go to, you hear about, it's Demolition Derby night. I mean, it's a sellout.
Just think of it, Matt. Nowadays, what you could do with GoPros, putting it in the Demolition Derby. The horses are starting to come out onto the track for the 12th race. This will be Freshman Colt Pacers as they get set, going for $2,886.
So, Frank,
Go ahead.
serious question.
What, serious?
Yeah. How worried are you about the cleanliness of your car on the way home?
The inside or the outside?
Inside.
Why, what happened? Windows are open?
No, I just saw this giant thing of nachos with lots of stuff on top, which we would definitely spill.
No problem at all.
All right.
I thought I left the window open and it was covered with dust.
No.
My car was covered. It looked brown yesterday when I got home this morning. I'm in the middle of a month of free car washes, so it cost $30 initially, but I figure I'm down to about $1 a wash now. I've run it through so many times.
You know what? Run it through twice tomorrow. I think we're getting ready for the post parade. Let's send it up to Bill Peters.
And a blanket courtesy of Paulding VFW Post 587. The one is Bounding Delight, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, Heartland Acres, Walhanding, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver of Luke Hanners. Number 2 is Need Bail Money, owned and trained by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, the driver is Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Gorgeous Jet, owned by Robert Boris, the second of Frisco, Texas, trained by Ken Holliday, the driver of Mickey Holliday. Number 4 is Gator Rocks, owned by George Burkhold, Sarasota, Florida, Indigo Racing LLC of Los Angeles, California, and Mary Burkhold of Columbus, trained and driven by Jeff Nysonger. Number 5 is Eddie's Little Legend, owned by Wasika Lauder of Taylor, Michigan, trained and driven by Ed Conrad. And number 6 is Rum on the Rocks, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver Nick Clegg. Horses will take one long score.
There you go. There's the field for the 12th race. 2-year-old Colt Pacers. The number 1, Bounding Delight. Luke Hanners will drive for Rosie Weaver, who owns this Fear the Dragon along with Heartland Acres. Bounding Delight was a $12,500 purchase at the Blooded Horse Sale.
Need Bail Money and Pierce Henry from post position 2. Mike Sweeney is the trainer. Patrick Sweeney is the owner. This is a well-said colt out of Sue's Your Daddy, who is by a stud named Sue.
Might be Johnny Cash fans.
Might be.
The number 3 is Gorgeous Jet. Mickey Holliday drives for trainer Ken Holliday. This is an I'm Gorgeous out of the mare Choose My Jet, owned by Robert Boweries of Frisco, Texas. He is also the breeder of this Gorgeous gelding.
Gator Rocks, Jeff Nysonger trains and drives. This is the Burkholders name a lot of their horses Gator something. So George Burkhold from Sarasota, Florida, Indigo Racing, and Mary Burkhold are the owners. So Rockin' Amadeus out of 43, who's by American Ideal, and George and Mary Burkholder are the breeders, which goes along with why it's called Gator.
The number 5 is Eddie's Little Legend. Ed Conrad drives and trains for Waseka Lauder of Taylor, Michigan. This is a bit of a legend N out of the Stonebridge Regal mare Eddie Pie, and making its first start, as is every horse in this race.
Rum on the Rocks and Nick Clegg will start from the second tier. This is owned and trained by Betty Clegg. It's a Fear the Dragon out of a rock and roll Hanover mare, Smiley Rocks. Purchased at the Ohio Select Sale for $6,000.
So there is your field for the 12th freshman Colt Pacers. We'll go behind the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate. We said this weekend we will be down in Circleville for the Pickaway County Fair.
We just got a message from Jeremy Moore, who helps us on a lot of our broadcasts. He's sitting here on his special detail watch.
Which,
Watching.
you know what special details are for sheriff deputies?
No.
When they're doing the construction, he might be the car there protecting the workers just sitting there.
Oh, well,
that's a special
good
detail. That's one of them. You know, there's
Okay.
a lot of different ones that they have, but definitely something that you need out there to keep our road workers
Everybody's
safe.
Yeah.
He's a deputy?
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Don't mess with him.
I'd say.
Exactly.
Yeah. Watch
Gotta watch. Oh, that just changed everything, didn't it, Matt?
No, I'm kidding. I like Jeremy.
Oh.
And we found out that there were twin baby boys in the winner's circle yesterday. That's right. I missed
So we've
that.
got two now, two sets.
I wonder if maybe these were the same.
I don't know. They
I'm
might
not
have been.
sure.
We'll have to find out. Well, the starting gate is rolling up the back stretch. The 6 horses starting to form behind it.
From the rail out, we've got Bounding Delight, Need Bail Money, Gorgeous Jet, Gator Rocks, Addie's Little Legend, and trailing the one horse, or basically whoever he wants to trail back there, is Nick Clegg and Rum on the Rocks. Let's go to Bill for the call of the 12th.
Here they come. They're off and pacing the first horse away along the rail is Bounding Delight. Right there, close second. That is Rum on the Rocks. Moving up on the outside third is Need Bail Money. At the rail fourth is Gorgeous Jet. Moving up on the outside fifth is Gator Rocks, and the last horse is Eddie's Little Legend. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Luke Hanners has Bounding Delight on top by 2.5 lengths. Pacing second is Rum on the Rocks, driven by Nick Clegg. In their third, that is Need Bail Money, driven by Pierce Henry. Fourth, as he moved down the backside, that is now Eddie's Little Legend.
32 and 3.
First quarter pace in 32 and 3/5 seconds. Racing around that upper turn now to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still Bounding Delight with the lead. Rum on the Rocks pacing in there second. Third along the rail, that's Need Bail Money. Up on the outside fourth comes Gorgeous Jet. Also on the move is Eddie's Little Legend. And the last horse at this point is Gator Rocks. Past the half-mile mark now. Gorgeous Jet takes over. Dumping back second is Bounding Delight.
105 and 3.
First half paced in 105 and 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. On the catch is Gorgeous Jet. The closest horse second is Bounding Delight. Off stride third now goes Rum on the Rocks. Taking over third now is Eddie's Little Legend. Moving up fourth along the rail is Gator Rocks. As they race toward the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Gorgeous Jet with the lead. Closing in again second now is Bounding Delight. Third and pacing fastest of all is Eddie's Little Legend.
36 and 4.
3/4 in 136 and 4/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. With the lead now is Bounding Delight. On the outside, second is Gorgeous Jet. Bounding Delight at the rail. Gorgeous Jet on the outside. Eddie's Little Legend racing third as they race for home. That's Bounding Delight at the rail. On the outside is Gorgeous Jet. Bounding Delight and Gorgeous Jet. It's going to be Bounding Delight, and here they all come. Gorgeous Jet up for place. Up for third is Eddie's Little Legend.
207 and 4.
A mile and 207 and 4/5.
Heading into that final turn, Bounding Delight and Luke Hanners went inside to try to find racing room, found it around the turn, and then turned it on down the stretch. And Gorgeous Jet was off stride coming in at the end.
Just wondering if you could get a peek at those nachos.
I don't know, but see what we had just delivered up here. Help
Yeah.
yourself.
No,
oh, no, man, you have to have some of these.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, quite a wild race.
This reminds me of my days in radio. Fans would bring you food all the time. Yeah, I mean, we're sitting here with chocolate-covered donuts, cinnamon-covered donuts.
Yeah.
Matt,
I've been doing things all wrong, apparently.
Matt, let's go. Come on. Get over here and have some.
I will.
This is kind of like hot fudge on top of deep fried something.
You can't go wrong.
Quintessential fair food right there.
Yes, exactly.
That's all you need. Hot fudge or cheese on something fried. That's all we need.
That's the two categories of fair food. Oh, my.
Rosie Weaver picks up another training win. We're going to move the food to get to Susan's chart with all the how many winners we've had. So I think that's her first winner of the day.
Luke Hanner's
Nope, second winner of the day for Luke.
And Rosie, her second
Her
of the
second
day.
winner of the day.
One yesterday, 2 today.
Here comes Bounding Delight, a Fear the Dragon out of Better Delights mare. Now, the interesting thing about this horse, man, I'm surprised you hadn't picked up on this one yet.
What's that?
2-year-old colt pacer.
Of Rosie's?
A Rosie
Yeah,
Weaver pacer. Something you don't see too often out of the Rosie Weaver barn.
I thought somebody said she had 4.
She might have 4 now this year, but
Coming in from Beach City and Wahunding comes number 1, Bounding Delight. Owned by Rosie Weaver and Heartland Acres, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this afternoon by Luke Hanners. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Paulding VFW Post 587.
Rosie won't even get to enjoy the winner's circle for this one. She was out warming up a horse.
I think Gorgeous Jet has an awfully bright future, too, there. I mean, just raced green out here. He kind of blew the turn and let Luke inside, and then once he saw that horse, came right back at him.
Bounding Delight. And to Paulding VFW Post 587, the donors of the blanket.
He just ran. I'm just, yeah.
So have to wait and see. Gorgeous Jet was running at the finish line, so not sure what they will do with the placement there, if they'll keep it in second.
Wasn't lapped on.
No.
But he couldn't gain ground, so have to see what the judges
we'll have to see
determine.
what the judges determine. I could pull out the old USTA rule book and see if we can decipher that.
Okay.
See that? Matt, we were doing so well until someone had to say something, and I got a feeling we may get some visitors here.
I just like the judges to come down.
We'll wait and see. Doesn't look like they're making their moves down here yet, but we do know it was Bounding Delight, though, the winner. Gorgeous Jet, as Matt said, little green coming down the stretch. Broke stride. 2:07.4 the final time for Bounding Delight.
It's just this is one of the days when it's like really, really, really hot in August. You think, man, that was a nice day at Paulding.
Yep.
This is just
and you couldn't beat today.
beautiful,
You
yeah.
really could not beat today at all. I mean, a nice little breeze. We got here. The sun was out. And just a great day. The shadows are now starting to make their way across the track. Pretty much in front of us, all in shadows. The peak of the grandstand roof.
Yes.
Starting to fill the winner's circle from the shadows as we wait. There we go.
Number 1, Bounding Delight was a winner. Number 2, Need Bail Money was 6th. Number 3, Gorgeous Jet finished 2nd, was placed 3rd for violation of the braking rule in the stretch. Number 4, Gator Rocks was 4th. Number 5, Eddie's Little Legend finished 3rd, was placed 2nd. Number 6, Rum on the Rocks finished 5th. Time of the first quarter was 32 3/5. The half was in 105 3/5. The 3 quarters in 136 4/5, with a mile in 207 4/5. From the top it should read 163 425, a mile in 207 4/5.
So there you have it. We did see, because of the running, it's a braking rule. Gorgeous Jet finished 2nd, placed 3rd. Addie's Little Legend finished 3rd, placed 2nd. So there was a change in the placings for that race. But the winner, Bounding Delight, the Rosie Weaver trained pacer. And next up, we will have the 3-year-old filly pace when we return to the Paulding County Fair right after this.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 65 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the County Fair, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for over $20 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Welcome back. I'd have Susan welcome you back, but she's too busy eating a donut here. Matt, get over here and grab something. I mean, that's how he stays so skinny. He drinks these. By the way, you know, after I saw you drinking those Kirkland things, I went out and got them. They're a little more carbonated than I thought they would be.
Yeah, and they have flavor, not like regular
not bad
sparkling
at all,
water.
yeah.
It's kind of like drinking a pop, but so supposedly no sugar or calories or anything like that. So
Which ones do you like the best? There were 3 flavors. The orange, I had the orange, which was pretty good. I didn't have the other.
They're all
about the same.
Yeah, they're okay. I mean, I'd rather have a Dr. Pepper, you know, but I just can't do that all summer long.
Oh.
Well, there's no calories or sugar or anything in these donuts either. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah.
I've done the market research now.
There you go. See, that's what it's all about. It's
It is.
all about how you market it. Horses are out warming up still. For the next few races, we are at race number 13. And this will be 3-year-old filly pacers, 7 to go behind the gate. And we have not had anything really close to any track records, have we, today?
No.
Yep, we had one track record yesterday. Tulsa Bells set the new record for the all-aged trot, breaking the mark of 2 minutes and 1 second by 2 seconds. The old mark was held by Sweet Adeline in 2016, but originally set by Dinero G back in 2007. So stood for 17 years.
We're trying to recreate some track records. So if anybody knows of any older track records that we can document, let us know about that, because we've lost some in the past, you know, or we put the new one down, but now we're leaving the old one on our sheet too, so that we can always remember who held the track record. Because you know how many times we get people coming up and saying, well, my dad's horse held the track record here, and that's kind of neat. I was talking, when we first got on the air, we were talking about the memories that people have here, and I ran into a gentleman on the backstretch when we were over by Rosie's truck and trailer, and he said that when he was just a kid, his dad had a horse that he purchased. His dad purchased this horse for $1,700 and said that, oh, we're going to do the post parade, then I'll come back with this.
Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Number 1 is Pretty Girl Dragon, all by Josh Teets of Bucyrus, trained by Randy Rank, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 2 is Sacagawea, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, Ohio, the driver Nick Clegg. Number 3 is Hula Ray, owned and trained by Bill Webb of Defiance, the driver Mark Hedworth. Number 4 is Rockin' Ray L, owned by Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Rosemary Levan of Lewistown, Andy Heffelfinger of Ashland, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 5 is Winwood Aspen, owned by Marge Deshetsky of North Branch, Michigan, trained by Kent Haas, the driver David Lake. Number 6 is Outspoken Izzy, owned by Travis Boring of Clayton, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring, the driver Greg Bateson. And number 7 is Danson Shaney, owned by Phil Groves of Sydney, Ohio, trained by Brian Georges, the driver David Ward. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing.
So as I was saying, I met this gentleman who said that his family used to race in this circuit in the northwestern Ohio circuit, and his dad bought a horse for $1,700, and the son told him, he said, Dad, you're never going to make any money in that horse. And the trotter raced 14 times that summer, won 12 of them, had 2/3, and then he sold the horse to people in Norway. So, wow. But that's, you come here to the fair and those memories just get triggered, and you think about what great times you had.
Exactly.
So let's look at the horses in this 13th race. Pretty Girl Dragon, Pierce Henry will drive for Randy Rank. Joshua Teets is the owner of this Fear the Dragon filly out of Pretty Girl Hanover by Well Said. No starts yet this year. Last year had 14 starts, 2 wins. Fastest of those wins was 2, 8, and 4 right here at Paulding.
So the number 2 is Sacagawea. Nick Clegg drives for Betty Clegg, who owns this horse. This is a pet rock out of Towner's Big Guy mare, cross-threaded. Has made 6 starts this year. Has not hit the board yet. Last year, 29 starts, a couple of wins, 5 seconds and 6/3. Lifetime earnings just over $27,000 last time out at Northfield on May 25th. Finished 6th, 4 lengths back, pacing in 2 minutes and 4/5.
Hula Ray and Mark Hedworth from the 3-hole. Bill Webb is the trainer and also the owner. This is a filly by Cheyenne Ray out of Hot Shots Hullabaloo, who is by Noble Return. Just had 1 start as a 2-year-old and 3 starts so far this year, but has been pacing 56-4 over at Hoosier Park back in early May.
The number 4 is Rockin' Ray L. Hank Levan drives and trains for the Levan stables. Megan Levan, R. Levan, and A. Heffelfinger. This is a Fear the Dragon out of a mare, Rockonomics. 7 starts this year, a win and a second. Lifetime earnings just under $35,000. That win this year came at Miami Valley back on April 15th, winning in 154-4.
Winwood Aspen and David Lake from the 5-hole. Trainer is Kent Hess. Marjorie Deshesky is the owner of this Do Me That Again filly. It's out of Silveresque, who's by Admiral's Galley. This horse has had 2 starts this year. 1 finished 3rd at Northfield Park and paced her mile in 58-4.
The number 6 is Outspoken Izzy. Greg Bateson gets the drive for Brian Boring, making its first start of the year. Last year hit the board in 11 of 14 starts, winning 3, earning $21,419.
Dancing Shaney and David Ward from the 7-hole. Brian George is the trainer. Philip Groves, the owner. This is a Dancing Yankee out of Shanny Pants by On the Attack. 4 starts this year, 1 win. 56-4. From the rail out, Pretty Girl Dragon, Sacagawea, Hula Ray, Rocking Ray L, Winwood Aspen, and trailing is Outspoken Izzy and Dancing Shanny. Let's send it up to Bill.
There they come. They're a Off and pacing the first horse away is Rockin' Rael. Up on the outside second is Winwood Aspen, and now Winwood Aspen takes over. Dropping in second is Rockin' Rael. Moving up third at this point, that is Sacagawea. Pacing in there fourth, that's Pretty Girl Dragon. Moving along fifth, that's Hula Ray. At the rail sixth, that's Outspoken Izzy. Flying up on the outside seventh. Now sixth and going after the leaders is Denson Shaney. As they race to the quarter-mile mark with the lead, that's David Lake and Winwood Aspen. 2 lengths back second is Rockin' Rael with Hank Levan.
29.
First quarter paced in 29 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time.
7 again.
That is still Winwood Aspen with the lead. Rockin' Rael paces in there second. Sacagawea is third. Racing fourth as they race down to the half is Pretty Girl Dragon. Fifth, it is Hula Ray. At their sixth is Outspoken Izzy. And farther back seventh is Denson Shaney.
58 black.
First half paced in 58 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Winwood Aspen. The closest horse second is Rockin' Rael. Sacagawea is closing in their third. Racing in their fourth. Down the backside that is Pretty Girl Dragon. Now moving up is Outspoken Izzy. Also on the move is Hula Ray. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. Now Hank Levan's out and on the move with Rockin' Rael. Rockin' Rael now 6 or nose out in front. Dropping back second is Winwood Aspen. 3 quarters in 129 and 1/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Rockin' Rael with the lead. Winwood Aspen is second. Outspoken Izzy is now third. Hula Ray moves up fourth on the outside. Sacagawea drops back fifth as they race toward home. That's Rockin' Rael and Outspoken Izzy. Rockin' Rael and Outspoken Izzy. It's going to be Rockin' Rael, and here the outcome. Outspoken Izzy up for place. Up for third was Winwood Aspen. A mile in 2 minutes and 1/5.
2 minutes and 1/5, about a second and a half off the track record for a 3-year-old filly pacer. Rockin' Rael took over and drew away to win easily for Hank Levan. Second win on the year for Rockin' Rael. Second was Outspoken Izzy, making her first start of the year. Outspoken Izzy last year finished 6th in the Ohio Fair Championships.
Two minutes and a fifth, a nice mile out here. As you said, though, the 3-year-old filly pacing record is 58.3.
I think that might be the fastest mile of the day. Go back and take a look here.
It looks like this is Hank Levan's first win of the weekend, or the 2 days.
Second mile we've had in 2 minutes and a fifth. The other one came back in race number 5, 2-year-old colt pacers, and that was Spartan Hill for Mark St. Louis and Steve Novak. That also went in 2 minutes and a fifth.
Into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Woodstock, Lewistown, and Ashland comes number 4, Rockin' Rael, owned by Levan Stables. Megan Levan, Rosemary Levan, and Andy Heffelfinger, trained into a victory by Hank Levan. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association.
Should have got Rusty Voorhees to go down there to represent the OHHA.
Well, Hank is now on the board.
Well, that is. Hank is on the board, so Hank's representing the OHHA as well.
For Hank Levan and Rockin' Rael. And to the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, the donors of the blanket.
So Rockin' Rael, the winner. Outspoken Izzy finishes second. Winwood Aspen was third. We'll wait for the rest of the rundown.
Placings for race 13 from the top. Number 1, Pretty Girl Dragon was 5th. Number 2, Sacagawea was 6th. Number 3, Hula Ray was 4th. Number 4, Rockin' Rayel was a winner. Number 5, Wynwood Aspen was 3rd. Number 6, Outspoken Izzy was 2nd. And number 7, Danson Shaney was 7th. Time of the first quarter was 29 seconds. The half was in 58 seconds. The 3/4 in 1:29 and 1/5, with a mile in 2 minutes and 1/5. From the top it should read 5, 6, 4, 1, 3, 2, 7 on the bottom, a mile in 2 minutes and 1/5.
Okay, coming up next is the 14th race, the 3-year-old colt trot, the 3rd of 4 divisions, going for a purse of $3,350. We got 5 in it. No driver changes that we know of, but we'll be back to look at the horses in this 14th right after this.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC oil. It makes a world of difference.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, Long Tom, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Willis?
Fourteenth race today, the 3-year-old colt trot next up here at Paulding. As we have 5 to go behind the gate, so they will all be on the gate since we score 5 across this track. As we are making our way into early evening, 7 o'clock here in Northwest Ohio. It's been a beautiful day today. Glad to have everybody along watching. Make sure you take the time to check in with where you're watching from, just so we know. We had Stephen Chadwell watching down in Myrtle Beach, enjoying himself down there. And let's see, a number of other people that have checked in as well. We appreciate that. Haven't had many of our across the pond friends yet checking in.
No.
You know, I believe English Premier Soccer is still going on at the present time. So, I think it was the Mets and the Phillies were over there playing the London Series baseball game. Which that looked like that was a good time over there when I caught a little bit of it on ESPN a couple of mornings ago.
Was that before, during, or after you did your racing recap early in the morning?
Let's see. I think it was Saturday or Sunday morning. I can't remember. Got home late Saturday night after charity night up at Northfield Park, up early to get our recaps done, and have not gotten much sleep in the last 5 or 6 days. And don't see much sleep on the horizon coming up either.
Not. We got Heather from Prince Edward Island. Heather Neal with 2 L's. Could be a relation to Drew Neal.
Well, mine's an O'Neill. Is that just a Neal or an O'Neill?
Just a Neal.
Yeah, Madeline's an O'Neill.
Ah.
So, yeah. So as we get set here, the last few horses are out warming up. Bill Peters calling for them to come out with race 14. We've got a 3-year-old colt trot left, a 2-year-old colt pace, a 2-year-old filly trot, another 2-year-old colt pace, a 3-year-old filly pace, a 3-year-old colt trot, and then we wrap it up with the signature series. final race of our night.
We talk a lot about old Turig Seelster back again this year. He's 11 years old, still racing. Let's see, he raced already 13 times in 2024. 286 lifetime starts. I mean, what an old war horse this is. And a lot of the horses that are in this Signature Series pace, we got Rock and Roll Wildcats, 219 lifetime starts. The Bus A, 186 lifetime starts. Turig Seelster, 286. I mean,
6 of the
nice
7
horses.
have made over $100,000 in their career as well.
Yeah.
You look at like Universal and Mark of 149 and 4. Turig Seelster 150 and 4. So these horses know how to go.
Yeah. And I don't care who you are, if you're a jaded old horseman, but I mean, to see a horse like that or to sit behind a horse like that, that's just such class old horse, fast.
When was the last time you were behind a horse in a race bike or a jog cart?
Huh.
That long, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Jogged a couple since I've been here, but yeah, it's been a while. We used to give, when I was up at Running Aces in Minnesota, we gave jog cart rides with people with that old Tadler's Jet. Many people that are listening will remember Tadler's Jet, and he still has some track records here in Ohio. And I remember how the first time I sat behind him, I went, oh my gosh. I mean, this was even though he was a little bit older and a little bit slower, but you could just tell he was just such a good old horse. Gives you goosebumps to sit behind something like that.
Well, this is one of the few free fairs left in Ohio. They don't charge an admission, so if you're up in the area, you can stop out here at the Paulding County Fair. It'll go until this coming Saturday, June 15th. We will be this weekend down in Circleville for the Pickaway County Fair. That fair starts on Saturday as well, and that'll run through the following Saturday, the 22nd. We'll have racing on Saturday beginning at 1 p.m. and Sunday at 1 p.m. as well. On Saturday, we've got the Max Classic Open Trot as well as the Terry Holton Memorial Youth Driving Series Pace. Sunday, the Steamin' Demon Pace for 4-year-olds and up. And then on Sunday, we also have the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series.
That Steamin' Demon pace always brings some pretty nice horses down there. Circleville is so close to Scioto Downs, and a lot of people that race there, the Winter Circle Training Center, and get some nice horses in that Steamin' Demon pace.
Especially when you're going for $10,000 is the estimated purse. Let's send it up to Bill for the post parade.
Fool Me, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. Number 2 is Cape Count, owned by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, Ohio, and Irvin Miller of Sarasota, Florida, trained by Mike Sweeney. The driver is Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Supreme Samson, owned by Hagerman Racing of Kidron, Ohio, Daniel Schrock of Millersburg, Ohio, and Vernon Miller of Fredericksburg, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman. The driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is Zoned, owned and trained by John Payne of Toledo, the driver Doug Rideout. And number 5 is Roxy's Tom, owned by Larry Steeman of Middle Point, Ohio, trained by Bill Webb, the driver Mark Hedworth. Horses will take one long.
I think that this could be one of our faster trots, certainly, of the day. We got 3 horses in here that have won already. 57, Do Don't Fool Me is 1 in 57 at Miami Valley. Cape Count, 57 and 4 at Scioto, and Zoned 58 and 2 at Scioto. So there's some speed in this race for this 3-year-old colt trot. Who did you say we changed?
We have
drivers on?
Doug Rideout will be driving
On
the number
Zoned.
4 Zoned.
Okay.
We'll take a look at the field. The number 1 is Don't Fool Me. Rosie Weaver drives and trains and co-owns with Heartland Acres. This long tom is out of the Donato Hanover mare Ariella. 7 starts this year, has hit the board 5 times, has a win, a second, and 3/3 lifetime earnings over $54,000. Last time out, finished 3rd at Northfield, has a qualifying win back on May 30th.
Cape Count and Pierce Henry leave from post position 2. Mike Sweeney trains for Patrick Sweeney and Irvin Miller. This is a full count out of Donna Mom, who is by I Look Like My Mom. 12 starts last year, made almost $10,000, and this year has had 3 starts, 1 win. That was his last start at Scioto Downs in a horse and gelding. Now winners of 1 Pari-Mutuel Lifetime, 57-4.
The number 3 is Supreme Samson. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives for Herman Hagerman. This gelding is by Nothing But Class out of the Like a Prayer mare Supreme Day, owned by Hagerman Racing, Daniel Schrock and Vernon Miller. 8 starts this year, still looking for that first win this year, but did win 7 out of 17 last year, earning over $36,000.
Zoned and Doug Rideout have the 4-hole. John Payne is the trainer and the owner. This is a What the Hill out of My Zone, who is a Donato Hanover. 9 starts this year with 1 win. That was 2 starts back in 58-2 Scioto Downs, but had earned $15,746 as a 2-year-old. And as we say, with driver change, Doug Rideout will drive.
And the number 5 is Roxy's Tom. Mark Hedworth will drive for trainer Bill Webb. Owner is Larry Steeman. This long tom is out of the Jailhouse Jesse Mare Jailhouse Roxy, making its first start of the year. The last time this horse raced is a year ago tomorrow. Raced here at Paulding on June 12th and had some broken equipment and was distance finishing 5th. Let's send it up to Bill Peters for the call.
Supreme Samson, Zoned, and Roxy's Tom scoring in that order from the rail out. Here they come. Here, off and trotting, Supreme Samson goes out after they're delayed. Trotting in there second, that's Cape Count. Up on the outside third is Zoned. At the rail fourth is You Don't Fool Me. And the last horse is Roxy's Tom. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Out there on the front end, that's Supreme Samson. Racing in there second, that's Zoned. Moving along at the rail third is You Don't Fool Me. Moving fourth now is Roxy's Tom, and off stride at fifth is Cape Count. Going toward that quarter-mile mark. Still with the lead, that's Mark St. Louis Jr. and Supreme Samson. Trotting in there second is Zoned, driven by Doug Rideout. Racing third, You Don't Fool Me, driven by Rosie Weaver. And right there fourth, Roxy's Tom, driven by Mark Edworth.
31 and 3.
First quarter trotted in 31 and 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's still Supreme Samson with the lead. Zone trots in there second. You Don't Fool Me trots in there third. Fourth is Roxy's Tom, and farther back fifth is Cape Count. Past the half-mile mark, that's still Supreme Samson with the lead, but now Doug Rideout edges Zoned up on the outside second.
3 and 2.
First half trotted in well 3 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Supreme Samson. A close second is Zoned. You Don't Fool Me is racing in their third. Fourth is Roxy's Tom, and the last horse, Cape Count. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Supreme Samson by a length and a half over Zoned. You Don't Fool Me races in their third. Fourth, it is Roxy's Tom, and the last horse, Cape Count.
34 and 2.
3/4 in 134 and 2/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt knob. Rosie Weaver makes her move with You Don't Fool Me. At what's sail with the lead though is Supreme Samson. You Don't Fool Me ranges up second, dropping back third along the way of the Zoned as they race for home. That's Supreme Samson, and You Don't Fool Me. In between horses comes Zoned, but past the stands it's gonna be Supreme Samson, and here they all come. You Don't Fool Me is up for place. Up for third was Zoned.
204 and 4.
A mile and 2:04 and 4/5.
Another nice last quarter, 3/4 in 134 and 2, mile and 2:04 and 4. So Last quarter in 30-2. Mark St. Louis Jr. and Herman Hagerman and Supreme Sampson team up to win this race.
4th win for Mark St. Louis on the week, or during the 2 days. 2nd win today.
First training win for Herman Hagerman.
First win of the year for Supreme Sampson, the nothing but class out of Supreme Day. A $11,000 purchase at the Blooded Horse Sale. I think we have the Paulding Egg Society blanket convention happening right now.
Is that?
There are all 4 of them out there are Paulding Egg Society blankets. Waiting for your winner, Supreme Sampson, to make his way back to the winner's circle.
Back into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Kidron, Millersburg, and Fredericksburg comes number 3, Supreme Sampson. Owned by Hagerman Racing, Daniel Schrock and Vernon Miller. Trained by Herman Hagerman and driven to victory this afternoon here by Mark St. Louis Jr. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. Mark St. Louis Jr., Herman Hagerman, Stacey Curry, and Supreme Sampson. And to the Paulding County Agricultural Society, the donors of the blanket. Let's have a big hand for our speed superintendent, Gus Davis, who was out there to get these pictures. To give Gus a big hand. To the fine job here as the speed superintendent of the Paulding County Fair.
So we'll get the rundown here, but it was Supreme Sampson the winner. You Don't Fool Me. And Rosie Weaver finished 2nd, and Zoned with Doug Rideout finished in 3rd.
Thanks for race 14 from the top. Number 1, You Don't Fool Me was 2nd. Number 2, Cape Count was 5th. Number 3, Supreme Sampson was a winner. Number 4, Zoned was 3rd. Number 5, Roxy's Tom was 4th. Time of the first quarter was 31 3/5. The half was in 103 2/5. The 3 quarters in 134 2/5. With a mile in 204 4/5. From the top it should read 251 3-4 on the bottom. A mile in 204 4/5.
So there you have it, 14th race in the books. Coming up on 15, and you got your nose in that old Huffs Guide. You find some interesting things?
We have the 1967 Huffs Guide. It's just looking at Delaware, Ohio. They raced 4 days. It was the 22nd Little Brown Jug that year, and what has it been this year? The
78th, I think.
78th, yeah. It's
I think. If not, Jay will text us.
Jay will text us, yeah. This is just kind of fun to look back. There's not only Ohio fairs in here, but there's also some Michigan ones. And way in the back of the book, it lists all the state and county fairs across the United States, which is quite interesting. Like Alabama only has 4 fairs, or had 4 fairs. Connecticut only 4. Delaware 1. So just kind of some interesting stuff in this old House Guide from 1967.
We got folks out in New Mexico watching, asking Matt, how's it going? APK Racing?
Oh, Alex, yeah. Well, how's it going out there? You made the move from Tamberlane Farms in Deerfield, Michigan over to Arizona?
New Mexico.
New Mexico, that's right.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. So, Matt's got fans all over. So, yep. So, all right, 14 in the books. We'll be back with the 15th after this.
The Paulding County Fair has based itself around the agricultural community since its beginning in 1860. Known then as a true farmers fair, the two-day event exhibited the best crop and animals in the area. Men displayed their leather and woodworking, while women showed their skills for sewing and baking. Excitement persisted well into the second day when the trotting matches took place. The fair saw tremendous growth over the next decade. The Paulding County Agricultural Society was formed and purchased the permanent location of the fairgrounds. A grandstand and racetrack were quickly built, and within no time, the track recorded its fastest mile at 2 minutes and 29 seconds. Today, the same racetrack has a trotting record of 2 minutes and 1 second, set by De Niro in 2007 and Sweet Adeline in 2016. Fast horses weren't always contained to the oval track. In the early 20th century, the most popular event was easily the Gents Road Race. Contrary to the name, by 1913, ladies had their own heat too. Horses were hitched to four-wheel carts, and whichever animal won 2 of 3 heats was declared the winner. Prizes were $75 for men, $50 for women, and $100 for a half-mile dash. Ponies, quarter horses, and thoroughbreds have all made their own debut on this racetrack, but it's the standardbred that had prevailed. Every year, the Paulding County Fair marks the beginning of a new and exciting fair season for the entire state of Ohio.
Susan, I know you're keeping track of this stuff. In the 7th race, how did Ryan Miller's horse do? Did it win? Seaside Hottie?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Full Sister is in this race coming up for Nick and Betty Clegg. Down by the Seaside Hot Lemonade. So the 3-year-old sold for $60,000, and Clegg's got this one for $21,000.
In which?
15th race, See I'm Hot. So then the 7th race.
Oh, okay.
Right, yeah. Hot
Wow.
Lemonade is the dam, both down by the Seaside. Awfully well bred.
That is interesting. It's 21,000 as compared to 60. I always notice, especially on Matinee Madness, when we're taking a little deeper look into those 2-year-olds, and you wonder why people paid so much. You look at one that's, sold for $30,000, $35,000, and then you don't see too much. But then you go back to the second dam and you go, holy man.
Yeah.
$2
million
yeah.
producers or something.
Yeah, it's just that first dam, that's her first foal, or maybe she didn't race so good, but her full sisters and half sisters and everything raced great. So it's a lot of research to be done. I have a friend back in Wisconsin that, it's what she does for fun is read pedigree books.
Really?
Yeah, she's just nothing on the trotting side, nothing at all. But on the pacing side, she just knows everything going back 3, 4, 5 generations.
I just kind of remember, I've never done real research, just, the ones that stick out in my mind from all my days at the tracks.
Yeah.
Here in Ohio, Noble and Sam was always one of my favorite sires. And then, there was one, I think, this year, last Sam standing, a dam by Noble and Sam. So I kind of almost wonder if that was maybe one of the last ones that he would have sired in the state. I don't know. I've been doing the math. We're about 50 minutes behind right now. So the last race was scheduled for 7:45, assuming we went at 15 minutes. So
okay.
We're flirting with being done right around 9 o'clock. It's going to get a little dark out if we don't pick it up at all.
Yeah. Well, it's a little, I wouldn't call it cloudy, but it's maybe a little hazy.
Yeah, overcast. Which it seemed like we still had plenty of time last night, getting done right around 9. So I think they'll definitely not have any problems getting them in. But
Well, we're still 10 days away from the longest day of the year.
Are we?
Yeah, I think spring equinox is what, the 21st. Oh man, I did something to my phone.
In a blanket courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. Number 1 is Peanut Fear, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver Nick Clegg. Number 2 is Eisenman, owned by Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg and Cedar Point Beach Racing of Fremont, trained by Ty Bates, the driver Luke Hanners. Number 3 is Tea by the Sea, owned by Nysonger Stable LLC of Lebanon, Johnny Stan of South Bloomfield, Ohio, trained and driven by Jeff Nysonger. Number 4 is Pete Said, owned by Rick Haskell of Oakwood, trained by Chad Williamson, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 5 is See I'm Hot, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver Tim Johnson. Number 6 is In Reality, owned by Tom and Sally Wadsworth of Sandusky, Michigan, trained and driven by Skip DeMol. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual.
So we were just talking, Frank, while you were gone, this horse in here, See I'm Hot, is a down by the seaside out of Hot Lemonade. And a horse in the 7th that Ryan Miller won with is a down by the seaside out of Hot Lemonade. So full sisters.
Well, one's a gelding,
well,
so
first,
sister, full siblings.
Okay, yeah, I didn't pay attention to that part.
No. Look at that, so that'd be a nice little story if those two both come home a winner. You know, I ran out to get my charge cord for my phone, and 3 different people stopped me and thanked us for what we were doing. Just said, you know, how great of a job we do, and thank you for what we're doing. And the one gentleman said, I bet you hear that a lot. I said, we do, but we always appreciate hearing, you know, from our fans that are out there. And, you know, and again, there's the perfect case of people that are watching, but they are here at the fair today.
Yes.
They get to the fairs that they can get to. It's the ones that they can't get to that they are, you know, watching us and enjoying the presentation that we put forth for them. So,
and I said it's like the connections that are being made too between people that do live far away and can't make it. It's just great.
Well, let's take a look at the field for this. The freshman Colt Pacers, the 15th race on our 20 race card. The number 1 is Peanut Fear. Nick Clegg drives for Betty Clegg, his wife. She also owns this horse. This is a Fear the Dragon out of the Better Delights mare, Peanut Better Shake. You gotta like that
That's
name.
A great
That's
name.
a great name. A $12,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale.
This is funny because we've got Peanut Butter Shake, we've got Teapot Hanover, and Hot Lemonade. There's some good mares' names, aren't they? Eisenman and Luke Hanners have the 2-hole for trainer Tyler Bates. Suzanne Bates and Cedar Point Beach Racing are the owners of this Rockin' Amadeus out of Tricky Trendy, who's a Pine Valley. This colt was purchased at the Buckeye Classic sale for $8,000.
The number 3 is Tea by the Sea. Jeff Nysonger drives, trains, and co-owns with Johnny Stant. This is a down by the seaside out of the Western Hanover mare, Teapot Hanover, that Susan just talked to you about. And this horse is partially owned by Jeff Nysonger Stable and Johnny Stant, as I said.
Pete Said and Pierce Henry from the 4. Chad Williamson is the trainer. Claude Estill is the owner. This is a Well Said out of The Mistress, who's by Astros.
The second Clegg entry in this, the 15th, is See I'm Hot, and that's SEA because it's a down by the seaside out of the Rock and Roll Heaven mare, Hot Lemonade. This was a $21,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale.
What's interesting is Big Sister was a $65,000 purchase, so or $60,000, excuse me. And then the 6-hole, horse will trail the field. In Reality, Skip DeMol. Skip is also the trainer, and Thomas and Sally Wadsworth are the owners. This horse was sold for $14,000, and I see the abbreviation for the sale is WCSS. So I had to look that one up. It's the Winner's Circle Speed Sale that was held in Michigan. So that's where they purchased this Fool Me Once colt. So they are gathering up behind the gate. We'll have 5 on the gate, 1 trailer. So from the rail out, Peanut Fear, Isaman, Tea by the Sea, Pete Said, See I'm Hot, and trailing will be In Reality. They're headed in the turn. They'll be picking up speed and will join Bill Peters for the call of the 15th race.
Here they come. They're off and pacing the first horse away at the rail is Peanut Fear. Dropping in there second is Eisenman. Moving up third, that is Tea by the Sea. Fourth is See I'm Hot. Racing in there fifth, as Pete Said, and the last horse is In Reality. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Nick Clegg has Peanut Fear on top by 2.5 lengths. Pacing second is Eisenman, driven by Luke Hanners. Racing in there third is Tea by the Sea, driven by Jeff Neishonger. Fourth is See I'm Hot, driven by Tim Johnson. Racing fifth is Pete Said, driven by Pierce Henry. The last horse, In Reality, driven by Skip DeMall.
31 and 2.
First quarter was paced in 31 and 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Peanut Fear now by about 4 lengths. Pacing second is Eisenman. Racing in their third is Tea by the Sea. Fourth is See I'm Hot. Racing fifth, coming down to the half, is Pete Said, and the last horse, In Reality. No change as they race past the half-mile mark. That's Peanut Fear now by about 2.5 lengths.
1 and 4.
First half paced in 101 and 4/5. They round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to the 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Peanut Fear, and the closest horse second is Eisenman. Racing third, that's Tea by the Sea. See I'm Hot is fourth. Ranging up on the outside fifth now comes Pete Said, the last horse, In Reality. The pace picks up just a wee bit as they go toward that 3/4 mile mark. That's still Peanut Fear with the lead. 2 lengths back, second Eisenman, followed by Tea by the Sea third, and on the outside fourth is Pete Said.
32 and 2.
3/4 in 132 and 2/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. Now Luke Hanners makes his move with Eisenman. That's Peanut Fear with the lead. Eisenman on the outside. 3 wide comes Tea by the Sea as they race through the lane. That's Peanut Fear, Eisenman, and Tea by the Sea. Eisenman on the between horses on the extreme outside. That's Tea by the Sea, but I believe maybe Peanut Fear may have held on. But close with the win for Peanut Fear and Tea by the Sea.
203 flat.
A mile and 2:03.
Another great finish here at the Paulding Fair. Oh, and Frank caught it.
This one is going to be so close.
Yeah,
That
that's real close.
Frank was taking a picture, and we're sitting pretty darn close to the finish line. So you got
I got
the
a feeling
inside
it's going to
horse.
be, I don't know, I think it's going to be number 3, Tea by the Sea, and Jeff Neishonger on the outside. We'll have to see.
That was a great finish. We've had some very exciting finishes, and the crowd's into it. And we still got a darn good crowd.
A lot of
for
people
a lot of
really
people
down, sitting outside the fence by their cars enjoying the action down there. Even the fans are looking up here asking us who got it. It was close. Too close to call on that one.
Yeah.
But they were 3 across the finish line. You had, on the inside, you had Nick Clegg with See I'm Hot. And then in the middle, it was Luke Hanners and Eisenman. And on the outside, it was Nick Clegg with Peanut Fear, number 2. And it's going to be Tea by the Sea with Jeff Neishonger just gets up for the win.
Co-owner Johnny Stantz has been waiting here all day for this.
And he finally gets it. So it looks like Peanut Fear would be second and Eisenman will be third.
Is that official?
No.
Okay.
That's what my
Unofficial.
camera says, but we got to wait for the official word from Bill Peters, and here we go.
Going on the winner's go, coming in from Lebanon and South Bloomfield, comes number 3, T by the Sea, all by the Nysonger Stable LLC and Johnny Stant, trained and over to victory by Jeff Nysonger. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. For Johnny Stant, Jeff Nysonger, and T by the Sea.
So T by the Sea, the down by the seaside out of the Western Hanover mare, Teapot Hanover, picks up the win. Have to wait to get the rest of the rundown from Bill Peters. But a very happy ownership.
Yeah.
15 from the top. Number 1, Peanut Fear was second. Number 2, Eisenman was third. Number 3, T by the Sea was a winner. Number 4, Pete Said was fourth. Number 5, See I'm Hot was fifth. And number 6, In Reality was sixth. Time of the first quarter was 31 2/5. The half was in 101 4/5. The 3 quarters in 132 2/5 with a mile in 2:03. From the top it should read 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, a mile in 2:03.
So there you have it. The 2-year-old Colt Pace.
So we have Doug Ballinger telling us that he's watching on his way home.
I hope somebody else is driving.
Well, and then we got Jeremy Moore, our deputy, on here too. So you better, Doug, you better put your phone down, or else somebody else is
Somebody else better be
for you.
driving there. Otherwise, we're going to have you covered from both sides there,
Yep.
Mr. Ballinger. So
that's
we
Jeff.
are now 3/4 of the way through the card, and I believe
Hold
that
up.
is the.
Hold up.
Oh, there we go.
Ooh.
Another close one. Oh, there we go. Hold on.
Oh, come on, camera.
You got her?
Yep.
All right. Look at this modern technology. You know, we got it made.
I can't believe that actually works, but we'll take it. That is close.
Thank you, Jim. Very nice.
So before we go to break, we can hear the song "Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey" playing in the background.
She's
And
not racing here today.
I know she's not, but for those of you who didn't know about it, you know, was the 3-year-old pacing filly of the year, and she
2 years
2-year-old
ago.
pacing.
Yep. No, 3-year-old, but 2 years ago.
2 years ago, okay. And at the Washington County matinee, she schooled a mile on the trot.
Yep.
And the Mackenzie Haynes says she wants to race her on the trot because she loves to trot, and she looked really good doing it. Wants to set a double-gated record if she can trot in a mile. And I think she said in 58 that she could be a double-gated world champion, so that would be really fun.
I don't think she's raced yet, though.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
'Cause she schooled good. She schooled
very
really good.
Yeah, I haven't seen her, but whenever I hear this song, I think about her and think, I wonder how she's doing. So with that, we're going to take a short break, and then we will be back with the 16th race.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Well, we were just checking on Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. Last time she raced was Saturday night up at the MGM Northfield Park in the Distaff the race up there, the $75,000 event. She finished 8th in that race, so has not raced yet on the trot. So still all been racing as a pacer. So we are getting set now for our 16th. This will be 7 going behind the gate. Again, a couple of driver changes. The number 2, Jeff Nysonger, will drive for Curtis Massey, LT Modana. That's because that TBA guy didn't show again.
Yep.
And then the number 5, it'll be Greg Bateson driving for Brian Boring, a little intoxicated. Justin Irvine was up, but now Greg Bateson will do the driving for Brian Boring.
And this was Vicki Jennings, who owns A Little Intoxicated, was up here before, and she says all she wants to hear is Brian Boring training A Little Intoxicated. So having some fun with the horse's name.
So this probably is getting close to the horses finishing warming up, and then we'll start moving through those last 5 races.
A little more quickly. Matt discovered that, or figured out we were about 50 minutes behind from the scheduled post times on USTA. But they're every 15 minutes, and I think we had some that we probably went 20, 25 minutes between, don't you?
And the last was scheduled for 7:45, so about,
The last race, or
that's what it was scheduled for.
Yeah.
Gonna be way behind.
Oh, yeah. That's what I mean. It's
This is gonna put Northfield to shame.
Yeah. Paulding has mastered the art of the drag.
There's a lot of, all I know is walking to get to my thing there, I saw a lot of non-winning tickets across the ground out there.
Between, 36 races over 2 days, I'm guessing they probably did pretty good handle-wise with the crowds that they've had.
Dalton Walls wants to know, is Matt Clark still the Darke County Bar Dart champion?
He'll find out when the Darke County Fair comes around. I've been practicing. I told him I bought one of those machines. I would play every day.
Did you?
No. No, but that's what I'm going to tell him.
Oh, well,
Just put a little fear in him.
Never mind, Dalton. Never mind.
Now, Ronnie also is a pretty good dart player. That's kind of what they're into at a place called Sloopy's down the road from the fairgrounds there in Greenville. Yep, world famous Sloopy's.
Is that what the sign says?
No.
Hey, if Matt's hanging out there,
we're making it world famous today. We're going to mention it to everybody.
Oh.
Yeah, we heard that Ronnie Gillespie was going to give up training horses and go on the World Dart Bar Champions.
Yeah,
whatever.
the story is I actually won the last time I played against him, so I got to hold that over him until the Darke County Fair.
Oh, okay.
And now if I don't go, or at least I'll go to Sloopy's, it can carry over for as long as I want.
You're the reigning champ.
Exactly, holding on to the title.
Hey, they got to come to your home course, your home board now. So
I was as shocked as anyone when I won too, because there's some weird rule where you have to hit like the exact number but double. It's just a tiny little target. And very first throw when I needed a 16, I hit whatever I needed to. I guarantee, my jaw hit the floor. I was like, what? It's a lot of fun hanging out with those guys down there, though. It's a good group of people down there in Greenville.
Yeah, we'll be heading to Greenville. When is that? That is in, let's see.
Oh, that's a while.
That's a while.
August,
yeah, you say it's a while off. It's not that far off. It's, 2 months. August 16th, 17th, 21st. 4 race cards, 6:30 and 6:30 on Friday the 16th and 17th. And then we have 2 race cards on Wednesday, one starting at noon and one starting at 7:15 at night.
Is that Regal night the Wednesday?
Yep, the Wednesday will be Regal night, Gene Regal Memorial Open, the Arnie Almahurst Open, the Annie Oakley Shootout, 2 Great Lakes amateur events, the Terry Holton Memorial Youth Series, and the partial Memorial Stakes for 2- and 3-year-olds.
Let's head to the post parade.
Kinda.
Well, we would. if
The
we're
drivers
gonna be
are.
done.
The drivers are here.
For race 16, this is another 2-year-old filly trot going for a purse of $3,685 and a blanket courtesy of Paulding County Agricultural Society. Number 1 is Millie May, all by John J. Schleybaugh, Millersburg, Ohio. Walnut View Farm of Walnut Creek, Ohio. And Leroy Kime of Millersburg, Ohio, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. Number 2 is L.T. Modana, all by Gene Massey of Sycamore, Ohio. Ian Mason of Bucyrus, Ohio. Patricia Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio. Jim Mays of Bucyrus, Ohio, trained by Kurt Massey, the driver Jeff Neusonger. Number 3 is Risky Hill, owned by Lance Bayless of Clarkston, Michigan. S.A. Macysock of Prince Edward Island. R.L. Benner of De Leon Springs, Florida. And Jeff Howells of Clarkston, Michigan, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Joseph Yoder. Number 4 is Boot Up, owned by Steve Stewart of Paris, Kentucky, and Rebecca Miller of Munfordville, Kentucky, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver Clifton Bell. Number 5 is A Little Intoxicated, home of Vicki Jennings of Weston, Michigan, and Brad Nowakowski of Ottawa Lake, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring, the driver Greg Bateson. Number 6 is Money Shot, trained and driven by Rory Moore of Grafton, Ohio. And number 7 is Lovely in Red, owned by E.G. Trot LLC of Findlay, trained by Ed Greeno Jr., the driver Cody Greeno. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry!
Okay, we'll take a closer look at some of these horses. Millie May and Rosie Weaver from the rail. Rosie's the trainer. Schlebach, Walnut View Farms, and Leroy Kime are the owners of this long Tom filly. She's out of a Tom Ridge mare, Agenda Tom Ridge. Paid $20,000 for her at the Buckeye Classic sale.
The number 2 is L.T. Modana. Jeff Neusonger drives for Curtis Massey. This is also a long Tom out of the credit winner mare Holy Mary, owned by Massey, Mason, Jury, and Mays.
This horse, L.T. Madonna, won at Bucyrus in 2:20 and 2. Risky Hill gets Joe Yoder in the bike for trainer Rosie Weaver. This horse is owned by Bayless, Benner, and Howells. So What the Hill filly out of Risky Deal, Break the Bank K.
And McIsaac. That's the other one.
And sorry.
Number 4 is Boot Up. Christopher Beaver is the trainer. Clifton Bell drives today for owners Stephen Stewart and Rebecca Miller. This is What the Hill out of the mare Hot Start.
And Brian Boring trains A Little Intoxicated, driven by Greg Bateson. Vicki Jennings owns, along with Brad Nowakowski. It's an enterprise out of Andover Hall mare.
The number 6 is Money Shot. Rory Moore drives and trains this Muscle Up the Gold out of the Cash Hall mare Rapid Cash. Rory also owns and bred Money Shot.
Lovely in Red and Cody Greeno from the 7-hole for Ed Greeno Jr., E.G. Trot, the owner. It's a chestnut filly by Third Pat out of 2 Lovely, who's by Loving Every Moment. So from the rail out, we've got Millie May, L.T. Modana, Risky Hill, Boot Up, A Little Intoxicated from the outside, Money Shot, and Lovely in Red will trail. So let's send it up to Bill Peters.
Here they come. Here, off and trotting, the first horse away on the outside is Boot Up. Down at the rail second, that's Millie May. Between horses third comes L.T. Modana. Racing in there fourth is Lovely in Red. Moving along fifth is A Little Intoxicated. Racing sixth is Money Shot, and the last horse after going off stride is Risky Hill. As they race down the backside over toward that quarter-mile mark, Clifton Bell has Boot Up on top by a length and a half. Trotting second is Millie May, driven by Rosie Weaver. In their third, that's L.T. Modana, driven by Jeff Neusonger. Fourth, it is Lovely in Red, driven by Cody Greeno. Fifth is A Little Intoxicated, driven by Greg Mason. Sixth is Money Shot, driven by Rory Moore. And farther back, seventh is Risky Hill, driven by Joseph Yoder.
35 and 2.
First quarter was trotted in 35 and 2/5 seconds. And now A Little Intoxicated goes off stride. As they race down toward the half-mile mark, that's Clifton Bell and Boot Up, bringing the horses down to the half. Racing right there, close second is Millie May. In their third, that's LT Modana. Fourth is Lovely in Red. Fifth, it is Money Shot. Then farther back, sixth comes A Little Intoxicated, and seventh is Whiskey Hill. First half trotted at a leisurely 1:11. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Boot Up. The closest horse second is Millie May. Third is LT Modana. Fourth, it is Lovely in Red. Racing fifth is Money Shot. The pace picks up going down the backside over the 3/4 mile mark, and Cody Greeno is out and on the move with Lovely in Red. She's now trotted up to be third. Sail with the lead is Boot Up. Second along the rail is Millie May. Now taking over second on the outside, though, is Lovely in Red. Looking for racing room along the rail is LT Modana.
145.
3/4 in 145 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Boot Up with the lead. Lovely in Red racing second. LT Modana now goes off stride third. Now regaining third is Millie May as they race for home. That's Boot Up and Lovely in Red closing fast on the outside. Boot Up and Lovely in Red. It's going to be Boot Up. And here the outcome. Lovely in Red holds on for second. Up for third was Millie May.
2:15 and 2.
A mile and 2:15 and 2/5.
So that mile in 2:15 and 2 off of 3/4 in 1:45. So they scooted home in 30 and 2, fastest quarter of the race for sure. Boot Up and Clifton Bell.
I think that's the first win for Clifton Bell and Chris Beaver this week here at Paulding.
Yes.
They pick up the win with Boot Up, a $19,000 purchase at the Lexington Select Sale, owned by Steve Stewart and Rebecca Miller, both of Kentucky. So we had breaks from Risky Hill. We had breaks from A Little Intoxicated.
The wealth is getting spread around a little. We've had 22 different trainers win over these 2 days.
I think we've had 15 or 16 different drivers too, haven't we?
At least. Nineteen
19 different drivers have collected wins.
Up, all by Steve Stewart and Rebecca Miller, trained by Chris Beaver and driven to victory this evening by Clifton Bell.
Neutrals 471 official.
The blanket for this race is courtesy of Paulding County Agricultural Society.
Go ahead when you're ready.
That's what they heard there for Clifton Bell and Boot Up. And to the Paulding County Agricultural Society, the donors of the blanket.
Get the rundown here from Bill Peters for this, the 16th. And then we've got something we need to discuss with Mr. Clark, don't we? The message in the phone regarding his championship.
Oh yeah, results are pending.
Yeah, well, you know, if that's what they're saying. Here's the rundown.
Millie May was third. Number 2, LT Modana was fifth. Number 3, Risky Hill was seventh. Number 4, Boot Up was the winner. Number 5, A Little Intoxicated was sixth. Number 6, Money Shot was fourth. And number 7, Lovely in Red was second. Time of the first quarter was 35 and 2/5. The half was in 1:11. The 3/4 in 1:45. With a mile in 2:15 and 2/5. From the top it should read 3:57, 1:64. 2 on the bottom. A mile in 2:15 and 2/5.
So yeah, as long as Coors Light isn't on the banned substance list, it stands.
Oh, You know, sore losers, right? You know, that's what it comes down to. So 16 in the books, 4 to go. On pace to end right where we did last night at 8:45 when we come back to the Paulding County Fair right after this.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fairs. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 21 fairs in 19 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins. When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Welcome back to Paulding, where we're in the 6th of 6 divisions of the 2-year-old colt pace. Lots of races today. Total purse for the 2-year-old colt pace is $16,316, but when you divide it up 6 ways, it comes down to $27.86. But as we've talked about multiple times during the show, is that in a few weeks, there'll be less divisions. Now, it was interesting because Steve thought that there's going to be more divisions, that we may not go down to one division.
Where there's one, you might have 2. Where today we've got 6. You know, even if you go down to 2 with a purse of, $16,000, then all of a sudden you're racing for $8,000. So that's a pretty nice paycheck, even if you split to 2 divisions.
Absolutely. So we've at this race coming up, the horses we've still got some horses warming up.
Yep.
They have to be warming up for the 20th, you would think.
I would think so at this point, yep. Well, let's take a look at the field for this, the 2-year-old colt pace. The number 1 is Garoppolo. Ryan Miller trains. Drew Neal will drive. This is owned by Miller Racing and Maisie Racing and M. Hayes. This is a bit of a legend and out of the well-said mare, Pretty Girl Hanover. This was one of the horses we featured on Freshman Focus when we were out at Ryan Miller's barn for the show.
No More Fear by Nick Clegg drives for Betty Clegg. Betty's also the owner. This is Fear the Dragon colt out of a Rock and Roll Hanover mare, Maureen Rocks.
The number 3 is Nikki's Will. Tyler St. Louis drives for Justin White. This is a We Will See out of the mare Nikki Blue Chip. Noah Wengard of Wilshire, Ohio owns Nikki's Will.
Moon's Up. Mike Sweeney trains this horse. Pierce Henry will drive. This is a lather up out of Walk 2 Moons by He's All That. TK Murata, NL Uxenberg, and P.M. Sweeney are the owners.
The number 5 is Murphy. Luke Hanners drives for Tyler Bates. This is a What the Hill out of the Credit Minute-Wear Foxy Blue. Sean McGee and Suzanne Bates are the co-owners of Murphy.
Greg Bateson trains and drives the 6, Dancing Everywhere. It's a Dancing Yankee out of Power Everywhere, who is by Kilowatt. That's pretty cute. Power Everywhere by Kilowatt. Edwin Harwood is the owner of this colt.
And the number 7 is Quick Slick. This is a Rosie Weaver trainee. Joe Yoder will do the driving. This is a lather up out of the Mach 3 mare Marley B. Rosie Weaver co-owns with Heartland Acres. So that is the 7-horse field for this, the final division of freshman colt pacers.
I'm looking down this field when we first got the program, and I said, boy, that's rather unusual that none of these horses were sold at public auction. but then neither were they in the 18th, neither were in the 19th and 20th. I think there's so many races that when you get to a point that maybe that little checkbox that you click that says show yearling prices just wasn't clicked for this many races.
I was thinking the same thing because when I turned to this page, I went, "Oh, I must have skipped this page," because I use, color markers to highlight things I'm going to say, and I went, "Well, I do have one green mark. The 6 Dancing Everywhere is a homebred for Edwin Harwood." That was the only mark I made on here, and I was like, "Yeah, none of them were sold." But then I went and looked through and didn't have anything for the rest of the card.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yep. So we can't give you yearling prices.
But if you want to follow along, you can pick up a program at harnessracingohio.com. They usually go up about an hour before the racing starts. So you're able to go on, pick up a program, and then you can follow along with us, make your selections, and see what happens from there. Greg Bates, and I think Greg's been shut out today, hasn't he? Yeah, he does not have a win today.
Yeah.
He had 2 yesterday, tied for the lead with Mark St. Louis. Mark St. Louis today has 2 wins. Nick Clegg has 2 wins. Luke Hanners has 2 wins. And Mark Hedworth, 2 wins today. And right now it's Mark St. Louis winning the driving title for the Paulding County Fair right now with 4 victories. Horse is still warming up. The Wepkenburg starting gate has not moved. I'll tell you, when I was down earlier, I was standing on the fence between races as some of the horses were going by. And, I mean, you can reach out and touch the horses. That's how close you can get here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, you can't do that at a football stadium, reach out and touch the fans right there or the baseball players anymore,
Right.
especially with the nets up at baseball games.
If you did happen to get in there and touch them, you'd get arrested right
Exactly.
away.
But that's one of the nice things about if you come out to a county fair, you can go back to the barn area, walk around, meet the trainers, meet the drivers, and see the horses up close and personal. Let's go upstairs for the post parade.
Buffalo. Alba Miller Racing Stable Incorporated of Greenville, Ohio. Amazing Racing Stable of Middle Point, Ohio. Melinda Hayes of Pelagonia, Arizona. Trained by Ryan Miller. The driver is Drew Neal. Number 2 is No Mo Fear. Owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield. The driver Tim Johnson. Number 3 is Nicky's Will. Owned by Noah Wenger of Wilshire. Trained by Justin White. The driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is Moons Up. Owned by Teresa Morano of Linden, Michigan. Neil Oxenberg of Pembroke Pines, Florida. Mike Sweeney of Delaware, Ohio, trained by Mike Sweeney. The driver is Pierce Henry. Number 5 is Murphy, owned by Sean McGee of Swan. Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, trained by Ty Bates. The driver, David Lake. Number 6 is Dancing Everywhere, owned by Ed Harwood of Monroe, Michigan, trained and driven by Greg Bateson. And number 7 is Quick Slick, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City and Heartland Acres of Will Honding, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Joseph Yoder. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual.
So as we get set for the 17th, Mike Wepkenberg will now move his starting gate towards the back stretch. Horses will take a couple of more scores, and then they will be set to go. With this, the 17th, the 2-year-old Colt Pace. Nick Clegg and Betty Clegg looking for another win. Nick's got 2 on the day. He'd like to add 1 more if possible. Clegg still have 1 in the 18th, 1 in the 19th, and 1 in the 20th, so they are nowhere near being done yet.
When I pulled in, it was early. They left some race bikes and jog carts here, and I thought it was a good idea. They kind of marked their spot for today and just had them all chained up to a pole back there. I'm exhausted. I'm just standing here. They're back there doing real work.
I know. You think about these guys, and then as we talked, Frank and I were talking when we were driving back last night, they have to go home now with all these horses. You got, Rosie had 10, 11 in there last night. You got to go home and pack feet.
Yeah, put them all away.
Put them all away, give them a nice bran mash if that's what you do. Or, there's a lot of stuff to do. Somebody asked Joe Yoder, did you get much sleep last night? He said, no.
Well, and that's the thing. If you got one horse, it's not that bad. But
Yeah.
if you've got 6, 7, I mean, Nick's got 13. You know, Rosie's got 13 in as well. I mean, all of a sudden that becomes a long night. You know, even with 5 or 6 people helping you do all that.
Oh yeah, it's just the length of time it takes.
And then tomorrow, okay, you don't have a fair, but what if you're racing at Scioto tomorrow?
Right.
You know, now all of a sudden you might get a little, extra sleep, but you still have to get there, jog your other horses.
Right.
You got to feed them anyway in the morning. You know, you got to jog the horses, and then you got to pack it up and do it all over again.
Yeah. Steve Bateson was up here earlier and said how he's kind of done this for a hobby, but it's a hard way to make a living. It's so many hours and so much time. It's not easy. A lot of admiration for. I kind of put harness racing. We're in the agricultural business, and it's just like being a farmer where you got to put in the hours. There's just so many hours to get
especially when you get to this time of the year when you're trying to plant your crops, you're turning the field, you got to plant your crops, you're out there. You see, as we're driving at night, every now and then we'll see a tractor out in the field with the lights on, still working. And then once, the crops need to be harvested, you go through the same thing.
Yep.
So a late scratch in the next race, word to the wise. And the number 1, that means Steve Bateson's horse now has the rail.
Yeah.
So that'll make him a little happier.
Yeah.
So we get set to go here with the 17th.
Garoppolo from the rail, No More Fear, Nicky's Will, Moon's Up, Murphy, and trailing will be Dancing Everywhere and Quick Slick. 2-year-old Colt Pacers headed to the gate. Let's head it up to Bill Peters.
Here they come. They're off and pacing the first horse away is No More Fear. Up on the outside second is Murphy. Dropping in their third is Garoppolo. Moving up fourth is Nicky's Will. In their fifth, that is Moon's Up. Racing sixth is Dancing Everywhere. And the last horse is Quick Slick. As it moved down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Now taking over on the outside as it raced down the backside, that is Moon's Up. Correction, that's Murphy. Murphy now taking over, dropping back second. That is No More Fear. Up on the outside third, now comes Garoppolo. At the rail fourth, that's Nicky's Will. Moon's Up is racing in their fifth. Sixth is Dancing Everywhere. The last horse is Quick Slick.
31 and 3.
First quarter was paced in 31 and 3/5 seconds as they race down toward the half-mile mark. That's Murphy with the lead. 3 lengths back second is No More Fear. Coming up on the outside third is Moon's Up. Racing fourth along the rail, that is Nicky's Will. Fifth is Dancing Everywhere, then comes Quick Slick and Garoppolo. First half paced in 103 and 3/5 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's Murphy along the rail will leave it pouring on the pressure on the outside second is Moon's Up. At the rail third, that's No More Fear. Racing fourth, that's Nicky's Will. Fifth is Dancing Everywhere. Sixth is Quick Slick. The last horse, Garoppolo. Going to that 3/4 mile mark now. Moon's Up takes over. Dropping back second is Murphy. Racing third is No More Fear.
33 and 3.
3/4 and 133 and 3/5. And Moon's Up now opens up about 9 lengths on Murphy. Racing third is No More Fear. Up on the outside fourth is Nicky's Will. Racing up fifth is Dancing Everywhere. As they race for home, it's going to be Moon's Up. The race is going to be on for place position. Past the stands, it's Moon's Up. Here it comes Dancing Everywhere up to be placed. Trying to hold on for third. Tight for third there between Murphy and Nicky's Will. 1 mile and 2:04.
Moons Up and Pierce Henry win for trainer Mike Sweeney. So Lather Up out of Walk 2 Moons by He's All That, owned by Murata, Oxenberg, and Sweeney.
Moons Up made it look very easy.
Yes.
Drew away an easy winner for Mike Sweeney. And Pierce Henry picks up, I think that might be his second win of the fair.
Yes.
Second. And I think that's Mike's second as well.
You are correct. Why do I keep track? You can just keep this in your head.
Hey, more than just a hat rack. Just remember that. Not much more, but it's more.
So mile and 2:04 off a half and 3 and 3. Looked to me like Dancing Everywhere was second and Nikki's Will was third.
Yeah, not sure on fourth or fifth between No Mo Fair and Murphy. I think it was No Mo Fear finishing fourth and then Murphy fifth, but we will have to wait and see. Here comes Pierce Henry.
Go coming in from Linden, Michigan, Pembroke Pines, Florida, and Delaware, Ohio, comes number 4, Moons Up. All by Teresa Murata, Neil Oxenberg, and Mike Sweeney, trained by Mike Sweeney, and driven to victory this evening by Pierce Henry. This race is courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. Let's have a big hand here for Moons Up and all concerned under the Paulding County Agricultural Society, the donors of the blanket.
Tell you, we should have it like NASCAR where people go in and give them an OHHA hat. There's one right there. That was, and there, you know, as they walk in, give them an OHHA hat just like they do in NASCAR.
I think our photographer Jake Freppel's been having a good day.
I think Jake's having a really good day.
A lot of people are stopping by and ordering photos, win photos.
I want to thank Jake. He sent me the picture that we used in our post this morning for the track record by Tulsa Bell.
One Garoppolo was 7th. Number 2, No Mo Fear was 5th. Number 3, Nikki's Will was 3rd. Number 4, Moons Up was the winner. Number 5, Murphy was 4th. Number 6, Dancing Everywhere was 2nd. And number 7, Quick Slick was 6th. Time of the first quarter was 31 3/5. The half was in 103 3/5. The 3 quarters in 133 3/5. With a mile in 2:04. From the top it should read 7:53, 1:42, 6 on the bottom. The mile in 2:04.
So there you have it, your winner of the 17th, the 2-year-old colt pace, Moons Up, for trainer Mike Sweeney. So let's go to the 18th. We do have a scratch here in the 18th. The number 6, Word to the Wise, has been scratched. So we are scratched down to a 5-horse field. So we will not have any trailers in this race.
And we do have one driver change to let you know about. The 2-horse, there she is again, will be driven by Doug Rideout. This is the 4th of 4 divisions of the 3-year-old filly pacers.
So we'll take a break and we'll come back, tell you about the horses for this, the sophomore filly pace, the final division.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fairs. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 21 fairs in 19 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins. When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
We're getting ready for this, the sophomore filly pace, the final division, going for a purse of $3,560. Day 2 of racing from the Paulding County Fair, slowly winding down as we get closer to our final race. 20 races today on the card. It was a big day of racing, 2 big days. I mean, we had 16 races yesterday and 20 today. The box will close tomorrow for the first day of racing at Pickaway County down in Circleville. So we'll know how many races we have on Saturday sometime tomorrow.
As you mentioned that we've had this singer here all afternoon, and his voice is really holding up well. He sings, what, two, three songs in between
songs, so
each?
yeah.
So that's a lot for a guy to do.
Performing very well over there.
And he was here half an hour before the races started each night, too.
I mean, there's still people in the stands here enjoying it and watching it. We've got people sitting along the fence. Horses are starting to come onto the track for this, the 18th. I see 4 of the 5 out so far.
I have to say, for as many horses as some of these guys are, Nick Clegg's right out here. He's one of the first ones on the track. Rosie's been the same way, getting them right out.
Nick's got Tim Johnson working for him back there, working hard to get the horses ready. Rosie brings, I'd say it takes a village. She brings a village, it looks like.
Yeah.
She's got 6 or 7 people there helping her. And here's a question for you, Susan. With this many horses racing and having to take care of them and everything, would you do some of that here before loading them up on the trailers to take them home, ones that raced earlier today?
You might do something, but I was a big one for packing feet. I had to pack feet when I got home, no matter what. And if you do that here, they're going to stomp it out by the time they get home. You might be able to do up some legs if you're doing that. So you can do something, but it still takes a while when you get home.
Well, you got to unload them. You got to, probably feed them at home, I would think, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Wash all the equipment.
Yeah.
That a lot of times got done the next morning
Yes.
in our stable.
I agree. Yeah, if you're lucky enough to be someplace where you can wash it before you leave, stuff comes off easier before it gets hard.
It sure does. Next morning, sometimes it's twice as much work.
You talked about Rosie back there having her own little hot water heater. That, so probably may wash some of the equipment there and get that done, so you don't have to worry about that once you get back to the barn area.
And I'm showing my age, but equipment is a lot easier to take care of now than it used to be when you used to have some leather parts to it. Boy, you had to clean it right away, because if that dirt and limestone got in that leather, boy, that was
back then didn't they have wooden wheels when you were racing too?
Smart aleck.
Let's go to Bill Peters for the post parade.
Number 1 is Gulf Moon, all by Tim Holman of Mainville, Ohio, and Jim Burnett of Wilmington, Ohio, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver Clifton Bell. Number 2 is There She Is Again, all by Rick Kopp of Hillsdale, Michigan, trained by Kent Wilcox, the driver Doug Rideout. Number 3 is Gorgeous Ivory, all by Renee Halesko of Marysville, Ohio, and the Crazy Parrot Farm, LLC of Frisco, Texas, trained and driven by Ken Holliday. Number 4 is SP Dancing with Stars, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver Nick Clegg. And number 5 is Triple E Surfer, owned by the D&K Stables LLC of Hicksville, trained by Bill Webb, the driver Mark Edworth. And number 6, Word to the Wise, has been drawn. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate.
We'll take a closer look at these horses. Gulf Moon, Clifton Bell will drive for trainer Christopher Beaver. Tim Homan and Jim Burnett are the owners. This is a down by the seaside out of Lucky Lady Hill, who's an All-American Ideal. This horse had a record of 54 flat at Scioto Downs as a 2-year-old. So nice racehorse as a 2-year-old. He had 5 starts with 1 win. He earned almost $12,500 and raced last on 6-5 at Scioto Downs in a fillies and mares, now mares at 2, pacing 55-2.
The number 2 is There She Is Again. Doug Rideout will drive for Kent Wilcox. Richard Kopp owns this Do Me That Again out of the gun that won the West mare Katie's Got a Gun. 4 starts this year, a win and a second place, earnings of $5,500. Lifetime, 17 starts, 3 wins, earnings of $21,000. Has hit the board in the last 2, second at Scioto Downs on June 5th. Was a winner at Scioto on 5/27.
Gorgeous Ivory will have Ken Holliday up. Ken is also the trainer. This is an I'm Gorgeous filly out of Astrono Dio by Liz Marie. Renee Husko and Crazy Parrot Farms are the owners. This horse had 17 starts as a 2-year-old, 8 wins, 6 seconds, and 1/3. Great record as a 2-year-old. $38,557, a mark of 2 minutes at Northfield.
The number 4 is SP Dancing with Stars. Nick Clegg drives for Betty Clegg. This is a dancing Yankee out of the mare Angelic Star. Has raced 17 times this year. 5 wins, 3 seconds, 2/3, earnings of over $30,000. Made only 1 start in 2023. Was a winner 3 starts back at Northfield in a fillies and mares non-winners of 4 race.
Triple E Surfer and Mark Hedworth have the extreme outside position. Coming from the 5-hole, Bill Webb trains. D&K Stables are the owners. This is a Knob Hill High out of Cruisin' and Surfin' by Yankee Cruiser. No starts last year, no starts this year. So first time behind the starting gate for money. So they are headed to the gate. The Mike Webkenberg starting gate is in motion. It's going to open up that 1 wing. We've just been going with the 1 wing this afternoon and yesterday.
Scoring 5 across. If they've got more than 5, they start from the 2nd tier as they get set to go.
So from the wheel out, we have Gulf Moon. There She Is Again. Gorgeous Ivory, SP Dancing with Stars, and Triple E Surfer. The 6 Word to the Wise is a scratch. So let's join Bill for the call of the 18th.
Here they come. They're off and pacing the first horse away along the rail is Gulf Moon. Up on the outside second is There She Is Again. 3 wide, that's SP Dancing with Stars. In their 4th is Gorgeous Ivory, and the last horse is Triple E Surfer. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Clifton Bell has Gulf Moon on top by 1 length. On the outside second, that's SP Dancing with Stars, driven by Nick Clegg. Along the rail 3rd, that's There She Is Again, driven by Doug Rideout. Racing 4th, that is Gorgeous Ivory, driven by Ken Holliday, and the last horse, Triple E Surfer, driven by Mark Edworth. First quarter paced in 28 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Gulf Moon with the lead. Hung out on the outside second is SP Dancing with Stars. Along the rail 3rd, There She Is Again. 4th is Gorgeous Ivory, and farther back 5th is Triple E Surfer. Past the half-mile mark, that is Gulf Moon still with the lead with SP Dancing with Stars on the outside, and 3rd along the rail, There She Is Again. First half paced in 58 and 4/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. That's Gulf Moon by a length and a half. Taking over second is There She Is Again. Slipping through at the rail third is Gorgeous Ivory. Back to fourth is SP Dancing with Stars. And trailing is Triple E Surfer. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Gulf Moon by a length and a half over There She Is Again. Gorgeous Ivory is third. SP Dancing with Stars fourth. And Triple E Surfer fifth. 3/4 and 1:30 and 3/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That is still Gulf Moon with the lead. 2 lengths back. Second is There She Is Again. Racing third, Gorgeous Ivory. As they race toward home, that's Gulf Moon and There She Is Again. Gulf Moon and There She Is Again. It's gonna be Gulf Moon, and here the outcome. There She Is Again up for place. Up for third is Gorgeous Ivory. A mile in 2 minutes and 1/5.
Well, they finished just like they started. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With the scratch on the bottom. Gulf Moon and Clifton Bell. That gives Clifton his second win of the day.
You could be a charter.
I could. If
1,
they
2,
all
3,
stayed
4,
in
5.
order.
Exactly.
And Chris Beaver, his second training win of the day. So
the two of them teamed up a couple of races ago. I believe it was in the 16th with Boot Up. And there they pick up another win, the team of Clifton Bell and Chris Beaver. Chris Beaver with his farm up in Radnor, Ohio, just north of Delaware. We were there for Freshman Focus. Taking a look at his 2-year-olds.
there's only 3 blankets left. That must mean there's only, well, now there's only 2 blankets left.
That means there's 2 races left. So you know what the next race is?
The race home. No.
The next race up tonight. The 19th would be the...
Oh, the penultimate. I haven't said that all year.
One, Gulf Moon, owned by Tim Holman and Jim Burnett, trained by Chris Beaver, and driven to victory this evening by Clifton Bell. Courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society.
Well, yeah.
Gulf Moon gets to stand in the winner's circle. Picture taken. Not too happy about it.
No, hurry up.
For Clifton Bell and Gulf Moon, and to the Paulding County Agricultural Society, the donors of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 18 from the top. Number 1, Gulf Moon was a winner. Number 2, There She Is Again was second. Number 3, Gorgeous Ivory was third. Number 4, SP Dancing with Stars was fourth. Number 5, Triple E Surfer was fifth. And number 6, Word to the Wise had been drawn. Time of the first quarter was 28 and 4/5. The half was in 58 and 4/5. The 3/4 in 1:30 and 3/5. With a mile in 2 minutes and 1/5. From the top it should read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Scratch. A mile in 2 minutes and 1/5.
So Clifton Bell and Chris Beaver team up to win their second, and they're going to try to go for a third in the next race, our penultimate race. You said you hadn't said it all year. You only had one other opportunity, and that was yesterday. So.
Right. But I haven't said it since probably last October.
Oh, there you go. So this looks like this is going to be a great race. This 3-year-old colt trot coming up. A lot of horses that we remember from last year that were in some pretty big races.
Couple of changes to let you know about now so you can get to the windows quickly. The number 3, Sir Cactus Jack, will race on Lasix, and Jeff Neisanger will drive. And the 6, Grover Hill, will race on Lasix.
So.
We'll take a short break and be right back.
Yep.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 65 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the County Fair, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for over $20 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
So we're coming up to the race 19, the fourth of 4 divisions of the 3-year-old colt trot. And as you said before we went to a break, there's some horses in here that we really do recognize, and we recognize them because they won a lot of money last year. Adventureful Pete, almost $25,000. Mindful Amos, almost $25,000. Sir Cactus Jack earned $40,000. Uncle Ruckus, almost $29,000, and $34,000 plus for Grover Hill. I mean, the horse with the least amount of earnings as a 2-year-old is Secret Chaos Theory, who still won almost $12,000. So this is a good bunch of 3-year-old colt trotters.
It's always nice when you see the names that you recognize from the year before. You know, they had good years last year because you remember them, and just to see them back and ready to roll.
And some of them have head starts this year. We just don't want to get into this, or we've got the post parade coming pretty soon.
Yeah, we're on a little quicker since there are no more training out there, but I only see one out on the track right now.
And remember those changes to the program, if you happen to have a program, Sir Cactus Jacks will be driven by Jeff Neisanger and will race on Lasix, and Grover Hill will race on Lasix. So Adventureful Pete raced in the Ohio Fair Championship last year at Northfield Park, finished 5th in there, but he had 17 starts, 5 wins, 4 seconds, and 2/3 last year. Had a mark of 2:05 and 2 at Mount Vernon, and has since his last start at Northfield Park taken a record of 2 minutes and 2/5. Adventureful Pete is owned, trained, and driven by Rosie Weaver, also owned by Heartland Acres. This is an Uncle Peter colt out of Tagalong Kendra by Ken Workington.
The number 2 is Mindful Amos. Nick Clegg drives for Betty Clegg. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Enterprise out of the Donato Hanover mare Change Your Mind. 7 starts this year. Has won 1 race. Last year, 25 starts, won 3 times, 3 seconds, and 4/3. The win this year for Mindful Amos came back on May 18th at Northfield Park, where it trotted in 2:02 and 1.
Sir Cactus Jacks, Jeff Neisanger up for Rosie Weaver. John Zelenik and Charles Koporowski are the owners. This is a Volstead colt out of Rose Run Nelly, who's by Train for the Future.
Another change for the
change in the
20th. The number 4 is Uncle Ruckus. Clifton Bell drives for Chris Beaver. This is an Uncle Peter out of the Minor Skirmish. Beaver, Robinson, Fleming, and VIP Internet Stables are the owners. Has hit the board in 4 of 7 this year, including 1 win. Lifetime 4 wins and 20 starts, earnings over $43,000. Was a winner 2-back at Scioto Downs.
Driver change on the 3 in this 19th race. Looks like Drew Neal is up on Sir Cactus Jack. Secret Chaos Theory, Pierce Henry will drive for Mike Sweeney. Let's pick up the post parade.
Colt Trot, going for a purse of $3,450 and a blanket courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. Number 1 is Adventureful Pete, all by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and Heartland Acres of Wahonding, Ohio, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. Number 2 is Mindful Amos, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver Nick Clegg. Number 3 is Sir Cactus Jacks, all by John Zelenak of Lorain, Ohio, and Charles Kaprowski of Sagamore Hills, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver. The driver is Drew Neal. Number 4 is Uncle Ruckus, all by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio, Don Robinson of Cardington, Ohio, Al Fleming of Ontario, and VIP Internet Stables of New Jersey, trained by Chris Beaver. The driver Clifton Bell. Number 5 is Secret Chaos Theory, all by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, Lemmer Racing LLC of Rockwood, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Pierce Henry. And number 6 is Grover Hill, all by Sean McGee of Swanton, Ohio, trained by Ty Bates, the driver David Lake. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes.
Okay, we were talking about Secret Chaos Theory. Mike Sweeney trains. This is a Sebastian K.S. horse out of Muscles Secret, who is a Muscles Yankee. Owners Patrick Sweeney and Lemmer Racing. He's just had 2 starts this year. Had one at Scioto Downs his last start, where he trotted in 157-1. Had a mark in a qualifier last year in 2-2-4 at Scioto, and he won a qualifier this year at Scioto in 58-3.
The number 6 is Grover Hill. David Lake will drive for Tyler Bates. This is a What the Hill gelding. Hurricane Hazel is the mare by Striking Sabra. First start of the year for Grover Hill. He's owned by Sean McGee. Last year, hit the board in 10 of 14 races, winning 6, earning over $34,000.
As we said, this is a nice bunch of 3-year-old colt trotters. They all have some speed. They've all got quite a bit of experience. So when you look down the lines, a lot of times, you'll see a lot of those X's, but I don't really see any. When we get down to the 5 and the 6 horse, 6 horse has, Grover Hill has a few.
And Sir Cactus Jack has an interference break 4-5 back, but then you have Secret Chaos Theory 5 back, or 3 back and 5 back has a break, and then Grover Hill's the one who's been having some problems of late. Breaks in the last 4 races, and has not raced since April 26th.
Tried to qualify 4 times at Miami Valley Raceway and made breaks each of those times. So he's going to come to the fairs and see what he can do here. Our last race is the Signature Series Paulding County Pace.
Which, if we don't get going, maybe raced under the moonlight.
Yeah.
By the way, how were the fries you took back last night?
The ones I had were awful good. I just went and checked the barbecue place behind us here. Last night, she said they had to close down at 8 because they ran out of food. They were sweeping up now, and I asked 2 more races, and she kind of shrugged and it didn't look optimistic.
Did not look promising, huh?
You should have ordered it now to pick up.
Did not look promising. Oh, well. It's good when they run out of food.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Now we got one guy off the bike adjusting something there on the, if you can.
Looks like I think that's David Lake over there adjusting something on Grover Hill. Not sure if you can get that or not, Matt. And looks like he's got him turned now. Looks like he's going to try to hop back in here in a second.
Or maybe not.
Yeah.
He might be having some real trouble there. Looked like he was ready to jump back in the bike.
Yeah. Now the golf cart's heading over that way, maybe to help, see what they can do to help. Now he's back. Back in, it looks like now. So it looks like we're almost ready to go.
Scott Tarleton says we should give a big shout out to Terry Adams in the winner's circle. He's thrown 36 blankets over these horses.
True.
In the last 2
Done
days.
a great job.
He has. So headed to the gate for the 19th race. Mike Webkenberg is going around the turn. From the rail out, we have Adventureful Pete, Mindful Amos, Sir Cactus Jax, Uncle Ruckus, Secret Chaos Theory, and Grover Hill will trail. Let's turn it over to Bill Peters for our penultimate race.
Here they come. They're off and trotting. The first horse away is Mindful Amos. At the rail second is Adventurable Pete. Up on the outside third, that's Sir Cactus Jax. 4 wide, that's Secret Chaos Theory. In there fifth, that's Grover Hill. And the last horse is Uncle Ruckus. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Rosie Weaver has Adventurable Pete on top by 2.5 lengths. Trotting second is Mindful Amos, driven by Nick Clegg. Third along the rail, that is Sir Cactus Jack, driven by Drew Neal. Now raging up third on the outside comes Grover Hill, driven by David Lake. Racing in there fifth is Uncle Ruckus, driven by Clifton Bell. And the last horse after going off stride is Secret Chaos Theory, driven by Pierce Henry.
30 and 2.
First quarter was trotted in 30 and 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Grover Hill on the outside with the lead. At the rail second, that's Adventureful Pete. Racing in there third, that's Mindful Amos. Fourth along the rail, that's Sir Cactus Jax. Fifth is Uncle Ruckus. Right there sixth is Secret Chaos Theory. First half trotted in 101 and 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's Adventureful Pete with the lead. Moving up 3 wide on the outside, now comes Sir Cactus Jax. At the rail third, that is Mindful Amos. Between horses fourth is Grover Hill. Moving up on the outside comes Secret Chaos Theory. Slipping through at the rail is Uncle Ruckus. All 6 trotters well bunched as they go to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Adventureful Pete with the lead with Sir Cactus Jax second.
32 and 4.
3 quarters in 132 and 4/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Adventureful Pete now opening up about 3 legs. Sir Cactus Jack second along the rail with Uncle Ruckus on the outside third, and racing in their fourth is Secret Chaos Theory. As they race toward home, that's Adventureful Pete, but closing fast on the outside is Uncle Ruckus. Adventureful Pete and Uncle Ruckus. Adventureful Pete and Uncle Ruckus. Tight at the wire, looked like Uncle Ruckus might have stuck his nose out in front. Adventureful Pete right there. Up for third was Sir Cactus Jax.
2:03 and 1.
A mile and 2:03 and 1/5.
That was not stellar camera work, and I'm sorry about that at home. I never saw that horse coming. I was up close on Rosie.
Well, I think Clifton Bell and Chris Beaver saved the best for last as they've won another one here in the 19th, I think.
I think so too. You came flying up.
Yeah, sure looked like it.
So it looks like Clifton Bell and Chris Beaver will win their 3rd race, I think in the last 4 maybe, or last 5. Won that one. They have won 3 of the last 4 races.
Oh.
Clifton Bell and Chris Beaver teaming up, and they can wrap it up. They don't have one in the 20th, so they can get things packed up, get on their way home, and enjoy the ride home after winning 3 of their last 4 races. Did they say Uncle Ruckus?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, that's who I thought won it, but I couldn't hear Bill that clearly, so I was questioning it there for a second.
Right now we have a 4-way tie in the trainer standings. Steve Novak, Betty Clegg, Rosie Weaver, and Chris Beaver all having 3.
From Radnor, Ohio, Cardington, Ohio, the province of Ontario in the state of New Jersey, comes number 4, Uncle Ruckus, all by Chris Beaver, Don Robinson, Al Fleming, and VIP Internet Stables, trained by Chris Beaver and driven to victory this evening by Clifton Bell. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. Let's have a big hand here for Clifton Bell and Uncle Ruckus, and to the Paulding County Agricultural Society, the donors of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 19 from the top. Number 1, Adventureful Pete was second. Number 2, Mindful Amos was 5th. Number 3, Sir Cactus Jacks was 3rd. Number 4, Uncle Ruckus was the winner. Number 5, Secret Chaos Theory was 4th. And number 6, Grover Hill was 6th. Time of the first quarter was 30 2/5. The half was in 101 3/5. The 3/4 in 132 4/5, with a mile in 203 1/5. From the top it should read 253 146, a mile in 203 1/5.
So that is the results of the 19th. Before we move on to the 20th, though, I want to send some condolences to the people that lost horses in that tragic fire at Logan County a couple of days ago. Over 40 horses perished in that fire. Kim Haynes of Cool Wind Farms let us know that Suzanne Cooper, this is her hometown fair. She lost 2 horses in that fire, and she used to own some standard breds with the Hayneses. So we just want to pass on our condolences to all the people that were affected by that just really tragic fire. You never like to hear stories like that, just when that many animals perish. Just not a good day. So we want to send our wishes on to those people, and we get set for the 20th. We'll take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll give you the field for the 20th and our final race from the Paulding County Fairgrounds.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
Welcome back to the Paulding County Fair as we get set for the final race.
I don't have enough. I had to move to another page on the stream deck here, and I don't have any of this stuff plugged into that because we don't normally have 20 races. Search for. I didn't even have a graphic made for race 20 either. You know, like when we have this many, it's usually at Delaware.
Right,
We just get their stuff.
Yeah, we just take their stuff. So, well, Susan says she's toast. She says
toast.
she's not working any more races after the 20th. She is finished for the
sounds
night.
good to me. Yeah, I hit a wall somewhere around 14. I think.
You know, and this wouldn't be bad. We get ready for Delaware, you know, but that's September.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't,
You build up.
you know, the first week of
Yeah,
the thing.
there was no easing into this one.
I mean, heck, our photo finish guy, Jim Ashman, doesn't even know if he can get up the stairs anymore. He's so tired.
We have obviously not trained well during the winter.
Yeah.
No, we've trained in other ways.
So it is interesting in the program that they sell here on the fairgrounds. They have all the winners of the Paulding County Pace. So in 2017, Senator Charlie won in 157. 2018, Arizona Dawn in 58 3. 2019, Hanky L 2 minutes and 4/5. 2020, Duracho 58 1. 2021 Western's Last Gun, 57-2. 2022 Catch Me Conrad, 2 minutes and 2/5, and 2023 Catch Me Conrad, 2 minutes and 2/5. So this race has a history of going kind of fast.
How did Catch Me Conrad do last night? Do you remember? And the ladies' pace, I don't remember.
Well, let's see if we can find that somewhere. That was early in the card, wasn't it? Catch Me Conrad finished second. Jennifer Main drove for Greg
awful
Cook.
tough racehorse for sure. I mean, the matchup of Tourig Sealster here tonight and Catch Me Conrad has been epic for the last 2 years at least. They meet up in these Signature Series races and just go toe to toe every week. It seems like
The record for the all-age pace set by Jess Cash back in 2001, 23 years ago, 155-4. Jim Mullenix was the trainer. Jim Daly was the driver.
Horses in this race, this was before the scratch, but they had 974 total starts, over $1.2 million. So that's an average per start of $1,321, which is pretty decent. But
and waiting for the.
Got a couple driver changes. Tourig Sealster will now be driven by Hank Levan, and Bonita Joe will be driven by David Lake and is off Lasix this time. And we have a scratch. The one is a scratch.
So let's take a look at the field. As we said, the number 1 is a scratch. The number 2 is Surfin' the Canyon. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives for Steve Bateson, who owns this 5-year-old gelding by Canyon Wind out of the Yankee Cruiser mare Cruisin' and Surfin'. 3 starts this year, has hit the board twice with a win and a second. That win came 2 races back at Northfield Park, and that was in 155-3. Lifetime earnings $126,569.
Number 2 is Surfin' the Canyon. He's a big gelding, 5 years old by Canyon Win out of Cruisin' and Surfin' by Yankee Cruiser, owned and trained by Steve Bateson of Rudolph, Ohio, driven this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. Lifetime earnings over $126,000, a lifetime mark 151. Number 3 is Universal. He's a big gelding, 5 years old, by Down by the Seaside out of Agnanu, by Bluegrass, by Whitefish Falls, owned by Hickory View Farm of Circleville, Ohio, trained by Tom Blankenship, driven this evening by David Ward. Lifetime earnings over $141,000, a lifetime mark 149 4/5. Number 4 is The Bus, owned as a brown gelding, 10 years old, by Art Major out of Rondell, Franco End, by Falcon Sealster, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, driven this evening by Nick Clegg. Lifetime earnings over $218,000, a lifetime mark 152. Number 5 is Tourig Sealster. He's a bay gelding, 11 years old, by Shadow Play out of That Day by Cam Locke, home of Phil Groves of Sydney, trained by Brian Georges, driven this evening by Hank Levan. Lifetime earnings over $368,000, a lifetime mark 150 4/5. Number 6 is Bonita Joe. She's a bay mare, 6 years old, by World of Rock and Roll out of Draft Bunny by Precious Bunny, owned by Kevin Ho of Lawton, Michigan, trained by Greg Bateson, driven this evening by David Lake. Lifetime earnings over $79,000, a lifetime mark 154. Number 7 is Big Bad Whammo. He's a brown horse, 7 years old, by Big Bad John out of Another Wild Woman by Village Jolt, owned by Corey DeArmond of Dorset, Ohio, and Robert Mondello of Delaware, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, driven this evening by Pierce Henry. Lifetime earnings over $123,000, a lifetime mark 152 4/5. Those are your horses for the 2024 Paulding County Pace.
So I did the number 2. You're up at number 3.
I'm number 3.
Yeah, you're number 3.
I didn't know what you meant. Universal, David Ward will drive for Tom Blankenship. Hickory View Farm from Circleville are the owners. This is a Down by the Seaside out of Agnanu Bluegrass, Whitefish Falls. Scratched his last start sick, but before that had paced mile in 54-1. Start before that in the Open at Miami Valley, pacing 50-3.
The number 4 is The Bus A. Nick Clegg drives for Betty Clegg. This is a 10-year-old gelding by Art Major, out of the Falcon Sealster mare Rondell Franco. 12 starts on the year, 2-2-2, 2 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. Lifetime 186 starts, 29 wins, 25 seconds, 31 thirds, $218,000. Was a winner last time at Northfield with broken equipment.
Wow. Touring Sealster from the 5-hole. Hank LaFan gets to drive this horse for trainer Brian Georges. Philip Groves owns this 11-year-old by Shadow Play out of a mare that day by Cam Luck. Has 286 lifetime starts, 46 wins, $368,000, and a mark as a 5-year-old of 150-4.
The number 6 is Bonita Joe, who will be off Lasix today. Greg Bateson drives and trains for owner Kevin Ho. This is a 6-year-old mare by World of Rock and Roll out of the Precious Bunny mare Draft Bunny. 7 starts on the year, a second and a third. Had 23 starts last year with 2 wins, lifetime 8 victories. Last time out at Northfield finished 7th.
And Big Bad Whammo from the 7-hole is also 7 years old. He's by Big Bad John out of Another Wild Women by Village Jolt, owned by Corey DeErmond and Robert Mondello, trained by Robert Brooks. Pierce Henry will drive. This horse had 57 lifetime starts, did not race last year, so no starts as a 6-year-old, but has had 11 starts this year, 2 wins, and that fastest was 52-4 at Miami Valley Raceway.
And they are getting ready to go from the rail out, Surfing the Canyon, Universal, the Bus A, Touareg Sealster. At the second tier, Bonita Joe, Big Bad Whammo. Let's send it up to Bill Peters for the finale from the Paulding County Fair.
There they come. They're off for the Paulding County pace. The first horse away along the rail is Surfing the Canyon. Dropping in there second is Universal. Up on the outside third is Touring Sealster. At the rail fourth, that is Bonita Joe. Dropping in there fifth, that is Big Bad Whammo. And the last horse is the Bus. As they head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Mark St. Louis Jr. has Surfing the Canyon on top by a length and a half. Racing second is Universal, driven by David Ward. And their third is Touring Sealster, driven by Hank LeMan. Fourth along the rail, that's Bonita Joe, driven by David Lake. Now ranging up fifth on the outside is the Bus, driven by Nick Clegg. And the last horse is Big Bad Whammo, driven by Pierce Henry.
29-4.
First quarter paced in 29 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still Surfing the Canyon with the lead. Racing right there at the rail second is Universal. On the outside third is the Bus. At the rail fourth is Touring Sealster. Big Bad Whammo is now moved up fifth on the outside, and sixth along the rail is Bonita Joe. Past the half-mile mark, that's Surfing the Canyon with the lead, followed by Universal. First half paced in 1 4/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Surfing the Canyon. The closest horse second is Universal. The Bus is on the outside third. Touring Sealster is locked in with no place to go. Up on the outside fifth comes Big Bad Whammo. At the rail six going down the backside. That is now past it is the Bus. That's past that 3/4 mile mark. That's still Surfing the Canyon with the lead. Universal second. Moving up third now is Touring Sealster.
130 and 1.
3/4 and 130 and 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, it's still Surfing the Canyon. Universal second and trying to come on along with Touring Sealster. As they race through the lane, that's Surfing the Canyon and Universal. Surfing the Canyon and Universal. It's going to be Surfing the Canyon wire to wire. And here they all come. Universal up for place, up for third was Touring Sealster.
158 flat.
1 mile and 158.
Wow. Big mile.
They were
Big
flying.
mile.
What was that? How did that rank compared to last year's?
Where'd that put?
Yeah, that was only, the last year's was 2 minutes.
To
and
something, yep.
2 minutes and 2/5 the last 2 years. So,
second,
yeah, mile and
second
58.
fastest time. Oh, third. Yep.
Yep.
So a couple of 157s. Third fastest time in the
What's the last
Paulding
quarter?
County pace.
27-4, correct?
That's what it looks like to me. 27-4 final quarter. So Mr. Bateson
Look at
will be
this,
a
yeah.
very happy man.
I would say after, like you said, got roughed up last night, the post draw is so critical, especially at these fairs,
Yes.
And I
Absolutely.
took full advantage of having the rail after the scratch in there. Raced great.
I mean, this was a bunch of nice horses here.
Yes, it was. It really was. And that was a great race, too.
Yeah, to be able to step away from horses like Universal and Touring Sealster, after they
Yep.
kind of got a trip, that's doing something.
Yeah.
Touring Sealster got kind of caught up in traffic, had really nowhere to go. So Steve Bateson waits with his son Levi for Surfing in the Canyon to come back to the winner's circle.
Circle where all the winners go. Coming in from Rudolph, Ohio, comes number 2, Surfing the Canyon. Owned and trained by Steve Bateson and driven to victory this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. The blanket for this race, courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. Big hand here for Stephen Levi Bateson, Mark St. Louis Jr., Stacy Curry, and Surfing the Canyon, the winner of the 2024 Paulding County Pace. Here are the official placings for race 20 from the top. Number 1, Rock and Roll Wildcats had been drawn. Number 2, Surfing the Canyon was the winner. Number 3, Universal was second. Number 4, The Bus was sixth. Number 5, Touring Sealster was third. Number 6, Bonita Joe was fifth. Number 7, Big Bad Whammo was fourth. Time of the first quarter was 29 4/5. The half was in 1 minute and 4/5. The 3/4 in 1:30 1/5 with a mile in 1:58. From the top it should read, scratch 126 354, a mile in 1:58. That concludes our race.
Well, that'll do it from the Paulding County Fair. Great race to end the night. And our top driver and trainer for the 2 days, Mark St. Louis, with 5 wins, and 4 trainers tied with 3 wins each. Steve Novak, Betty Clegg, Rosie Weaver, and Chris Beaver, who got his wins and his 3 wins in the last 4 or 5 races here tonight, and did not even have one in that last race. So congratulations to all our drivers and trainers. Folks, it was a good landing, a good first 2 days, a lot of races, some great racing, and a lot of fun today and yesterday as well.
Hope everybody enjoyed it, and we'll be back here
next year.
But we'll
be back on Facebook on Saturday. So we will have the day 1 of racing from Circleville, post time 1 o'clock, and then we will have day 2 on Sunday, 1 o'clock as well.
And don't forget, if you are at Circleville or any fair the rest of the summer, stop by the broadcast booth and get your passport.
Yep, make sure
Win
you
big
pick up
prizes.
Exactly. So we will have that, and I think that'll do it for us from Paulding. Any final comments, Mr. Clark? You managed to make it all the way through.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, exactly. And we want to thank everybody for watching, especially everybody who checked in from across the United States. It's great to see Ohio harness racing strong and people from across the states watching us, and we really appreciate it. So for Matt Clark, Susan Schroeder, I'm Frank Froz. We want to thank everybody here at the Paulding County Fair. We hope to see you on Saturday from Circleville, and we hope to see you at a fair real soon. Good night, everybody.
This has been Ohio County Fair Racing. Ohio County Fair Racing is presented by Midland Acres, thestable.ca, Cool Winds Farm, Big D Tack and Vet Supply, and the Ohio State University Veterinary Medical Center